Okay, looks like the audio mic was muted. Come on, man. Come on. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast, though I am here. All right. So, welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. If you guys are tuning in, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, click the bell icon so you're notified of when we go live next. We are currently live on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube right now. We got a few links in the YouTube description. The first link is going to be for the members. So if you want to support the channel and become a member, you can do so by clicking the link, the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. Go ahead and do that for me. And we got 3 tiers: gang, hitman, and mob ties. The next links in the YouTube description are going to be for the social media platforms. You can follow us on X, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. It is open panel debate night and reaction night. So all the folks via YouTube, if you want to go ahead and join open panel debate night, I believe in the title it says Atheist and Feminist are welcome up here to debate. So you can go ahead and click that link that's pinned in the YouTube comments to come on up and debate tonight. The next link, on TikTok, all of you guys on here, you guys can just request to come on up. We got 3 prompts on TikTok. First prompt is women single and 30 is their fault. Second prompt, atheists can't give an account for logic. Third prompt, feminism is bad for society. So those are the 3 prompts on TikTok. On YouTube, you can also debate those 3 prompts, or you can come up here and debate any topic you want. Yes, rookie mistake, Tim M. You are right. Rookie mistake. It happens. So yeah, come on up. Let's go. Let's have a good show tonight. And first, let's get into these clips that we're going to be reacting to. We got some good clips, so let's go ahead and hop into this. These clips are from some of the members, and I know a lot of you guys send me clips, and you know I'm not going to get to all of them, man. That's just the way it is. So if I pick out your clip, it's like, hey, you got lucky out of the bunch of clips that I'm sent every day. Like so many clips, it's crazy. So let me go ahead and pull up the first clip that we're going to be reacting to. 1 second here, chat. Looks like we got someone backstage on YouTube already. Av Bully, I see you backstage. I don't see your, actually I do see your cameras on, but it's like pitch black. So after I react to this clip, you'll be the first one up, since it looks like you were the first one backstage waiting. So I'll bring you on up. It looks like we have some haters in the chat, so that's a good thing. The boss, whoever this boss guy is, come on up. Click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. If you have any points of contention, we can go ahead and debate those tonight. All right. So let's go ahead and get to the first clip that we're going to be reacting to. So it is official that we will be in Dallas next week doing a dating and relationship show. We'll also be out there for DebateCon, so stay tuned for that. That's going to be pretty fun. Maybe we'll see if we can get some folks on a No Fugazi show again. Who knows? I got to reach out to some of the pals out there, some of the friends from DebateCon. See if we can get them to do a show with us. All right, so this is going to be the first clip we got. Let's get this pulled up. Here we go. Refresh this. Now on TikTok, everybody on TikTok, you're not going to be able to hear the clip that you're not going to be able to see the clip that I'm reacting to, but you will be able to hear the clip that I'm reacting to. So it's still going to be good content. And all of these clips are dating and relationship-ish type of content that I'm going to be reacting to. So I know a lot of the followers on TikTok, you guys follow me for the dating and relationship content. So, it's going to be some good breakdowns that I'm going to do. Now, most of these clips, I actually didn't fully review them all. Had my assistant put them in a thumbnail, so it's going to be a fresh live reaction from me. All right, let's get to this first one. And folks that want to debate, I see you back here already coming up on TikTok. I will be bringing folks up right after I react to this first clip. So just wait, be a little patient. I got you guys. All right.
Exes, he always said when.
Oh, wait, hold up. This one got music in the background? Wait a second. Oh, let's get to another one. That's, can't have that music in the background. All right, let's react to this one.
Very pretty.
Thank you.
You have a boyfriend?
I do at home, yeah.
All right.
I'm going back to Canada soon. So
To Canada? Okay, very nice.
I'm trying to make the most of everything before I go.
I see. Well, take it as a compliment and
Oh my god, you're so cute. Thank
have a
you.
good
What's
one.
your name?
Aiden, nice to meet you.
Aiden. How old
Okay, so red flag number one. So one, he approaches her. She says that she's on vacation and she's sitting in a spot. And also folks on TikTok, this is like a code approach video that I'm reacting to, just to give you guys some information since you can't see it. It's a code approach video. But she's just sitting there by herself in a little bikini. He approaches her and she says that she has a boyfriend, but she still gives him a compliment. She says, "Oh, so cute." Imagine you're in a relationship with a woman. She's on a girl's trip. She's on some trip at a beach. A man compliments her and is approaching her, and she says, "Oh, that's so cute," and shakes his hand. That's break right there. That's cheating. Now, some of you may say, "Cooley, that's too strict. Come on, like women can have some sort of agency and agency about themselves and operate regularly in society and have friends." Like, no, bro. If your chick is like her, she's for the streets. Let's react to a little bit more.
are you?
25. I actually forgot my age for a second, but
No,
what about
that
you?
happens when you get in your 30s. You'll forget your age.
It doesn't matter. I like my women older, so it's fine.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I'm like, food.
I like your bikini, by the way. It looks nice. The color looks good on you.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
What was your name again?
Add me on Instagram if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Oh. She just gave her IG out. This is a full slur, right? Full slur. Add me on Instagram if you want.
I'm gonna go home soon.
Sure, let's go.
I'm just trying to soak everything in before I go.
You can soak me.
Oh my god.
And she's given all the signs, like, she's like, well, I'm just trying to soak everything in before I go. Like, and this is single women when they take these girls' trips and they're on vacation by themselves. They want to, like, fully absorb all of the single life energy, meanwhile being in a relationship. She's in a full committed relationship. She tells this guy that she's in a relationship, but still proceeds to give the guy her Instagram, still proceeds to compliment the guy and communicate with the guy, even shook his hand. Then he makes a flirty remark to her like, "Oh, like, well, I'm trying to just, soak all of this in." And he said, "Well, you can soak all of me." And she giggles. Like, so she's very flirtatious. This is full cheating. Meaning, if you're married, these are reasons for divorce. If you're in a relationship, 100% break up with her. She's for the streets, right? Even, man, listen, man, I don't promote divorce, but at the end of the day, if this is your woman, this is your wife, yeah, bro, you better off divorcing her. Like, the divorce rate is what? Women initiate 70 to 80% of divorces. And I believe that most of those divorces could have been by men if they had balls to leave the woman, but they stayed in those relationships and suffered, dealing with a rambunctious, non-compliant, withholding sex for compliance type of woman. It's crazy, chat. Let's watch a little more.
Love that. You just have.
Oh, screenshot proof. Oh, this is a good one. So let me go ahead and read this screenshot since we're on TikTok and you guys can't see it. So he gets the Instagram and then she messages him on Instagram and says, "You have 45 minutes to impregnate me before I'm back in Canada." This is a Canadian chick, bro. Oh, man. Yeah, man, they for the streets. And then she says, "Oh my God, I can't spell time for me to go," because she spelled impregnate wrong. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, she's fully for the streets, bro. And this is, fellas, you guys should learn something that it's not that you don't allow your girl to take girls trips, single girls trips. It's not that you don't allow it. That's not what I am prescribing here. What I'm prescribing is if the woman wants to take a girl's trip without you, then you break up with her, right? You let the woman do whatever you want. Like, oh, go ahead, do whatever you want. But if she steps outside of bounds, that's when you put your foot down, you lay that law down, and you move on, right? Simple and easy.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think that was the end of that clip. Man, yeah. That the boyfriend, and imagine that, like, he had on the Meta glasses, so she didn't even realize that, he was recording, and she also had on glasses too, so she probably couldn't see that little light on the side of the Meta glasses. So just imagine this video is up now, and you're the boyfriend of that girl. There's no coming back. And you know what? He probably a simp anyway, which is why he was with her while she was on that single girls trip. And he probably still stayed in a relationship. She probably lied to him like, "Oh, well, I didn't have sex with him." And he was like, "Oh, okay, baby. Well, I'll still be with you." Meanwhile, maybe she didn't let him crack, but she let someone else crack. That's how it goes. All right, Let's bring some people up for open panel debate night, and then we're going to react to some more clips. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
So my name is Gager, as you see, and I'm 55 years old.
All right, Gager, and what prompt do you want to debate?
So I want to look at atheists can't give an account for logic.
Okay. All right, and you think that you're an atheist, I'm guessing. You think that you as an atheist can give an account for logic.
So let us look at the amygdala. That's the first part of the human brain that actually developed. It's responsible for fight and flight. Yeah,
so the level of question I'm asking is much deeper. So I'll explain a little bit. For prompt 2, when I say that atheists can't give an account for logic, I'm asking a question, a higher authority question, and it's that atheists can't give an epistemic justification for logic. So, of course, all human beings, we are capable of using logic. You're an atheist. You're up here speaking sentences to me right now. It takes logic to speak a sentence. So the question is about logic in and of itself. I don't think that under an atheist worldview, they can justify logic.
I'm really appreciative that you say, you think. That's what you think, though. But check this out. What I was alluding to was that we were human beings before we were atheists or believers. We were human beings, right? After we've developed the brain, and we've developed the thalamus and all of the other parts of the brain.
Through evolution? How did we develop this? Through evolution?
Hold on. Yes.
Okay, so we developed this through evolution?
Through evolution, yes.
Okay, and yes. Does evolution start with random mutation? Human evolution, does it start with random mutation?
Random mutation?
Yes.
No, it starts through selective mutation.
No, that's incorrect. You don't even know your own worldview.
No. All right.
Evolution starts with random mutation, and then natural selection happens after that. So natural selection chooses genes based off of random mutation. So my question is, if it's the case that you're saying, well, the brain evolved over time and, millions of years, that we derive from maybe some common ancestors of chimpanzees or whatever the case may be, human evolution, well, that's evolution. Human evolution started with random mutation. So if it's all random, there's no intent. There's no intentionality for anything if it's all random. It's no purpose for things. So without any purpose, you don't just then get a tool like logic that we utilize that is universal, invariant, and immaterial. That doesn't produce evolution. There's nowhere in evolution that it says that, things evolve to be invariant, immaterial, and universal, which that's what logic is.
Is there a question in all that you just said?
I'm actually just educating you a little bit because you don't.
No, you're
even
not.
know your
You're
own
not. Hold on. You're not.
worldview.
You're not educating me. No, you're not. And
Okay.
don't ever walk away believe you can educate me.
Okay, I can't
let me tell you
educate
why.
you. All right, go ahead. Tell me.
No.
Tell
you're
me
not
why. Tell me why.
qualified. Because all right, so let us start with the education part.
Okay.
If I give you let us start simple. If I give you $2 to split between you and I,
$2 the split between you and I.
yes.
I got
And
$1. You got $1.
No, hold on. I'm not finished.
Okay, go ahead.
And I ask you to take 6 cents more than you give to me. How much would you take? How much would you give to me?
You gave me $1. And you have $1.
Listen, you gotta listen.
And you told me
You're
to take 6
educating
cents
me.
more than you.
You have to start with listening.
So am I taking 6 cents away from you?
No.
Then you have
Listen,
94
I said
cents.
I give you $2 to share between you and I. And I said take 6 cents more than you give to me. How much would you take? How much would you give me?
Do I have the $2? Or do
Yes, it's yours to share.
Oh, it's
yours
my
to share.
$2. Okay, I got you.
To share.
Got
And
you.
you got to give me 6 cents more. You got to take 6 cents more than you give me. How much would you take? How much would you give me?
I just told you.
How much?
You would have 94 cents.
No, you're incorrect. You're incorrect.
What are you talking about?
And let
You
me
said
tell-
just
hold
take
on.
six
Let me tell you
cents
why you
more.
cannot
So you would have
educate. Hold
94
on.
cents less.
Don't let arrogance take you over here.
I mean, you would have 94
First, you got to
cents.
take out. Hold on. You got to take 6 cents more than you give me.
Okay.
You're gonna
what's
have
the point?
$1.94. Hold on. You're gonna have $1.94.
What does this have to do with proven logic?
Because you're trying to show me that atheist doesn't have any logic, and you are not even educated enough to split $2 and take 6 cents more than I.
Your question.
You're welcome. Hold on. You are welcome.
Wait, time out.
And let me educate you.
Okay, wait. Time out. Wait, time out. Wait. Time out.
With a third world.
Time out.
Education, and I don't
Are you
see
trying to tell?
myself as
Wait.
the most. Hold on.
I would
I'm gonna
have
help you out.
$1.06.
More. I said you are going to take 6 cents more than you give me.
So then you would have 94 cents. I would have $1.06.
Incorrect.
Okay.
I hope you're
What? How much?
recording this because
How much would I
am
have?
recording this.
How much would I have?
I am recording this. And look, this will be the biggest insult to you.
Okay, how much
And let
would
me
I
tell you
have?
why. So let me educate you now. You're gonna take 6
The chat
cents
is
out,
killing you right now.
And you're gonna have $1. You're gonna have $1.94 divided by 2. I am going to end up with 97 cents, and you are going to end up with $1.03. You are welcome. I am done with you. You are not even educated enough to come out here and talk about atheists. You're welcome. You believe in magical things like talking donkeys. Wait.
Wait. Wait. Time out.
I'm disappointed. You're welcome. I'm done.
Wait. Time out. 97 cents? Yo, Chad. He just ran off. Hey, yo. He made himself look like a fool. That was actually funny, though, for the first caller. That was good. You get these TikTok debaters, man. This guy's asking questions that he doesn't even know the answer to himself. It's very bad. Next caller. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age.
My name is Louis, and I am 25 years of age. And
Okay.
this is not a question. It's just an appreciation, rather. I've been following you for a while. I've seen you on Facebook, TikTok, and as a young African man, I just wanted to appreciate the fact that you just making men wake up and realizing the fact that the times that we're living in are quite terrible.
Hey, man. Well,
to say
listen,
the
I
least.
appreciate the kind words, man. It is open panel debate night. Are you here to debate?
Not really,
Okay.
unless if you have something to debate on.
Well, listen, man. If not, then I'm going to go ahead and put you back stage, and I appreciate the support, man. We want to get some debaters
All
up,
right, cool.
okay? Have a blessed one.
All right, cool.
Yo, Chad is clowning that dude. His math wasn't mathing. Yeah, man. I don't know what dude was. Someone said 0.97 plus 0.03 equals $2. 0.97, 0.103 equals $2. That wasn't his question, though. I think maybe he asked, maybe he had like a, maybe he was supposed to ask the question differently, right? And then maybe his math would math. But the question that he asked was, I give you $2 and you split it between me and you. You take $6 more. How much money do I have? That was his question. Bring on 94 cents. You take 6 cents more. Yeah, for the low IQ, Melvin, for the low IQ person in the chat, that wasn't his question. Hey, yo. All right, let's see what else we got in here. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Oh, my name is Alan, and I'm 29, man. I just came on because that dude that questioned you is wildin'. So the way he worded was a complete trick question. He said, give yourself 6 cents more than you gave to me. It made you think $1.06. He completely tricked you.
Well, it wasn't a trick. I'm saying the way he asked the question was I gave him the right answer.
No. The way he asked the question tricked you to give the wrong answer. He wanted you to have 6 more cents at the end of the split. So you should have $1.03 and he should have 97 cents. That's 6 cents difference. He didn't say it that way.
He didn't ask the question properly. That's what I told him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He didn't ask the question. And so, bro, I'm just listening. I support you, but I just wanted to get on and be like, yo, he was wilding when you asked that question.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, bro, you just, and I even told, I said, well, I see the number that you came up with, but that isn't the question that you asked. Like, it's not that complicated.
Yeah. And the people in chat, so asked the damn question. He said it is $1.06. No, it is not $1.06. Like, he's tricking the people in the chat too. But yeah, it is whatever, man. All right, man. Good luck, bro. Take care.
All right, man. Peace. He just asked the question. I see where he was going with it, but his actual question would be, no, how much, more than you have, how much more, you have 6 cents more than me. How much do I have? All right, folks on YouTube, if you guys want to come and debate tonight, click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. You can go ahead and join the stream. Folks on TikTok, you can just request to come up. We got 3 prompts currently right now. Women that's single in 30, it's their fault. So if we got any women in the chat and you're 30 years old and you're single and you disagree with that, you don't think it's your fault, you think it's, the man's fault or someone else's fault, come on up. Second prompt, atheists can't give an account for logic. As we just seen with the first atheist, he was nonsensical. He didn't even understand the level of question that I was asking him. Then he goes on to ask me a math question, In just words, it was an improper math question. Well, actually, it was a proper math question for the answer I gave him, but what he was expecting, the question didn't map up. Prompt 3, feminism is bad for society. So if you're a feminist and you think that feminism is good for society, request to come on up and we can debate. So those are the 3 prompts. Let's go ahead and react to some more clips as we're waiting for people to come on up. All right, let's stop sharing that. Get the likes up, chat. Get the likes up. All right, so all the folks on TikTok, you're not going to be able to see the clip that I'm reacting to, but you will be able to hear it. So let's go ahead and give a good reaction to this one. I'll let it play out first so you guys hear exactly what it is, and then I'll go ahead and break it down.
I like to weaponize telling you that you're being too masculine when you do things like stand up for yourself and call them out on their bullshit. Because femininity is perceived as passivity. If you were soft enough, you would let me get away with the shit that I want to do to you. But you step into your masculine bag when you start holding me accountable. Why you questioning me? Why you talking with aggression after I done did some shit to push your buttons? I'd rather somebody call me masculine every day before they call me a doormat. Men like to...
And it's funny, I went on this podcast, tonight's conversation, bunch of beta males and a bunch of masculine women. She's one of them. She's one of those. She's a representative of one of those masculine women that's on those podcasts. So basically what you heard here was a woman trying to make an argument to be masculine. Imagine if a man made an argument to be feminine. Oh, well, I get in my feminine when the woman doesn't allow me to lead. So, I get feminine and stuff like that. That's the level of her argument. And let me just break it down just a little bit for you, because it's almost a form of manipulation as well. Not almost, I think it is a form of manipulation, because she picked out a situation where she thinks the man cheated and then hypersensitized the situation to say that it's normal for any human being to get upset. And then she's saying basically that correlates to why men call women masculine, which is wrong. That's not the reason why men call women masculine at all. So she's just making an argument for women to be masculine. Men call women masculine for reasons in a relationship when the woman is acting like a man and talking like a man. Like the way she's talking with a deep voice, saying bro, nigga. Women that's out there practicing rotational dating. Those are all masculine characteristic traits, A-type personality traits, a woman that's non-agreeable, a woman that wants to argue a whole lot and wants to always get the last say out of everything. That's masculine type behavior. And we can already tell that's the type of woman she is. She would never shut up in an argument, right? Never shut up. You know that she's the type of woman, she's going to want to get the last word. So what she did was a form of manipulation. Let's just flip it. Imagine being on a podcast stage and saying, no, men call women masculine, but, we have a right to be masculine. That's what she's saying. Now, let's just say, if men flipped it. Women call men feminine, but we have a right to be feminine because you women make us feel feminine. You put us in our femininity. Because basically that's what she's saying. She's saying men do things to put women in their masculinity. Okay, check. So the opposite of that would mean that women could do something to put the man in his feminine. So which would give a man an excuse and an argument to make to be feminine. No, the dudes that's feminine are gay. It's that simple. Gay, right? The women that are masculine are broken. Those are broken women. Women that want to act like a man and take on characteristic traits of a man, those are broken women. Promiscuous women, you're broken because you took on the dating strategies of a man. Like, women are supposed to have sexual temperance. Women are supposed to, want quality instead of quantity. Men, we want quantity because we have this natural proclivity to crave sex at much higher rates than women do. And if you look at the biology of a man, well, I mean, usually he can bust nuts into almost the day he die. You know what I mean? So we can reproduce for longer amounts of time than women can. So we look for quantity. We can impregnate multiple women per year and have multiple children per year. Women, they can only bring one kid full term once per year. So they're made for quality. We're made for quantity. So a woman that's taking on dating strategies like a man and maybe being promiscuous, dating a lot, doing rotational dating, those are masculine women. That's a masculine trait to have, right? Which is why we say, was one of the reasons don't date those type of women. Not only that, the more guys a woman have sex with, the lower the probability it is for her to pair bond with her future guy. Because women have oxytocin, men as it as well, but women have more oxytocin. So and oxytocin is a pair bonding mechanism that allows the woman to pair bond with her mate and also allows the woman to pair bond with her baby. But yeah, man, this is just a masculine woman. And I think I actually was on a podcast on that show that she was on, and I made her look silly. Maybe I can pull up a clip of it, but yeah. All right, who else we got in here for open panel debate night? Let's go, ladies and gents. Let me go ahead and stop sharing that. Let's go ahead and share the TikTok screen. Let's get some of these debaters up here. Oh, the guy is back. The Houston J, you up next. Let's bring this guy. I think it's him.
Look, man, I'm embarrassed.
Hey, you back, man. You back.
Yes.
Are you embarrassed because you looked very silly?
You were wrong with your math.
Do you realize you were wrong with your math? No. Do you realize the question that you asked that I was perfect with my math? So let me ask you a question now. Let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Hold on. Stop talking or I got to boot you. Let me ask you a question. And let's stick to the debate. Now, actually, let me ask you a math question. Turn on your camera for me. So I know you're not Googling anything. Turn on your camera. All right. What third world country are you in? I can't hear you now.
Said I'm in Connecticut. I don't call that a third world country. I was born and raised in a third world country.
What city in Connecticut?
I was born and raised.
What city in Connecticut? It could be a third world city.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know if you call it.
I'm messing with you, man. I'm from the hood anyway, so it's fine. So let me ask you. Let me ask you a question, right? You ready? Okay.
Yeah.
So for prompt 2, when we're speaking about logic itself, you're an atheist. You don't believe in a God, right? So logic, you would say, is it's something, a tool that human beings use to, get to the truth. We use deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning. We utilize logic to speak sentences. So logic, you would say that is a tool that we use, correct?
Agree.
And the laws of logic are what?
Laws of identity, the laws of the something another middle.
Something at middle, what?
Yeah,
that don't sound. Something at a middle is not a law.
Whatever.
What are the 3 classical laws of logic? The law of identity, yes. The law of middle, what? I don't know what that is.
The law of the middle, something middle.
Okay, wrong. What's the next one?
Yeah, go ahead. Educate me. I just educated you.
You didn't educate me at all. I asked you this question because you don't even know the.
All right, go ahead.
Stop it. You don't even know the three classes.
Of the excluded middle.
Oh, who told you? Looked up. Who told you that? You just Googled it.
Jesus.
And what's the third law?
So the law of identity, the law of the excluded middle, and the law. I don't remember. I'm 55.
So how are you trying to be up here and have a debate with me when you don't even know the three classical laws of logic? So let me educate you.
I know
the
them.
three classical laws of logic. Stop.
Hold on. I'm gonna flip my camera.
Stop. Stop it. No talking.
Don't do
the
that.
three classical laws of logic are the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction.
And the law
right?
of non-contradiction.
The law of non-contradiction. Right.
Good.
So, the question you asked the question properly. I gave you the proper answer, but then the answer that you gave was a contradiction to the question that you asked, which is why you gave that. Which is why you asked the question. Stop it. Which is why you asked the question, and then formulated the wrong answer from the question because you don't even understand the three classical laws of logic. You're nonsensical.
Hold on.
Okay. So now let's get back. Let's get back to the debate.
Let us agree. Hold on. Let us agree on that.
Okay. Let's get back to the debate. I have another question for you in regards to this. Right.
Good.
When we're speaking about logic, is logic conceptual?
If logic
is logic conceptual? Yeah.
Sure, it is.
Okay. Is it immaterial?
Logic is not immaterial.
Okay, so it's physical. It's made out of matter?
Logic. So, I mean, that's a trick question. And let me tell you why that's a trick question. It's not made. Logic is neither material nor immaterial. Logic is an explanation. Hold on. Okay. You ask a question, so be gracious. And I think you're a God-fearing man, so be gracious. I'm not.
Stop.
So logic is a social construct. It's neither material nor immaterial. If you look at there are other things that are neither material nor immaterial.
Okay, so is logic universal?
It's a social construct. It's a social construct.
Okay, so you believe that logic is a social construct.
No, it's not. I don't believe. I know it is.
Okay, if it's the case that logic is a social construct.
No, it is the case.
Okay.
No,
if it's the case that logic is a social construct, does 1 + 1 always equal 2?
1 + 1 is equal to us human beings, not to trees and animals.
Does trees have minds?
No, they don't.
Okay. So, are animals sentient?
They
conscientiousness? Does animals have conscientiousness?
Yes, they are.
No, what the freak? They don't, bro.
Oh. All right, so hold on.
I didn't say conscientiousness.
So conscientiousness is being aware of. And watch this.
I said, are animals sentient and do they also have conscientiousness? No, animals, they're not human beings. They're not like us. So when I ask you the question, stop it. When I ask you the stop it. When I ask you the question,
what are you referring to as animals?
When I ask you you probably think that human beings are animals, right?
Human beings are animals.
Yeah. So
living things are
great. So when I ask you the question,
living things are consistent.
Okay, good. So is there a distinction between us and an elephant?
There are upper and lower class animals.
No, is there distinctions between us and elephants?
There are upper and lower class animals. Elephants are lower class animals.
Okay, so the upper class animals are human beings?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and you eat animals, right?
And other animals, lower class, other animals eat lower class animals.
Okay, so you eat like lower class animals.
Sure, we do.
So,
and we
okay,
have
so
upper
there's
class animals that eat upper class animals.
got it.
because
So
it's
that's
cannibalism.
totally fine. So there is a distinction between animals if they're upper class and lower class animals, and I'm just stating that human beings, we're different than animals. We're sentient, and we're also we have conscientiousness, and many other factors about our nature is much different than an animal. But just to get back to the question that I'm asking you, right? When we speak about logic and it being universal, I'm saying this. I'm asking, does 1 + 1 always equal 2? You said that, well, no, it doesn't equal 2 to a tree. It doesn't equal 2 to a lower class animal. This does not, I'm not asking you, does it equal 2 to them? I'm asking you, does it always equal 2 besides outside of them? They may not have the faculties to be able to conceptualize mathematics. That doesn't mean if you can't conceptualize it or experience it, that doesn't mean that it doesn't make it true. Like, we can't see Venus with our own eyes. Is it still Venus out there? Yes, it's still Venus out there. You get what I'm saying? So, does 1 + 1 always equal 2?
So here's a question.
No,
Am I
answer my
supposed to
question
answer
instead
your
of
preaching?
asking
If you're
another
preaching,
question.
I can't answer.
No,
but
I'm
if
not
you're gonna allow
preaching.
me to
I
answer-
explained something to you and then I re-asked the question. Does 1 + 1 always equal 2?
And I've already answered that question. I said to
No,
human
the question,
beings.
your answer was wrong. I explained to you how it's wrong.
All right, that is fine. Allow me to be wrong, and then you can correct me. I'll appreciate
I've already corrected
correcting
you.
me. Beautiful.
Okay.
And I'm saying mathematics, language, all of this, linguistics, it's a human social construct. We do the. we
How do you
create
know
these
that?
Tools. Because we have created these tools so we can function.
Okay, we've created these tools that we can function. So when we're speaking
Yes.
about math, when we're speaking about logic itself, when I ask you the question, does 1 + 1 equal 2? Because we need logic in order to get to 1 + 1 to equal 2. We need the law of identity to identify one, to identify another one, and for it to be 2. So we need many other faculties besides logic. We need reason, induction, deduction, predication. We need all of these things to even make sentences and understand the external world. So the question that I'm asking you is about logic itself. You can't paint a scenario where 1 + 1 wouldn't equal 2. Can you give me any scenario where 1 + 1 would not equal 2?
So you said we, and you keep using the term we.
Can you give me any scenario
when
where
you
1
say-
+ 1
I'm gonna
wouldn't
give
equal
you a
2? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to give you a scenario where 1 + 1 would not equal 2.
Sure, go ahead. If not,
So
I got to
you
get someone
keep
else
on-
on.
No, you keep on saying we, referring to human beings. And
Okay.
I keep on saying
Can
to you.
can you give me any scenario where 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2?
When there's no human being on this earth, 1 + 1 will never equal 2.
Okay, so when there's no human beings, then 1 + 1 does not equal 2. So then you are saying that we human beings created math instead of discovering math. Is that true?
I don't know if it's created. I didn't use those words. I'm saying we have come up with these social constructs as
The
tools
logical
for our-
entailment to your position is that if human beings are
You know
not
what?
here,
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
no,
Did you
hold
figure out-
on, no, ask the question. You answer my question, right?
Are you recording this?
You just said we're live right now on YouTube and TikTok
you're recording
and
it.
Facebook. So you just
recording
said, shh, stop. Don't obfuscate. You said that if human beings are not here, math would not exist. So
That's exactly what I said.
so this in the logical entailment of that position is, well, when human beings are here, this means that math is here, which would infer that human beings created math. Correct?
Damn right.
Okay. If human beings created math and is not a discovery, then this means that human beings also created logic. Stop
Where
it.
would
Stop
man-
it. Shh, shh, shh.
So what's that? What's that?
Let me educate you. Stop. so you
You're
can
not
think
educating
properly.
me. You cannot divide $2 and
You
give me
cannot.
six.
You're not
6 cents more.
educated. You don't even know the 3 classical
can't.
laws of logic.
I didn't remember.
I didn't remember it. No, you
Graceful.
you
I
didn't know. You
Well,
didn't
look,
know.
You
You
could
didn't
use a
know.
calculator and you could use Google.
You didn't
and
know.
You, couldn't figure
You
out
didn't know,
$2
my
plus
friend.
and 6 cents more.
No, your question was incoherent to the conclusion of what
not.
you were looking for.
All right, hold on. Let me run the question one more
No,
time.
stop it and answer my question. Don't obfuscate.
I answered your question.
No, you didn't answer the question. So I'm
did.
asking you, if it's the case that logic was created by human beings, if math was created by human beings, this would also mean that logic was created by human beings. And if logic is a creation, is a human creation, like you just said, like a social construct, this would.
Yes.
Okay, got it. If that's the case, how do you know that that's true?
Because I'm a human being.
Yeah, that's circular. How do you know that that's true?
Which is fine.
Because I'm a human
that's
being.
What religion
No,
does.
I'm asking
Because we
you.
have
I'm asking you an
created God.
epistemic
We
question.
have created God. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Religion creates God and tell you to go back to religion to look for God. So of course it's circular. I am just bringing you back.
No.
to your circular.
I'm asking you how. Okay, so if it's just based off of your own subjective preference that you know because you're a human being, then this means that 1 + 1 wouldn't equal 2 if human beings were here, because it's my own subjective logic, your own subjective logic. 1 + 1 could equal 17 for you, and it could equal 2 for me. And since it's all subjective, who would be right?
No. Logic follows rules.
Wait, stop
Math
it.
follows rules.
You said it follows
Hold on.
rules. You said that logic is a social construct. What rules does logic follow now?
Math and logics are social construct with rules.
What are those rules?
Hold on. If you're asking questions, do I talk or do I not talk?
I'm asking you a question. What are the rules?
So you have the laws of the excluded middle, the law of identity. You have the laws, the rules of logics.
Okay. And those laws, right? Are those laws universal? Can those laws ever
Yes.
change?
No.
So those laws can't change. So logic is, wait, if the laws can't change, like you just said, this would mean that logic is universal, correct? You just contradicted yourself. You said before, just about 5 minutes ago, less than that, you said logic is not universal.
You're not listening. I don't know what you have a
So
problem with
now you're lying.
debating.
Wait, let's bring it real slow.
I'm not lying.
Is the laws of logic universal?
So the laws of logics are the laws of logics. And listen, hold on. Let me get you on a platform where you can have an understanding, because you have a problem with comprehending
Okay,
here.
chat, watch this. He's just going to lie.
The law of
Go ahead.
logics is only universal through human social construction and interaction.
Okay.
No, listen.
Okay, wait.
a guy in China-
How
hold
is
on.
it universal?
For a guy-
Wait, stop
let me
it.
finish. Let me
Stop.
make
I'm
the
asking you a
point.
question.
Let me
You
make the
made a
point.
claim. Stop. You made a
I
claim.
am not making a claim.
You just made a claim.
Finish the sentence. If I don't finish the sentence, I'm going to say full stop so you can identify when I'm done. So now, for a guy in China, in Cantonese or Mandarin,
I don't
1
need
+
an
1 is
explanation.
2.
I get what you
And
said.
in Germany, on the continent of Europe, Eurasia, 1 + 1 is 2. In
Okay.
Africa, it's the same.
Okay.
And in the United States, it's the same.
Okay.
But if you take away all human beings from every continent of this planet called Earth, 1 + 1 doesn't really matter. It doesn't make a difference.
Okay,
There's
no,
1
stop.
+ 1.
That's an obfuscation. That's not answering my question. So let's get back to business. So again, you said that the laws of logic are universal. Then you went back and said that they're universal within the human social construct. So if it's a human social, that's an oxymoron. How can it be universal and a social construct? That's incoherent babble. That's nonsensical. It's a your sentences are contradicting themselves. If something is universal, it means that it's always there. It doesn't change. It's infinity. It's there. Then you say it's a social construct. This is based off of what we agree on. This means that it can change. We agree on it now, but we may not agree on it 3 months from now. We may not agree on it 5 minutes from now. It is subject to change. You can't say something is universal in a social construct. That's a contradiction. That sentence is incoherent. You're getting cooked.
Play your own drum. Beat your own drum.
Beat your own drum.
If you could only give me take 6 cents more.
You only give me 60 cents more. You don't know anything, my friend, and you out of here. Your IQ is not high enough for mine. Bye. Homie got cooked, man. Homie got cooked. Caught him in multiple contradictions, and then he lies. So let me just, explain some things for the chat. Low IQ people in here that may not understand. When we're speaking about logic, these atheists like to lie and say that logic doesn't have any sort of ontology. And they say this, but then I catch him in some lies, because that's what he was, presupposing, that, well, logic isn't universal. It isn't immaterial, right? But then I ask him, wait, what about math and stuff like that? Does 1 + 1 always equal 2? He said, well, if human beings aren't here, then it doesn't equal 2. But if human beings are here, then it does equal 2. Okay, so this would mean that human beings actually create logic, because if we have math, this means that we have logic, because you need logic in order to identify the other one, and to get to 2. So he says that logic itself is then universal. So then he contradicted himself. So he tries to catch himself and say that, well, it's a universal concept within humans' social constructs. What? Bro, that's like saying, man, I'm tall and short at the same time. Listen, I'm right and I'm wrong. I'm fat and skinny. I'm in Canada, but I'm also in Africa at the same. It's just lies. All right, let's get some more folks up. That was fun. So we got Houston G, you up next. We got Daniel after that, then Boa. All right, let's get next person up.
Yo, I'm on No Fugazee.
You're on No Fugazee, man. Welcome to the show. You good? So you pause your camera. Turn on your camera, man.
Oh, no, I'm not in a position to have the camera on.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
To have the camera on?
No, it's okay. Let me get your name and age.
Yeah, my name is Daniel, and I'm 42.
All right, what prompt do you want to debate, Daniel?
Yeah, the first one.
Okay. So women single and 30, it's their own fault. Do you disagree with that?
Well, I disagree with the premise, because the way you line up the prompt is to say it's your own fault. So you've already labeled it as a fault, as though it is a fault of some sort to be single in your 30s. And that part, because I disagree with that.
No, I'm saying that women that are single, they're single by their own fault.
Why do you frame it as their own fault? Why do you call it a fault? As if that implies a negative, that this is something that is bad.
Oh, well, I wasn't even implying that with the prompt, but I would also imply that too.
Well, let's argue that, because see, the word you use, when you use the word fault,
okay, so actually, that's funny, Daniel. So you don't want to argue, single women that's 30 years old. You don't think that is their fault. You want to argue the negative connotation to it, that it's a fault. It's not good for them to be single at 30. That's the part you want to argue?
Exactly, because I would frame it as their choice as opposed to fault.
Oh, no, it's totally fine. We can argue that. So you're saying that it's their choice instead of it's their. Well, can you still make a choice that is negative?
Well, yeah, and so now we can argue the point of whether that you think it's a fault. So so now that you've expressed that you think it's a fault, why do you think it's a fault?
Yeah, so my argument would be very simple. Generally speaking, women in their 30s, they're hitting a stage in their life where they're starting to lose a lot of their eggs. And it's going to be a high-risk pregnancy. I believe at 35, it's a high-risk pregnancy. But when they hit 30, they do lose a lot of eggs also. Also, women that are 30, they're not at their sexual prime in the dating marketplace. They are past their sexual prime. So when we're looking at dating and relationships, I think that a woman that's 30 years old and single, I think that it's not a positive thing for her to be single and 30 years old.
So you just define her value by her biology?
Within the dating marketplace.
Well, okay. Well, if you introduce the dating marketplace, then that's a whole different thing. But when you made the statement that you made, it's a general statement. It feels like a holistic statement, which goes beyond the dating marketplace. So, for example,
well, it will go beyond the dating marketplace a little bit. If we're speaking about, it's gonna maybe not go beyond, but there's gonna be other things that's, involved with a woman being 30. That is going to be tied to the dating marketplace, is going to be tied to her own biology as well. That will also still affect her position within the dating marketplace. So, yeah.
So you would agree then that if she has no interest in the dating marketplace, then it is not a fault. So, for example, if the Apostle Paul says it's okay for you to not get married if you can choose to do so because you can devote your life to God. So if she's not interested in the dating marketplace, it's no longer a fault. Would you agree to that?
Well, if she's not interested in a dating marketplace, then that would be a big thing. It may not be her fault. Is she interested in having kids?
Well, no, because
she's not in. So the dating market, everything. So no kids, no dating marketplace. She's not looking for that at all. Nothing to do with it.
Like I just mentioned, like if the apostle, like I mentioned just now, when the apostle Paul says,
then no.
It's good.
Then no. It would be tied to mostly the dating marketplace.
Okay, so we have some agreement that it's not a fault holistically, but towards the dating marketplace, it puts you at a disadvantage.
Correct. But to also be single at 30. But also, so here's another argument where it isn't always just the dating marketplace, right? So let me go ahead and elucidate this for you a little bit. So a single woman that's 30 years old, these women normally find themselves chasing a career and they don't have a man. And women are higher in estrogen and trait neuroticism. So women, they need some sort of companionship to help self-regulate their own emotions, because women tend to get overwhelmed and stuff, and men, as the counterpart to women, they are deductive problem solvers. We're analytical. We are physically stronger than women, so we provide a safety net, some safety aspect to them, which is good for their mental faculties as well. So I would also say that this will also affect her during her day-to-day if she is just wants to be single and that's what, she's not looking for at all. She's still going to have some sort of negative side effect unless she has a huge support system via her family, via her father, via her friends. If not, then yeah. So that's the other part.
So by that definition, single for you would be isolated. So if she's not isolated, it's not a detriment. But if she's isolated, if she's a cat lady, for example, I'm sorry for all the
because there's levels to things. Yeah.
Yeah. So if she's a cat, so again, we're a healthy compromise.
But not even just isolated. This doesn't mean isolated, because you got to think about it. Like a lot of these single women, and you got some like music in the background or something. Can you turn that down? Okay. Because this was super annoying. But single women in general, especially single women that's 30 years old, what I'm trying to explain here is that most of these women it's not like it would be optimal if they came from a 2-parent household, they got a good social network, and they're doing, great, and they're single without a man. Okay, that's a benefit there. I think they'll get through. But generally speaking, a lot of these women do not have that social safety net, and they're single and 30.
I think what's happening here, though, is that because you brought in a bunch of other variables, it's not.
Well, you're asking me these questions.
No, I'm saying, based on the variables you brought in, it points out that it's not the singleness that would bring about the vice or the fault, but all the other variables on top of the singleness. So it also indicates that if you are single, but you have the other positive variables, like the support system and stuff like that.
Well, would you say that we are better together than apart?
It depends on big.
Well, would you say, generally speaking, that men and women are better together than apart?
It depends on with.
Answer the question. Would you say, generally speaking, that men and women are better together than apart?
Generally speaking, men are better together than apart, depending on with who.
Men and women are better together than apart, generally speaking, correct? Is that correct?
Again, it depends on with whom.
No. Don't go anywhere. I'm saying generally speaking. So even if it's the case that the woman is with a man and they having some problems and maybe he cheats and, but they reconcile that difference, but maybe she's hurt a little bit, we would have to say, generally speaking, all relationships is going to have some problems. Now, there's exceptions to the rule. Don't catastrophize like how females do. Think in generalities. Use inductive reasoning for a little bit. I'm asking you a question. Don't run from it. I didn't run from any of your questions, so give me the same energy. Don't be bad faith. So, generally speaking, are men and women better together than apart? We know that there's going to be exceptions of like a woman that's, in a relationship with a guy that's abusing her. That's not the generality. Are most women getting abused, physically abused? No, that isn't true. Generally speaking, just answer the question, man. Answer the question or I'm booting you.
And I'm saying, generally speaking, men and women are designed to be good together.
Okay, so you said yes, correct?
I answered you. I said yes.
Okay, if it's the case that men and women are better together, generally speaking, this would mean that, well, it is not optimal for a woman to be single and 30. Doesn't matter if she's with a man in a committed relationship or doing her own thing as a single woman. That isn't what's optimal to do. So you just cooked yourself.
Not true.
You have a mindset of a feminist, a male feminist.
No, this is the problem.
You just contradicted yourself.
You
wait, time out.
The problem.
If generally speaking it's better, then that would mean that it's optimal for the woman to be underneath a man. That's what that means.
But you see, you're not allowing me to cook. You're the only one. No, you're not allowing me to cook. You're the only one in the kitchen.
Reply back. Go ahead.
Because every time I try to put something in the pot.
No, you haven't tried to put. You only asked questions, and you had no conclusion to anything. So you didn't make an argument at all. I just made an argument, and I just cooked you with the argument. So your turn. Go ahead. Let me hear your refutation for this.
So notice when you say, can you hear me clearly?
Bro, speak. It's some background noise, but speak.
Are you able to hear me?
Speak. I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So,
David, I see you backstage.
When you say generally speaking, it's clear that you're trying to lump All
right. Yeah, your audio is like very bad, bro. Call back another time. You're out of here. And he just said, when you say generally speaking, it's clear that you're trying to lump everybody. No, what? You don't know on average. Like a generality means most. Homie got cooked bad, real bad. And if anyone disagrees with, my take, actually come on up. Because I know it was a little maybe hard to hear him because that audio in the background. So he was asking me questions to gauge, well, about the fault. And that isn't even a prompt, but I said, okay, we can look at it as a negative then. That's fine. I'll take the negative side to it. And when we went that route, I'm saying, well, in a dating marketplace, yes, but outside the dating marketplace, there is some negative things within a woman being single and 30 that she would still experience in her day-to-day life that won't be optimal. It'll be pretty negative. And then I go ahead and explain that, if she doesn't have this good social network and stuff like that, then he says, well, that would be isolation. Well, no, I'm not speaking about complete isolation. I'm speaking about generally, these women aren't completely isolated. They still have some friends, some girlfriends, and maybe a family member. But the way society is constructed now, it's like back in the day, you can knock on your neighbor's door and get some milk. Like nowadays, you don't even know your neighbor's name. Most people don't even barely know their neighbor's name. And they'll live in an apartment building and not even know the neighbor, right? So we don't have the same social cohesion within society and the same social dynamics within society, like we used to have in the past. So a lot of these women, if they're single and 30, that, social safety network, having the father, the mother that's, loving on them, some good friends that's, advising them properly. Women don't experience that, bro. Men, we don't even experience that. So he's out of touch with reality. So then I go ahead to make my position in my argument. I say, well, it seems that you're under the impression that nothing is wrong with a woman that's 30 and single. So let me just ask you, are men and women better together than they are apart? Yes. He says, yes, they are better together. Okay. So then it's not optimal for a woman to be single. Maybe it's, there's always exceptions to the rule, but that wouldn't be what's optimal. There's no Brit backstage. So I see you, Afro Kid DJ. You said Brit is trying to get back here. Okay, well, click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments and come up. Or for the folks on TikTok, just request to come up. And I'm going to get some more TikTok folks up too. Bring some up now, actually. David, I see you backstage. David, if you want to go ahead and turn on your camera, I'll bring you on up. See you backstage with the Restream link for YouTube. Turn on your camera and I'll bring you back. I'll bring you on up, David. You asked the question, you said, are you atheist? What? That's a dumb question. Oh, that was Harrison. I guess that guy left. No, I'm not an atheist. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
I am a Scotch. I am in my 20 in my early 30s.
Okay. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Of course, I have debated you before. I thought by now you would have already dropped down this topic of atheists can't give an account for logic. You should. I have boiled you so many times. Anyway, let's
boiled me? No, my friend, you never boiled me.
But I respect your logic when it comes to the feminine view of the world and stuff. You have really good points. But on this religious topic, my brother, there is not a good place for you to go, my brother. Okay. It's just an illogical.
Please show me how it's not a good place for me to go. So prompt 2, atheists can't give an account for logic. So you as an atheist, go ahead and give me an epistemic justification for logic.
Okay, so logic comes from our experiences and the things that we it comes from our logic is just our experience of how to manage certain things within reality or how to reason about certain things. And it doesn't has to be from a religious perspective. It's just in our nature that as you are born and that you're living in this world, and that you have a brain in your head, you are forced to reason, whether without a Bible or not.
Okay. And what's the ontology of logic?
What do you mean?
Does logic have an ontology?
What do you? I want you to elaborate what you mean by logical in whatsoever.
I said, does logic have ontology?
What is ontology? I need you to break that word down.
The nature of something, state of the state of being, the nature of it. Does logic have any ontology? Is there anything that makes up logic? Does logic have any characteristic traits about itself?
Yes, of course, because logic is an embodiment of a being and the reasoning faculty of a human being.
But does logic have any characteristic traits about itself? So is logic, can you touch, smell, or taste logic?
Yes, logic can be seen, it can be touched.
No, you can't touch logic.
Yeah, you can touch a person because a logic is a reasoning faculty of a being. So when you're touching a being, you're touching logic itself.
Okay, so logic is a conceptual thing from a human being, and when we touch a human being, we're touching logic.
Yes, when you're touching a human being, you are touching logic because it is the human being who embodies the logic and that applies the logic.
Okay, so when human beings embody things, and if you touch the human being, then you're touching the thing that they embody.
Yes, like if you touch me, you're touching my brain. If you touch me, you're touching my intestine. You're touching everything that makes me me.
Well, that's physical matter. Like logic wouldn't be like physical, right?
Yeah, logic is not physical in the perspective of which you are trying to make it seems like. Logic is just physical. Logic is physical in the embodiment of a person. It's not something that you see it outside of a human being.
So
of course,
logic is within the person's brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you touch a person, you're touching logic. So if the person has P-file thoughts in their brain, if you touch the person, are you then touching the P-file within the brain too?
Yeah, you are touching the body that
So if someone is like gay,
that mindset.
Then you touch them, you just touched gay itself too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so anytime under your worldview, anytime you touch someone, you also touch their thoughts.
Yes, when you touch somebody, you touch their thoughts.
Okay. So and when you touch someone and you touch their thoughts, do you then like get those thoughts on you?
No, you don't get the thought as if it was a Bluetooth connection. You get their thought by how they express themselves based on the thought you have.
Okay, so anytime you touch someone, this is your worldview. This is your belief. You're saying anytime you touch someone, you touch the person, the physical person, but you are also touching their thoughts, correct?
Yeah, you are touching the thought. A person has thoughts.
So what I'm saying is that thought of like P. Diddy. Like Diddy can have thoughts of baby oil, right? And when you touch Diddy, you actually touched baby oil, then, right? So shouldn't your hands get moist?
No, that does not make any sense.
Wait, how doesn't that make any sense from what you said? You said if you touch someone, you actually touch the thought, and you said that if you touch someone, logic is embedded into the human brain. So you touch someone, you are actually touching logic. So and you touch thought. So if you touch Diddy, he's thinking about baby oil, then you actually touched baby oil.
No, you are touching somebody who is having a thought of baby oil, not touching the baby oil. Come on, bro.
Okay. So now let's bring it back. So when you touch someone, you're not touching the thing that they're thinking about. You're touching just, the thought of it.
What? That's what I'm saying. When you touch somebody, you are touching the person's thought. You are touching the thought. The person embodied the thoughts, brother. So
Okay.
Person,
So
you get it now.
So look. All right. Let's run it back. Let's run it back for the audience too. So when you touch someone, no, I'm not lost for the low IQ people in the chat. This is funny actually. When you touch someone and they have a thought of baby oil, you actually don't touch the baby oil. You just touch the thought of the baby oil. Right?
You're touching you're touching that thought.
Okay. So if human beings, we all have logic in us. So how do we know how do you know this? Can you read someone's mind? How do you know that that's true? So if I touch the desk, I'm going to feel something because it's some matter, right? Right. So we know, like, if I can see, like, this could be wood, this could be metal, right? But how do you know because you're making a claim, you're making a knowledge claim that when you touch someone, you are actually touching specific thoughts that they have. I'm asking you, how do you actually, if that's true, real quick, you did say that.
Represent my statement.
No, stop it. You said that if you touch someone, you're touching specific thoughts that they have. You're not touching the baby oil itself, but you're touching the thought of the baby oil.
Misrepresentation. I'd say when you touch somebody, you are touching the thought. You don't know what they are thinking, but you are touching what contains the thought, which means the thing itself is the thought. Not like you are touching if they are thinking about sleeping with a woman, you are touching about they are sleeping with you are touching the thought.
Okay.
That person possesses.
Okay, if you are touching the thought, if you're touching the person and you're also touching their thoughts, I'm asking you, how do you know which thought you're touching?
What you know is that you are touching the thought. Whether it is what touch, you are touching the thought.
Wait, how do you know which thought you're touching? How do you know that you're even touching the thought?
Because logically, I know that you are a person and you are supposed to think. So when I'm touching you, I'm touching what things? I'm touching the thought.
Okay, so if someone is brain dead in a hospital and you touch them, what thoughts are you touching?
I'm touching the touch I'm touching. What do you mean by that?
You're touching the thoughts you're touching? Yo, what?
Yes.
This is hilarious. Yo, you may be I don't want to get restricted off of TikTok, but you.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
You have a brain problem. No, I'm done with you.
Okay, you want to run? Run again. He's gonna run.
There's no run. You are actually chat. He's actually like lost. Homie really said if you touch someone, you are touching their thoughts. Like, I thought he was playing at first, like, well, you're not really touching, like, their thoughts. He said, no, you're touching their thoughts. Well, how do you know if you touch someone and you're touching their thoughts? Like, how do you actually know that? He says, well, because you're touching them, so you're touching their thoughts. Okay, but that's circular. But how do you know that you're touching their thoughts? And also, which thoughts would you be touching? Because if you know that you're touching thoughts, then you should be able to know which thoughts you're touching. It was the dumbest argument for logic. It's like, what, bro? Like, I think I do remember him now. This guy is pathetic. All right, more people. Let's get some more folks up here. David, did you turn on your camera? Let's see. Dice, we got back here. Let's see. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
What am I on?
What's your name?
Okay, Dice. I didn't know I was on.
Your audio is bad.
It's bad? Okay.
Yeah, you gotta come out and like leave the link and then come back in. Let me get someone else up. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
My name is Becker Lawson. My age is 32.
Okay. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Man, first of all, I want to say, man, I've been following you for a long time, and I like the work that you're doing, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. First of all, I want to say something about the brother that was talking. Before he can say that he can burn somebody like you, he need to work on his vocabulary. He need to work on his stuff, because there's a lot of things that he don't understand. I think he have an English problem, because how can you say you touch somebody and you can feel the thought, and he's starting to say that thought and thinking is two different things. Yeah, it's two different way to say it, two different things, but there's no difference between thought and thinking. And the first thing I want to say about...
you could have a thought and also you can be thinking. So
Yes, there's no difference. And one thing you mistake probably feeling and thought. When you touch somebody, you can feel the sensation.
Listen. Real quick, I appreciate the support, but it's. I was only questioning him because I was trolling him. Like his arguments, his position. He really didn't have any arguments, but his position was so silly and nonsensical. I did it for the chat. I did it to humiliate him. That's why I kept asking him the questions and to clarify stuff, because what he was saying was very absurd. You get what I'm saying? So it's not anything that, real quick, I'll help you out. Don't ever think into what he was talking about, because if you do, you'll just be more dumber, right? It's only did that to troll him. He was a complete idiot. He was a complete fool. Right? The person that was up, he was a complete fool. He had no idea what he was talking about. Zero idea. And then you got someone else that comes up that doesn't speak English well either. Nothing on you, man. I appreciate the support, but you don't speak English well either at all. And now you're saying that he has an accent and all of this other stuff. But you have that same problem as well, man. Also, you didn't have to come up here to try to critique his position. He didn't have a position. It was just dumb. It was nonsensical, yo. I was literally trolling that other guy that was up here. All right, chat. Let me see if we got any super chats. I don't even know if we do. Let's see. Look like it's... Okay, we got some stuff here. We got the Fallen One. Joined the membership for 5 months. Gang tier, he says, do you need consent to touch logic?
No fugazi.
Hey, that's actually funny. I actually should have played around more with it. Wait, if you're touching someone and you touch their thoughts, and if they're thinking of a naked woman, do you need consent before you touch that naked woman thought? Hey, yo. He had one of the silliest positions ever. It was listen, man, these TikTok debaters, bro. It's just crazy, man. And he didn't even realize I was trolling him, bro. The entire chat was laughing at you, bro, talking about you can touch Diddy's thoughts about baby oil. Or do your hands get a little oily after you touch his thoughts? Yo. Oh, man, that was funny. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Hi, I'm Jake. I'm 30.
Hey, what's going on, Jake? And what prompt do you want to debate?
Oh, gosh, it's hard to choose. I guess I do want to go with the third one. Feminism is bad for society.
Okay. All right. So, why do you think that feminism is good for society?
I think that it helps all genders become more equitable, more equal.
And it helps genders become more equal, and that's good for society. How is equal good?
That's a good question. I really think like equitable is generally better, but
Also, with your
equal
real quick,
too?
with your microphone, you have like are you speaking through like your ear pods or something? Because I'm getting like this muffle sound.
No, hold on. Let me see if it's the fan. Let me turn the fan. Is that any better?
That's way better. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize. Yeah, I think it'd be better to have a more, equal society.
Okay.
In terms of gender.
Okay, you want to make it do you want to make it like actually equal then?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you think that men and women can ever be equal in society? You think that they can ever reach that goal of, being equal in society?
Probably not.
Okay. So if it's not even reachable, then why would you want to strive for something that's not reachable?
I'm glad that you asked that. Because, I mean, would it be possible to stop all violence?
No, it wouldn't be possible to stop all violence, but we should try to reduce violence.
For it? Yeah.
Yeah,
So we
but
should still
violence
strive
is
for it just
something
because we
that
can't completely make things equal.
it isn't analogous. Violence is something that we would say that, well, violence isn't good for society. On one hand, you're saying that equalness is good for society. So you used a non sequitur because violence isn't good. I'm looking for something that would be similar to equal that is good, like you believe equal is. You believe that violence isn't bad, therefore is not analogous. So when we're speaking about, equal itself, I'm asking you, well, we can't even reach that goal to get men and women equal. So I'm just asking you, why do you want to strive for that?
Well, I mean, the point that I was trying to make was the principle, which is that even if we can't make it perfect, it doesn't make it like a bad goal to try to make things better. That's the point that I was trying to make.
Well, once again, I understand with that point, but we can't reach it, is what I'm saying. You're not really answering what I'm saying. So let me word it differently, maybe. So I'm simply saying, when it comes down to men and women being equal in society, you just said that they can never be equal. I'm asking you, why?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think there are lots of people out there that don't want men and women to be equal, and I think that's why.
Okay, so it's people out there that don't want men and women to be equal, so that's why? It isn't any other reason why? Like biology?
I guess it'd be
are
helpful to
men and
measure,
women are men and women equal?
Not in terms of like social status and oppression and certain factors. So equal in every way. I'm talking more like societal.
Even in societal. So the society is a collection of men and women, right? Right?
Essentially.
A society is a collection of men and women. So in the society of men and women are not even equal. Outside of a society, men and women aren't equal. Individually, we're not equal. So in a society, we wouldn't be equal also, correct?
Right. I'm talking more of the social aspects.
No, but listen. Individually, men and women are not equal. Like if we compare a man to a woman individually, they wouldn't be equal.
They wouldn't be the same, yes.
Okay, so in a society, they wouldn't be equal, correct?
Like in a very literal sense. I'm talking more equal rights and
Not
stuff
even,
like
I'm not
that.
even, I'm speaking about rights. I'm speaking about duties. I'm speaking about that stuff too. In a society is a community of people in an orderly fashion. So in this society that we have, we need order. And the order in the society, who creates order in societies?
Well, it depends on how the society is ran. So like
In every society
democracy,
that you look at in
fascism,
history,
like different.
no, I'm asking you this. Every society in history, in all of the societies, who created the order in the society, men or women?
I mean, it could be both.
No. When
Saying matriarchies have never existed?
There's never been a matriarchy that stood the test of time. And if there was any queens, it wasn't queens creating order, it was men creating order.
But
can a queen put
doesn't mean it didn't
consequences?
happen.
Can a queen herself put consequences on people that disobey the law and break the law? No, she can't. She has to appeal to a collection of men, her soldiers, her military, to enforce the law. So when I ask you who creates order in society, it's going to be a collection of men that enforce the law. There's not going to be a collection of women that enforce the law. In all societies, all throughout history, there's never been a society where women was the dominant and majority in the military and in the police force. There's never been, and there never will be. So with that being said,
I do agree with the fact that that hasn't been the dominant way things have gone, but I question why is that?
well, that's the question I've been asking you. Men and women are different on an individual level, right?
Yeah, and
okay.
I think
so. In a societal level, listen, men and women are going to be different. Men are physically superior to women, which means that on an individual level, well, the woman isn't going to stand a chance, right? If you just have a man and a woman in a forest and they have to figure things out for their own, the men is going to be doing the heavy lifting. They're going to be the ones that's hunting and gathering and stuff like that. The women are going to be there to really assist the man, but then also bear the man's children so then they can have some kids and then, spread, multiply out. But that's what the woman is there for, to assist the man. That's it. She's not there to lead the man. She's not there to protect the man. The man is there to protect because he's physically stronger from an individual level. Now, we take the man and woman, biological traits, and we get a bunch of them, like millions of them, and we put them in a community. Well, they're going to go into certain roles. So men are going to go into roles like infrastructure, building bridges, building roads, military, police force, electricians, right? These offshore drilling, these jobs all take some physical strength that men excel at. Women are going to go into jobs that's like nursing, childcare, daycare work, secretary work, psychologists, therapists. They're going to do stuff like that deal with people. Men are going to go into jobs that deal with things because we're biologically different. We have different proclivities, different tendencies for what we want and desire. Do you agree to that?
No, I guess
No.
generally speaking.
Generally speaking, yeah. The world works off of
generally
generalities. Are there exceptions to the rule? Is there going to be like a man woman that's 6'9" and she's real good and
I agree. So
yeah.
I wanted to ask though, just because that's the way the world has worked doesn't necessarily mean that's best for society as a whole.
Well, that's what
Because
I've been
you
asking you.
Bring up a good point of yes, men do tend, have higher like testosterone, be bigger, be stronger, etc. So they have more force a lot of the times. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's good for society as a whole. I mean, look at some of the things that can cause, like
well, how do you create
patriarchy.
order in a society?
You treat. That's a good. Let me hear your.
I asked you the question. I've been talking a lot. How do you create order in a society?
Well, there's different ways of doing it. Like I was going to say,
Yo, that music in the background, you gotta turn that off.
democracies, there's fascism, there's all sorts of.
Yo, that music in the background, you gotta turn that off. I'm live. Can't have no background music, man. So turn it off. And then unmute yourself. Get the likes up, chat. Shout outs to the Fallen One sending in $5. He says something for the grift. Appreciate you, man.
I don't
go
know
ahead.
how that happened. Yeah, okay. Different ways that society can be run. I don't think there's one simple answer to how order can be established.
Can you give me one way how order can be established?
Fair democracy.
What does that mean? What does that look like? How can fair democracy
It
be
means that
established?
people haven't. Why is that mine?
What the heck is that?
I don't know what's that coming. Is that? It looks like it's on yours, but
No, it's not from my end. It's from your end. Why is it?
All right. Well, I can go down.
Random.
I did like this conversation. I have no idea why there's random.
Random music playing. Give me a second here. Let me just make sure nothing else was connecting. Speak again for me.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, you're good.
Where was
You're good. But go ahead.
I appreciate it. I would say like a fair democracy where people can kind of cast their votes and, try to. All right. Well, I can jump down. What is that coming from? I'll have to figure that out. Sorry.
Oh no, it's not you. It's someone sending a gift or something with the music. I could do that.
That's what I thought.
I didn't know you can send a
Yeah.
gift with the music, and I'm live on YouTube, so it can't be no music playing in the background. Yo, stop sending those gifts with the music, bro. That junk gay, and I'm gonna boot y'all out. Matter of fact, let me see if I can stop that. Hold up.
I will say that I do appreciate your good faith. You're actually letting me answer and being patient.
Yeah, you're good, man. Give me a second here. Let me see if I could cut that off. Vote. Yo, someone tell me in the chat how I can turn that GIF thing off so it doesn't make that noise again, bro.
Looks like somebody just did it again.
Oh yeah, they just did it again. Oh, I
They're
think
doing it just to
no.
troll
You know
you or
what? I think I just tapped the screen and it stops. Okay, I know how to do it. All right, bet we good now. All right, so
I
go
was
ahead
just
and
kind
answer
of
that.
Yeah, so I think that there's different ways, like democracy, people can kind of cast a vote, and I guess I could see what you're saying, though, with somebody has to enforce the rules because there's tends to always be some dissent, So you do need some order, which typically can be enforced by men, but doesn't necessarily have to be 100%.
Well, what I'm saying is, generally speaking, it's going to be enforced by men. The majority of men, you can't have a majority of women in the military. Things aren't going to get done and get enforced, or in a police force. It's just not going to happen. You need a majority of men. So if it's a majority, that means that generally speaking, men are going to be the ones to create order because they're going to be the ones to enforce the law. So you have this very liberal feminist view, and you think that egalitarianism is a good thing. No, egalitarianism is a lie because since men have the monopoly on force because men are physically stronger than women, well, they're going to be the group that enforces all the laws, the rights, the rules, and the regulations that we agree on. Is not going to be women. And women always have to appeal to a collection of men to enforce the laws and the rights. But men do not have, we don't have the ability to appeal to a collection of women to enforce our thoughts that we have in our mind. No, we have to appeal to ourselves or other men, right? So we don't have that luxury to appeal to another class of people to enforce what we want. We can do it ourselves, which is why men and women can never be equal. Because rights is just a social construct, right? Well, what makes that social construct actually true? Force is what makes it true. And men have that monopoly on force, so it's always going to be men that create order in societies. So egalitarianism is just a lie. It's not true. And this is why the questions that I was asking you in the beginning, like, well, why do you want things to be equal, right? It's nonsensical because it can never be equal. So it's stupid to even look. So it's silly to even strive for it because it can never be.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a nuanced take with that, though, too. Like, striving for equality, meaning, like, kind of equal rights. Like, obviously, if it interfered with, like, function or role, that's different.
If
but,
what
like,
interfered with function or role?
Like, different, I guess, like, different, I'm thinking of, like, career paths and stuff. Like, if you are necessary, like it's necessary to meet a certain standard.
I'm gonna get some more callers up here too. If anybody wants to come up, just request to come up. I got you. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're good. So if somebody is barred from a career simply because they're a woman or something, but they meet the criteria, that's what I want to fight for, is that they should still have like a good chance, that there shouldn't be as because we have seen like a lot of things like
where are women barred
like
from
voting rights?
No, where are women currently right now today? What jobs are women barred from?
Well, it gets a little complicated, right? Because there's systemic things and glass ceilings and barriers.
No.
So
that's a lie. It's actually we have mechanisms in place like DEI and affirmative action we used to have. We have these mechanisms in place that actually incentivizes these companies to hire women. So that's just incorrect.
What else do we have, though, and why would we need to have those put in place?
No, we don't need to have those things put in place.
I think we do, but
no. You said what? We don't need to have those things put in place. Is that's what was put in place, and women still choose to go into career fields that deal with people rather than to go in career fields like STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Women don't want, generally speaking, women don't want to go in certain career fields. Only a small minority of women, very, very small minority of women actually want to go into those fields. And when they do choose to go into those fields, guess what? They get hired over men because there's an incentive to hire those women over men.
Really? I'd love to.
But we don't need that incentive because we don't need those women in those positions. So you said that, well, why do we need an incentive? We don't need an incentive because we actually don't need those women in those positions. Currently, right now, our birth rate is below replacement level. We need women to have children. So what we need women for, they're not even doing their duties. They want to do the duties of a man and become a man, but we don't need women for those positions. We need women to do their duty and adhere to their obligation, which is bearing the next generation of children, which they're failing at. We don't see men failing at their duties. Are men failing at an offshore drilling? Are men failing at, being an electrician? No. Are men failing at securing our borders? No, they're not failing. Men were doing their duties, but currently we're below replacement level for our birth rate, which means women aren't doing their duty. Get the argument, man?
I don't think that it's their responsibility to have to do that. Like, we should be incentivized.
Great. So then is it if it's women, if it's not women's responsibility where they have to do that, which is have children, then let's use that same logic. Does that mean that it's not that is not men's responsibility to protect the country?
Yeah, I don't think it should be all men's responsibility to.
No one said all men's responsibility. We speaking about men in general, meaning that we need a certain number of men in these positions to protect us. We need a certain number of women to have children to replace us. Right? So if we need a certain amount of men in a position to protect us, and we have that, but we don't have the certain amount of number of women in position to replace us, then shouldn't we do something about that? Shouldn't that be their obligation?
I think it gets into tricky territory when we start saying that women are obligated to have kids. But I hear what you're saying, and it's interesting because you are challenging my thoughts of like, well, yeah, somebody does have to protect the people, and that usually does rely on men, but there isn't kind of that same stigma attached. It's interesting, but I mean, the way that I see it is that we would kind of want to investigate why women aren't having as many kids, and probably a lot of the answers that you're going to get has
Jake,
to do with the...
Women aren't having children because of feminism. This is why I said feminism is bad for society. Feminism promotes... Stop it real quick. Let me cook. Feminism is the reason why. The ideology, the beliefs of feminism. Feminism propagates many ideas to young women to be independent, to chase their career rather than chasing a husband and children. And you know that's true. All of the content, all of the advertisers, all of the things that's being marketed to women and also men, it's about being independent of a man and chasing a career. It isn't about having a family. So the reason why women are not doing their duty and having children and replacing themselves is because of feminism. The idea, the indoctrination of feminism is why.
I don't understand how that would follow, though, because, sure, maybe it makes them want to be, more independent and whatnot, but, like, wouldn't they, like, that? So that makes them want to be alone and not have families? Because, I mean, that seems like a pretty natural drive. I would posit something else entirely. I would say the economy and the culture of violence.
The economy, I'm sorry to cut you off. The economy is at where it's, the economy is at where it's at right now because of feminism. Prior to feminism, and, the economy didn't have 50% of their working class being women prior to feminism. Women were, at home with the children and the men were out working. But, feminism, women got the right to vote and stuff like that. The standard changed for women, right? The commercials in the 1950s and stuff was about family and children and, a nuclear family, the man and a woman in a home with the house with the picket fence and a little dog. Those was the commercials. But the commercials changed up and they started showing women in Playboy magazine. They started showing women working, right? Being independent of a man, not being around her man, not being around children. So the media started to change, which influenced women to take on the thoughts that being single and independent is more optimal than being with a man and having children. Influence creates thinking. Thinking creates behavior. You think that you think your own thoughts? You think that you generate your own thoughts? You haven't generated your own thought. Your thought was influenced by something else, which then made you behave a certain way. And I'm just telling you, feminism is an ideology that the founders of it, they wanted to destroy and dismantle the nuclear family. So they viewed that the nuclear family was oppressive because they thought all patriarchal systems was oppressive. Men in leadership positions, well, this is oppressive to women. A woman having a husband, this is oppressive to her. Those are the founders of feminism thoughts. That's what they believed. And that's what their agenda was to try to dismantle the nuclear family so we can be more equal.
Well, I don't know. I'd love to read up on that if you do have any sources.
Yeah, you should. Read Rachel Wilson's book. It's called, I believe it's called Occult Feminism by Rachel Wilson. Okay. Take a look at her book. And in her book, she has a lot of the original writings in verbatim of what the original feminists, the suffragettes, and also the anti-suffragettes really spoke about. There were many debates between the suffragettes and the anti-suffragettes. And the truth is, women actually didn't want the right to vote. The majority of women rejected the right to vote. Women only got the right to vote because of, a bunch of NGOs funding these organizations and doing some propaganda campaigns. And then it just magically happened that the government just passed the law, the 19th Amendment. It wasn't voted on. The 19th Amendment wasn't voted on. It was just passed. But listen, man, good conversation. Let me get some more people up here, man.
Fair. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Have a good one. All right, chat. Get the likes up. We live right now. No Fugazi Podcast. Let's just have a quick word from our sponsorship. All right, quick emergency meeting. If you're a man and you don't have a watch, it's a little questionable. How do you stay professional? How do you stay gentlemanlike? How do you move in a room full of vultures? This is why our sponsorship for today is the Harlem Watch Company, to get you guys looking sophisticated and get you the proper timepiece. It comes with a lightweight stainless steel case, a genuine leather band, mineral glass lens, an additional leather band, and a band changing tool. It also comes with a number certification card, so you're officially part of the Harlem Watch Company Club. They also sell women watches as well, so you can go ahead and pick your lady up a nice little timepiece. If you want to do so, go ahead and click the link that's below in the YouTube description and go ahead and get you a beautiful timepiece from the Harlem Watch Company. All right, chat. All right, we are back. Let's bring up some folks for open panel debate night. So the folks on TikTok, if you want to come up, just request to come up. Bringing people up now. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Yeah, Povey, 25.
All right, and what prompt do you want to debate?
You got like an argument for the second one?
Yeah, atheists can't give an account for logic. So under an atheist worldview, they normally take an evolutionary worldview, human evolution, cosmology evolution, and they normally within their worldview is normally many ideas that, well, the world didn't have a purpose. Things just, randomly came to be. And in a world like that, I don't think that it's possible to have logic, which is an immaterial, invariant, universal concept. So my argument would be a transcendental argument for God, where logic is actually grounded in God. In an atheist worldview, they don't have an entity within their worldview that is divine, omniscient, eternal, and omnipresent to ground a transcendental category like logic.
So a couple of things I'll address there. I don't atheists have frameworks that don't have some like outer lying purpose laying somewhere within the universe. Like I don't know how I don't know that was relevant to logic. Then you want to say logic is like invariant or something like that. There are definitely variants of
Time
logic.
out. If anybody make fun of me drinking this juicy juice right here, I knock y'all smooth out. I'm a real knuckle. No, I'm just messing with you. Go ahead. I'm trolling.
No, you good. But yeah, yeah, I think there are, in fact, many variants of logic. We got like paraconsistent, intuitionistic logic. Like there's many different logics. So I don't really know what was said there. So, and then grounding is going to be like a metaphysical relation, which is saying that like some fact relies on some underlying facts. Maybe some atheists can give an account for that, right? They'll say like the fact, the law of identity is the law of identity or something is like based on something more fundamental about reality or like, so there's accounts for that. I'm not saying I endorse that or that's even my view, but I think they're like, yeah, so you can give an account of grounding on an atheistic view, but I don't think like grounding is like necessary for logic, really. I don't think there needs to be some more fundamental fact for like classical logic to work or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, so you didn't give any argument or refutation for my argument. So let me just ask you some questions then. You said
Wait, real quick, if you could lay it out syllogistically, maybe I'll get it a little clearer.
It's fine. You said a few things there. When you're saying that, well, atheists can ground logic, how can they ground logic?
Yeah, if all that's going to be like needed to say you have some account of grounding, right? It's going to just give some more fundamental fact, right? Or give some fact that you would say like this other fact can't arise without or something, right? And under some atheistic account, you could say like the fact of some variable in the world gives rise to like, I guess, again, the law of identity, and that the thing is a thing because of some underlying fact about physics or the reality we live in or something like that. You could.
Well, that wouldn't be a grounding. What's that thing? What's that thing that gives rise to logic?
Gives rise. I mean, you could say, right, like rational thinkers gives rise to reason, to systems or form. What I'm saying? Wait, what? How? Logic is just a formal system.
You said rational thinkers give form to logic. That's what you said.
I'm saying like rational thinkers. So to split the line, right? Like
if they're rational thinkers, they're using logic. So it's circular. You're saying logic is relying on logic.
No, I'm not. I don't think I've said like logic in what I'm trying to construe about logic, right? If I take logic to be if I take logic to be some formal system used for reasoning, right? And I say some agent who has a certain type of capacity, right? Which I just refer to as like rational, right? Like the difference between you and like some dog is the dog's like pretty irrational, right? He's not using formal systems to like govern his choices or something like that. So like, again, like I can just say like the formal system, right, which is formulated by some agent, right, is based off of some underlying fact of reality, right? What that fact is, like, it can be, there are many facts about reality, but that's just to say you can give an account for grounding. And that's all grounding is saying some fact is true because of some other fundamental fact, right?
What's the fundamental fact of rationality?
I don't think laws of logic are propositions. So I don't think they're like capable of being true. So I don't think they really need grounding, but you got it.
Okay. If forms of logic they don't need any truth. You said that you don't think that they're propositions?
I said the formal systems, like, okay, so like A equaling A, I don't think that's a proposition. So like propositions can be true. They're truth apt. So like I don't take the laws of logic, right?
That's fine.
LEM, LNC. I don't take those to be propositions.
That's fine. When we're speaking about your claim that logic relies on something else that's fundamental, and the fundamental thing that you said logic relies on is rationality, correct?
No. I think you asked me about how it can arise or something like that. I was saying it can arise through rational agents or something. Agents who need to reason about things or have the higher complexity order of consciousness to actually like complexly reason about things.
Yeah, that's just circular.
So how is that circular? I don't see logic in there anymore.
Yeah, because all of these things have uniformity. You're using different words like reason and rationality. All of these things would infer that we have logic. So it's circular because the agent that's rational, well, if they can use logic, they need logic if they're a rational agent. You get what I'm saying? So it's just
I
just
think
a circle.
rational agents form the systems, right? I think they're formal systems. So like, I think these are formed by the agents, right? I don't think back in like the Proterozoic era when they're like dinosaurs, even if you believe in that, right? I don't know if you do, but like, I don't think there were these
rational
theorems in these
agents
books,
form,
right?
got it. So rational agents form these systems of logic. And these systems of logic, the 3 classical laws of logic, is that universal?
Do they apply in? Well, there's been other formulas of logic introduced because some of those they think don't apply in certain.
No, those ones are incoherent.
Funnily enough, I think we agree on that. I think all those other logics are like weird.
There are other systems of logic, and they infer that they infer the 3 classical laws of logic. So they have within it the 3 classical laws of logic, but then they may like add something else on, but it's still using logic.
They reject too.
That's
the important part.
They're just using logic
some of the main
themselves.
classical laws.
But then there's other forms of logic, and none of them reject the law of identity. The ones they only reject either the law of excluded middle or the law of non-contradiction, but those ones are incoherent because if you have the law of identity, you do also have the law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle. All 3 of the classical laws of logic, they work together. You really can't have one and not have the other. Because if you have one, then you can have the other.
Well, because the only reason some of these were introduced, and also like fuzzy logic.
Yeah, real quick, let me ask a question to you, man. So when you're speaking, I'm trying to demonstrate to you how what you're saying is nonsensical. It's just a circle on its face, like it's a terrible circle, because you're just saying that rational agents, this gives a rise to logic. Well, if they're rational agents, they already have logic. It doesn't give rise to any logic.
That's not true. That's not true because logic's about valid reasoning, right? So how to reason correctly. So that's why I don't think you can.
No, stop it. Logic is a system that governs thoughts.
Right,
listen, logic.
Stop it when I'm saying what it is.
No. Logic, I'm just correcting you about it. You're saying I disagree with what you presuppose. What you just said was right, but I disagree with what you presupposed about what you said. Logic is a system that governs thought. So this is how we know when someone is in a contradiction. Even if someone was in a contradiction, this doesn't mean that they wasn't logical. They were still speaking sentences and using logic, but it was just some flawed logic. This is why we were able to point out the inconsistencies or point out something that was a contradiction. So what you presupposed, you were incorrect on it.
Wait, so I don't. Okay, hold real quick. I wanted to kind of butt in there because you said something like I said you agreed with the valid point, and the reason I pointed out logic has valid reasoning in it is because you can reason wrong. So your whole point about rational agents already having logic is just false because you can reason invalidly, right? So like that's the whole reason we form these we make these formal systems is to reason in a valid manner, right? So you can just because you're rational
to reason in a valid
manner, reasoning validly.
Listen. If I reason invalidly, but I'm also speaking sentences to you, am I using logic correctly?
No, you.
Okay,
no,
to
you
predicate.
Using logic.
Okay, in order to predicate, do you need logic?
I think predicate there's predicate logic. So like
no, in order to predicate, do you need logic?
To say something is true of something.
No. Do you know what predication is? Predication is. Yeah. What is predication?
A predicate is something true of something.
What is predicate? How do you? What's a predicate? What's predication?
Yeah, a predicate is just something that is true of something, right? And then I guess how you would.
How do you know that it's true of something?
That's a different question from what a predicate is.
Okay, so a predicate would be a subject attached to the action. Let's say. The ball is green, or the car
green is the predicate there.
The car is driving.
Is driving would be the predicate.
Exactly. So when we are predicating as human beings, we first need to identify the law of identity, which is identify the car. and then the is driving is the predicate. So I'm telling you, without logic, you can't make sentences. How can I say the car is driving? Then how I would need to identify the car to say that it is driving. So stop it. It's true. Logic, in order to have logic, you are still speaking sentences, right? Not meaning that, remember what you said before? Well, logic is to get to something that's valid. Well, I'm saying that, well, no, you can also you could use some flawed logic, but you can still be utilizing logic accurately with speaking a sentence, because you still need logic to predicate. And all human beings, if you're making a coherent sentence, then we know that, all right, he's using some logic. But if the sentence is incoherent, it's like, all right, well, he's not utilizing any logic at all. Like he's not even predicating properly, right?
No,
like, what are you identifying? So we need. So you can have predicate from logic. Answer that. How can you predicate?
My bad, I went through a little bit of lag.
Okay, how can you predicate and not have logic?
So like, right, so the law of identity.
Can you predicate without logic? Yes or no?
Can I answer?
I know, but answer that. It's just a yes or no. Can you predicate without logic?
Hold on, you said some things. I'm just addressing what you said.
Just answer this, bro. Don't obfuscate. Can you predicate? Stop it. Can you? Because this will debunk you. You don't want to answer because this will debunk your last claim. Can you predicate without? No, stop it. Can you predicate without logic?
Let me say it if it's not going to debunk your point.
Just answer it. Yes or no?
I'm going to debunk your whole point here.
Can you just answer? Can you? Oh, okay, I'll let you. I'll let you speak and say whatever you want. Just answer it first and then speak.
Yeah, ask the question just so I have you clear, so I don't mistake you. Go ahead.
Got it. Can a person predicate without logic?
I would say because there's more to that if you
stop it, bro. Listen, that's the cook session, bro. Your last claim was false. I told you your argument is circular.
No, you said you let me expound.
Everything relies on logic.
Wait, no, you said you let me expound. I said no, right?
No. Wait, you said no? Okay, so how can a person not use logic and also predicate? Go ahead.
So again, logic is a system. Which contains
how can you are explaining saying logic is a system? Stop it. How can someone predicate and not use logic? Because you said that you don't need logic to predicate, and I'm asking you, okay, how can they do that?
Yeah, you can say something is true of something without using a formal system. That's just,
wait, stop it. It infers this formal. Can you give me the sentence how someone can do it?
I can say you are black and not be using logic.
Wait. When you say you, wait, stop it. When you say you, right? That you, are you identifying something or someone?
The law of identity, yes.
So you are using logic.
But that's just one.
Chat.
Is classical logic just the law of identity?
Chat.
Wait. Is classical logic just the law of identity?
You're cooked, bro. It infers all three of them. Okay, look. So it's all three of them. It's all three. Listen. So
thank you. So
no, listen. Can I be? No, stop it.
This guy understands what I'm saying.
You just said that. Anyways, your sentence was this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Your sentence was, I can say that you're black and not use logic. Well, that's incoherent.
Not use a formal system.
No, that's incoherent. So when you say that. You are identifying something. So now if you're saying you, well, I'm not you, I'm me. Correct? Can I be
law
you?
Of identity, yep.
Okay, so if I can't be you, I'm me, then we know that we are not in contradiction, right?
I didn't say anything.
Wait, no, stop it. If I'm me, stop it. If I'm
You're using logic right now.
Stop it. Or I'm going to boot you.
Go ahead.
If I'm me and you are you and you identify me, this means that I cannot be you, correct?
That's not inferred from that sentence. You'd have to use
wait, time out. Can I be you? And can you be me?
No.
Okay, thank you. So that means that you are you and I'm me. This means that I cannot be you, you cannot be me. We are utilizing the law of identity, and we know that we are not in contradiction because I'm me and you. You get it?
Yeah, you're
so
using
let's
logic
stop.
right
No,
now,
stop
but I
it.
didn't do any of this to say that sentence. Notice
Stop
that. Notice
it,
that.
young fella. You don't know how to think. I'm helping you. I'm letting you know if you say that you are black, you utilize logic to identify. You utilize all of the other forms of logic as well, infers all of it at the same time because you identified that I'm me and you aren't me, so you're not in contradiction. Do you get that?
Logic
and I can't be you and me, so that's I can't be you and me, and you can't be you and me, so that's the law of excluded middle. So listen, stop it. Listen, stop it. You utilize all three classical laws in your sentence when you said that you are black, and you also predicate it as well. You cannot predicate without utilizing all three forms of logic. The entire system is being used in the sentence. Do you get that? The entire sentence.
I get that. You can look at the sentence and derive certain things about it. You just asked me a
listen to
question,
this.
now it's such. All right, bro.
Answer the question again now, since I just debunked you. So can you predicate without using logic?
And when you can use predication and not be analyzing something logically.
No, can you predicate and not use logic?
Can you predicate and not use logic? Okay, let's just say no, you can't.
Okay.
What's the dunk?
Thank you. The dunk is from what you presupposed in your claim. You tried to say that, well, it's not circular. I'm not depending on logic. You said that, well, these human beings that are rational agents, well, this just wouldn't rely on logic itself. I'm telling you, well, if they're rational agents, you're saying it's circular. You're saying that these rational agents have some ability to utilize logic. So logic cannot rely on itself. You're saying that you're saying that it's self-evident, bro. You're an idiot. You're out anyway.
All right, bro.
Because you have zero decorum and you got cooked. Zero decorum and got cooked. Homie just said, well, oh, you are black. Okay. And he says that I'm not using logic. If I say that you are black, I'm not using logic. So he lied. I pointed out, wait, when you say you literally just use the law of identity. You also use the law of excluded middle because, well, when you said you, well, I'm not you. You are you and I'm me. So therefore, you're not in contradiction. And can I be you and me? No. So therefore, you just utilize the law of excluded middle and the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction. Perfect. That was a whooping. Now, for the, low IQ people in the chat, this wasn't even an abstract conversation. This was like a grammar conversation. This wasn't even abstract. Like, when we speak about logic itself, we were speaking about like the ability to just use logic. And he didn't even know that. I didn't even get into the abstract concepts of logic. Like, what is logic? Like, what's the ontology of logic? Immaterial, invariant, universal. Like, what's that? We didn't even get to that. We speaking about the systems of logic and stuff and how to utilize it. And he didn't even know how to utilize it. Homie just said that you can predicate and not use logic. That was actually, you know what? And the people in the chat may not understand this, but what he said was actually dumber than the first guy that came up. Remember when the first guy that came with the math question and all of that? His stuff was actually dumber than the first guy. If you really think about it, first guy, he's real bad. But, Hey, send in the super chats or I'm leaving. Good one, Cooley. He is young. No excuses for him. No excuses for him. All right, let's get some more people up, man. Oh, we got a lot of people in here. Okay, my bad. I didn't know there was so many folks in here. All right, let's bring up one at a time. We got Mestia, Moxie, Kiwi, Ask the Dang Question, Mister. Okay, we're gonna get all of you up. I'm gonna try to make it quicker too. So let's see. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. And get your name and age.
What's up? Hey, Fugazee. Name is Vera Mestia and age is 32. What's cooking, Fugi? Oh my goodness.
Okay, your age is 32. You're a woman.
I hope so. My voice, I hope it's like, I thought my
Are you
voice
single?
Why do you need to know that?
I'm sure you want to debate prompt 1, right?
Well, I came to ask you about it first.
Oh, see, you want to debate that. So are you single?
Oh, you're rude now. Okay, I get it. You have no decorum.
I have good decorum. Are you single?
No, you don't.
I'll answer the
Anyway,
question. I'm not
just the
single.
point. Okay,
I'm in a relationship. Are you single though?
I don't need to know your status. But
Okay, are
what
you
do you
single?
mean by it first? I'm not going to answer you that. I'll answer you in the.
All right, you're single. It's okay. We know the non-answer means that you're single, but it's okay. What do I mean by the prompt 1? By that prompt?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So women that are single and 30, it's their fault. So what I mean by that is, well, if a woman is 30 years old and she's single, well, it's her fault that she's single because women, it's like, I got a question for you that'll answer it, right? If a man is a 30-year-old virgin, is it his fault?
Well, it depends on the situation, right? Maybe sometime, he's 30 years old and, he just had, I don't know, some health conditions, so no fault of his own.
Wait, if a man is 30 years old and he's a virgin,
I get what you're saying.
Is it his? Just answer it. Is it his fault?
Usually people would say that, but I don't know if I would characterize it like that.
Well, think about it. Do men grant access to sex?
No, women do.
Women do. So if women grant access to sex and the man does not have the ability to get sex from said women, this means that, well, it's his fault why he's a virgin and 30, correct?
I've never looked at it that way, but if you want to look at it that way, okay.
Well,
but
that's the reality of it. Well, you did say that women grant access to sex, though. So which means that men do not grant access to sex.
Not all the time, but anyway.
Wait, not all the time. Well, can a man have sex with a woman without her permission?
You're assuming it's always the woman that is just granting the man. Sometimes it's the man, it's the other way around.
No.
Where a woman wants the man. Have you ever not seen a woman? Wait. Have a woman not ever desired a man in your, have you never heard of that?
Yeah, women desire men all the time. What does that mean?
Yeah, so that means if she desires that, she would hope, he would give her access to his penis.
So is there an industry of women buying smecks from men?
Yes,
it should be
there
then.
is. There should be, but it's not as large as the opposite, right? It's not as big as the opposite.
And what type of women are there that's maybe looking for smecks from men and trying to purchase it? They're like what?
Purchasing
over
from
30.
men? Wait, purchasing it from men, you're saying?
They're over 30, right?
Yeah, but what is irrelevant? But
no, that's not irrelevant. The point that I'm making is the exceptions don't make the rule. So even though there could be
jumped into something else.
That was just an example to point out something that exceptions don't make the rule. So even if there's a case of a small minority of women that actually they operate like men and they're the ones that's chasing penis, right? Instead of men chasing after their, toto, then yeah, there's a small minority of those women that's probably out there. Those are like broken women.
No, it's not probably.
No. Shh. Normally they're broken and normally they're over 30.
Okay.
Normally they're broken and they're over 30 is what I'm saying. So the reason why, if the woman is 30 and single, it's her fault.
Okay, but when you say that it's her fault, you're assuming that the woman is actually crying over it. But some are actually, this is what the part someone like you will never understand.
No, that's not my claim.
Just a second. Shh.
That's not my claim, woman.
You're saying that if you're single and you're 30, right? Just be quiet. Have decorum. My goodness.
Land your plane.
So if you're 30 and single, you say it's their fault, essentially. A fault, basically, you're assuming that woman, right, is waiting around for a guy. She's not. First of all, she's not waiting. She's not even wanting, right? So, you know that. So what exactly?
No, you're wrong. That's just an assertion.
No.
I don't believe that that's true.
How is it their fault? How is it their fault?
Okay.
Because they're not. You're assuming they're looking.
Let me elucidate this for you much easier. I thought you had the IQ to like make the logical entailment that I was saying. So if it's the case that a man that's 30 and a virgin,
black logic maybe.
Okay, if it's the case that a man, he's 30 and a virgin, and it's his fault on why he's a virgin, which you said, yeah, it would be his fault. The same thing for a woman, because women grant access to sex, which is why the 30-year-old virgin is his fault for being a virgin. And men, we grant access to relationships, which is why it's the 30-year-old's woman's fault that's single of why she can't get a relationship.
That is the most fucked up logic I ever saw.
Stop cussing.
But then again, you're black,
Stop
so
cussing.
I get it. Okay. It's okay.
And don't be racist. What are you? Are you Indian?
It's not racist.
Do you have a dot on your forehead? You sound like you have a on your forehead and you work out at 7. You work out. Thank you. Come again. It sound like you work out 7-Eleven. Thank you. Come again. More ice cream. More ice cream. Okay. Thank you. Come again. We out of banana. No more banana.
Yeah, no bananas for you, Shapugi.
Okay.
I'm not Asian. Okay?
No one's Asian. I said that you were Indian. Oh, you're Asian.
India. Wait. Where's India in?
Oh, you're Mulan.
Wait,
oh, sorry, Mulan.
Where's India in?
Sorry, Mulan. Okay, Mulan.
Wow.
All right, but anyways, how about you contend with the argument? So I went ahead and explained it to you. So the reason why it's
Jack.
I did. The reason why it's the woman's fault, because men grant access to relationships, so it'll be her fault, just like it's the 30-year-old virgin's fault because women grant access to sex. There you go.
But okay, so it would have to be that the woman wants this and she's seeking this and she's not able to get this because she's for whatever reason. Then you could say, hey, it's your fault, right? Whereas that's not the case, though. That's not the case at all.
No,
because if I don't want you, right, and I'm not even seeking you, I mean, like you can assume.
Do you think that the majority of women want to be single?
Right now in your country, apparently so. Like it just seems like
no, they don't want to be single. They can't find the man that they want to. They can't retain a relationship from the man that they want. That's the truth. They can't get a relationship from the man that they want. Because they're 30 and single. Normally their value in the social in the dating marketplace has diminished, just like your value, because how old did you say you were?
No, but
32 years old? Yeah, you're washed up.
That's the age. No, that's
how about
the
you
age
turn on your camera? Let's see what you look like.
So that's the age they get married, actually.
Let's see what you look like. I want to see what you look like. I want to see the dot on your forehead.
You have a relationship.
Like, is it just a fake diamond on your forehead? Like a fake ruby on your forehead?
But the thing is...
the thing is...
No dot on my head, but...
Don't...
Shut up, you...
Don't...
No, but...
Don't do it. Let me see the dot on your forehead.
I don't have a dot
Show me the dot. Show it.
We are coming from a small-headed nigga.
Show me the dot.
But anyway, I won't go there.
Let me see it.
I thought you were married or something. Like
I thought you were. I thought you
married to basically.
I thought
like,
you were. I thought you.
How many?
Show
how
me
many
the
dicks
dot.
Did she have?
Show me the
it's
dot
like you, like,
on your
have to settle
forehead.
for like a woman who has been.
Can
run
you
through,
show me the
basically.
dot? If you don't show me
wait.
the dot, I'm gonna
Isn't
boot
your
you.
wife ran
I'll give
through?
you 2 more seconds to show me the dot, or you getting booted.
Isn't your
You
wife ran-
are getting booted. Then she didn't want to show me the dot. Next caller, Moxie, you're up next. I think this is. No,
What's
this
up?
is Kiwi.
Dude.
Welcome to
I've
No
been in here
Fugazi
for a hot
Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
So I'm 29. My name is Kim, but you can call me Kiwi.
All right.
So lots of things. So I've been in here since I can't remember what the guy's name was, but Atheist can't give an account for logic, because I'm assuming what he was debating.
Okay.
So do you think that like inference is like a law of logic as well? Or something that's used to reduce down to logic?
Like inferences and stuff like that. Well, yeah, you're utilizing logic to make inferences.
Okay. And I guess, and I don't want to like take too much time on this, but like this was what I think that he was trying to get to, just based off of, like what I was.
My bad. I'm not
from the
laughing at you. I'm laughing at the chat
No,
from
you're
that
good.
last
You're
caller.
good.
Yo,
You're
the
good. The
comments
chat
is
going
crazy,
wild right
yo.
now. Yeah,
Chat
they're
is going
wild.
crazy.
So, the question, I guess, or the inference that I was making that he was like trying to distinguish was like, okay, like the law of identity, like I would agree with you, that is a fundamental logic step that you must take, right?
Okay.
So like for me to distinguish you, right? This is saying it's something other than myself, right? But it doesn't necessarily imply that the you that I'm perceiving is separate from my own identity, because the perception that I have is me.
Yeah. So when the question that I'm asking is about logic itself, the conversation that I had with the caller,
right.
You know, we didn't disagree that human beings, like we agreed that all human beings have like the capabilities to use logic. It doesn't matter what religion you are. You're an atheist, a Christian, a Muslim. Yeah. We're all logical beings, right? Oh, you turned on your camera. All right.
Hey, I told you I would. I was in the comments a while ago.
Okay, fair enough. So, you know, that's the level of conversation that I was having with that last guy. But the question of the prompt is a deeper level question. It's a question about logic itself. So if it's the case that the atheist worldview is true, like let's just hypothetically speaking, let's just say that atheism is true. There's no God. Like everything just randomly came about through evolution, natural random mutation and natural selection, and then human evolution kind of took us through everything, right? And it was cosmic evolution, and then it formed into human evolution. Let's just say that's true. Well, that entire worldview is based off of things that have no purpose. There's no intentionality for us to be here. We're just here by mistake, basically, because it's just random. There's no true purpose for us to be here.
I agree with, like me and you probably, I'm assuming you're Christian or at least religious to some degree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so me and you are going to fundamentally agree on that, okay? So, like, I will say, as far as, like, taking, like, a step back and trying to perceive, like, how an atheist would view things,
yeah,
they would probably say something along the lines of, like, the intentionality is what you choose for your identity. So, like, if your identity is, like, someone who's self-fulfilling, or if it's someone who wants to make the world better, like, that would be the intentionality behind, like, at least why you're here, right? So, I don't know.
Well, no, how will we even have this intentionality? So,
by view of self?
By view of self, and then, like, what is the self? So these are metaphysical
Yeah, no,
categories
100%.
that atheists can't give an account for under their worldview.
I think you can have a law of identity without necessarily equating a God per se.
No,
I don't think that it's
well,
going to be
if you
as
have the law of
solid.
identity, you have the law of excluded middle, and you have the law of non-contradiction. So you have all three classical laws. You can't have like one without the other. So,
Agreed.
if you agree with that, then this is universal. These atheists don't like to admit that it's universal, but they can't come up with any scenario or any situation where 1 + 1 wouldn't equal 2. If they say that it doesn't equal 2, if human beings aren't here, then that means that, well, human beings created logic and math. And if it's just a creation, then human beings are finite. Then how do we really know if things are illogical or actually logical? What's the true standard for it if it's not always
there's gonna
that
be an
standard?
objective standard. Yeah, there's going to be an objective standard with me and you at least, right? Like, we can just say that there's some sort of higher power that's omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, right? Omnipotent, if you will. Sorry. But I think, okay, so from my perceived like conversations that I've had, at least, the typical consensus is that, yeah, like we measured things, right? But if there were to be a more accurate measurement, right? Like, let's say that God has like a different numbering system for some reason. Like in our reality, me and you, in our reality, if God had a better measurement for how to justify or like see the world, and had an explanation for all the things that we can't explain, like gravity, right? Being number one, we don't have a mathematical equation that exemplifies gravity, or at least explains it, right? If there were some sort of all-knowing being that had a different measurement system than we do now, that doesn't need imaginary numbers and things like that, right? That knows where the numbers end, because to have a beginning, there has to be an end at some point. I don't necessarily believe that all things just, I mean, to say that like okay, this is going to get real deep real fast, because you already know this is like meta. This is a little bit beyond meta. To say that numbers have no beginning or end would mean that numbers are very similar to God in the idea of logic. Would you agree with that statement?
It's similar to a degree.
Okay. So if numbers had no beginning or no end, and they were similar in the sense of like, this is as close to a thing as we can measure as like a God would be, then people potentially could worship numbers, which I'm sure that they do in some religious belief somewhere.
Well, what's your angle here? What's your argument like for the atheist then? What are you trying to say?
I guess what I'm saying is like, at that point, like the identity would be within numbers. So like if you had a mathematical equation
that doesn't
to
follow.
view,
Not if their worldview is true. How do they have access to the external world? So these atheists, they make many claims.
What do you mean by?
So
what do you mean by external world in this instance?
External world is to identify things. Like, how do they know that what they are identifying is actually true? So
because we created a number system that would equate essentially to God.
How can these atheists create any number system without identifying? How do they have any access to the external world to identify this? Like, how do they know if their perception of the external world? So listen to this.
Yeah.
If it's the case, if there's no God, how do they know that their perception to the external world is actually true and accurate? They don't know this. It's subjectively, it's relative in their mind. So they said that logic in these transcendental categories, they don't believe in these immaterial concepts really. They believe that everything derives from normally some physical matter. A lot of them either take a physicalist approach or they do a combination of the physicalist approach and an immaterial approach. So if they just do a physicalist approach, then you don't have any, like, you're just making an assertion, a leap to the external world, to what you perceive to be actually true within the external world. Because all of these, within the external world, things need to be grounded. And they don't believe in any God to ground the things that presupposes the physical world. Because within all matter, there's molecules, there's many things within the matter, atoms, photons. It's made up a bunch of things, and all of these things have some sort of numerical, mathematical function. So it's not like
or even observable.
Yeah, well, a lot of them say that they create the math and logic in their mind, but that's not true. It's actually discovered.
I don't believe that either. Yeah, no, and that's what I was just about to say, is I take more of a physicalist view if I'm arguing from an atheistic standpoint. It takes both. It takes both physicalist and a mentalist standpoint, because we can observe atoms, we can observe certain protons, we can observe chemical components, we can observe a singular apple per se, right? The way that we're quantifying, if I see a bunch of apples, which is roughly about, I don't know, maybe 10.
But the question that I ask is an epistemic question. So it's not that we can observe these things, it's how do we know what we are observing is actually true?
I guess the counter argument that I usually make, and I mean, okay, it's a very strong counter argument, so it's mostly a question, is if someone were like me and you, where we believe in a God, right? And I can say, I know that this being is true. I know that this being is absolute. I know that this being is the way. Let's say that I had something like an ailment, like schizophrenia, okay? Do you think that it is incoherent within Christianity to have something such as schizophrenia and to be religious and know that there is a God?
I don't even get what you're asking me. What's the point of it?
What I'm asking is
this not addressing my question.
If someone knows truth, whether they can be deceived by something that isn't truth as well. Because it's both a mentalist and physicalist standpoint.
Well, that's the argument that I would make against the atheists. That's not an argument that I would make against the Christians.
I think it could go both ways, is what I'm saying.
Well, the argument can't go both ways because a Christian, we have a complete, doctrine and worldview that grounds these immaterial concepts in God. So we it's objective within our worldview. That logic is objective. It's one of the divine rays. And since we're made in the image of God, we have access and the ability to utilize logic. The same thing with morality, like the good, right? The good is one of the divine rays from God, and we're made in God's image, so we have the ability to act in accordance to what's good, morally good. Since we have free will, we have the ability to act out of the good and to disobey God. So the Christian paradigm, it has a complete worldview that makes coherent sense and gives an account and a justification for the transcendental categories and how we have access to the external world that is objectively true, because God grounds it all. The atheists, they don't have an omniscient, eternal, divine being to ground the transcendental categories. So these transcendental categories, is what creates. It comes before the physical world, right? So the transcendental categories, logic, reason, induction, deduction, the self, predication, all of these things come before the physical world, and then the physical world arises from these things.
Okay.
So these are the laws, these transcendental categories are the laws that govern the physical world.
Okay. So I guess the follow-up question that I would ask based off of the statements that you just gave is, would you classify a Christian who is schizophrenic, aka maybe not believing in the correct reality at the time, as both a rational and irrational being.
Or if they're schizophrenic, they're acting, irrational.
Correct. I would agree with that statement. But if they also believe that there's a God, like for instance, like someone who's having like a, what is it called? Whenever you go through a breakdown and
No. So the level of question you're asking is this simple. Can a schizophrenic say that the sky is blue and be correct? Yes, the schizophrenic can say that the sky is blue and be correct.
Yes.
So it doesn't mean that the schizophrenic can't be wrong. But hold up, I got to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and put you down real quick.
All right.
I'll bring you back
All
up.
right.
Quick bathroom break. I gotta take a peace. I'll be right back, chat. All right, chat. All right. I am back. Sorry about that. I had to take a quick bathroom break. Let me see if I got a warning. Keep your live engaging, turning your camera off, showing static images. Okay, thanks. Got you guys. TikTok always give warnings. Like, why? For what? For what reason? Why would you give me a warning? But I'm back, chat. I am back. Let me get to some of these. Do we got any other chats in here? Nope, don't looks like it. All right, let's bring up some more callers. Let's see what we got in here. All right, let me put for Forever Young. How old are you?
I'm 35.
All right, and then for Ask the Dang Question, how old are you?
47, brother.
47, and are you up here to debate?
Now, Ashley, man, because I agree with everything. I really just, like I had put it in the comments, man, but I know you probably wouldn't see it. And I had asked, what's the opportunity that I can intern with you? I don't need no payment, man. But I know, just let me, I feel like I tapped the screen enough. So hear this. Welcome to Ask the Damn Question, where I like to get down to the nitty gritty, the gristle of the bone. I'm not here to be right. I'm only here to open people's minds to the fact that we could be wrong. Wrong about what? We don't know unless we reason, because only by reasoning are we able to grow together. My knowledge is superior to anybody else's, and neither is theirs superior to mine, because the one who knows something knows that they can actually learn more. With that stated, I say namaste. The God in me respects the gods and goddesses within y'all. Welcome to the Dragon's Lair. And I only gave you that because I feel like I'm built for this. So, mama said you can only ask, you can only get a yes or a no. And so if I can email or get some type of whatever, I just feel like I could be beneficial, bro. That's all.
All right, I guess this was a job interview or an intern interview.
I made it.
Came with your resume. You gave me a whole poem, introduction to you, and
and you can hear the voice.
It was a rhyme.
I have a good voice.
Listen, man. I'm not sure if I need an intern, but I'll see what you got, see what you're about. Just shoot me a DM, and we'll go from there, man. DM on Instagram at No Fugazi Podcast. All right.
You said where? Instagram.
Instagram at No Fugazi Podcast.
At No Fugazi Podcast. Give
right,
thanks, peace, blessings, and agape love to everybody else. Thank you, brother.
All right. Woman, that's 32. What do you want to debate about?
Yeah, I'm not here to debate you.
Oh, you're a man? You're not a woman?
Yeah, I'm a man.
Oh. Are you not here to debate either?
No, I'm not here to debate. I just want to
all right.
Everything
I'm trying to get some people up here to debate. Come on, man. What are folks out up here that I know people in the comments are cooking, homie. Like, hey, man, it be like that, Sometimes, hey, it is what it is. But I'm, he reached out to me. I'm see what he about. I'm not sure what I could utilize a dude that write poems for, but who knows? You never know. What skills or attributes that someone can bring to you. So, we'll see what's up. I felt like I was being trolled, though, but it is what it is. It was funny, though. All right, let's get some more people up here.
Hey, what's going on, my brother?
Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Name and age?
Kevin, Clapback, 59. And you have 3 categories up here.
Yes.
That I would, with your permission, to respect your platform, I would like to address those 3 issues.
Okay. So it is debate night. So any of these 3 prompts, do you have a point of contention with? Do you disagree with any of them?
No, I'm a man, so I cannot debate. I think you're right in all those things.
Got it. You think I'm right? Well, listen, I appreciate you, man. Have a good one. Let's get the next. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age.
Essential 30.
All right. And what prompt do you want to debate tonight?
So it's two women, single and 30. It's their fault, and atheists can't give an account for logic.
All right. So I guess we can start with women is single. Women single and 30. It's their fault. And why do you think that it's not their fault if they're single and 30?
I mean, because they could be taking care of their family. They just haven't had time to organize their schedule. Some things be out of their control.
Got it. And you think that women that are single and 30, you think that they're virgins?
No, absolutely not.
So these women that's single and 30, maybe taking care of their grandmother, they're still like finding time to have sex, right?
They may.
Generally
They may.
speaking, right?
I think they could. Yeah, I think they could.
Generally,
But
yeah.
I'm
right?
not always, yeah.
So if it's
Generally
the case
speaking,
that these women still find time to be intimate with a man, and we know that generally speaking, how women operate, if they are having sex with a man, then they can, and most of the times, they're having sex with a man that they can see a long-term relationship with. Most of the time. Now, the women that have sex with men and they know that they don't see any long-term relationship with that man, then those women are broken because they've did that before. If you have to think about it, a virgin, the first time she has sex with a man is not with a man where she doesn't see anything long-term with. A virgin, the first time she has sex, is with a man where she thinks that, oh, he likes me, I like him, it's going to be something great together. But then somewhere down the line, as she continues to have sex, she becomes broken. And then she starts to operate like a man and starts to have short-term, intimate encounters with men. And those type of women, real quick, those type of women are broken. So I would say that the majority of women and how they operate, they do actually want a long-term relationship with a man that they're having sex with. And if she's having sex with that man and she's not getting a long-term relationship, that's her fault. So she's single by her fault because men grant relationships, women don't. Women grant sex.
So I like to break it down between desire and security because a lot of times when they just do one night stands and they have their sex is based off their desire. You know what I'm saying? But that extra security
Women
that
that operate based off of desire solely, they're broken.
I was going to get to that part. You beat me to it.
Yeah, so you're proving my point. So meaning that I don't think that a majority of women are actually broken. I don't think that a majority of women are actually broken. I think that a small minority of women are actually broken. I think that a majority of women aren't broken. They are having sex with men in their 30s and they want a long-term relationship, but the man doesn't want a long-term relationship with them.
They don't feel secure.
So they're single so those women aren't single by choice. They're single by their own fault because they don't qualify for a relationship with the guys that they truly want.
So how do we teach them to properly search for security so they don't make those mistakes?
Well, first we got to start with them having a father in a home, right? So first we got to get the fathers back in the home. And also we need to fathers back in the home and then get rid of all forms of contraceptives.
Yeah,
if you get rid of all forms of contraceptives, then, well, women would put more of a stake into the men that they choose to lay with because they know that the probability is extremely high for them to get pregnant.
Yeah, so that's where my only pushback is the men need to show better levels of security or know how to leverage their levels of security and their levels of desire.
What does that mean?
To lead her. So when she feels secure, a lot of times she won't commit. You know what I mean? Like she'll be consistent. when the security is there. But if the desire outweighs the security, it's just like they just use each other for smacks. So
no, it's not the security. It's not. It's not that. I disagree with what you presuppose. I don't think that the women are. It's the man's fault on why the woman doesn't.
It's the man's fault.
Well, real quick, let me finish the sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna finish what I'm saying.
Got it. Correct me if I'm wrong. You were saying that men need to show women that they can provide the security, right?
No, what I'm saying is the way men manipulate their security is like slightly off. That's all I'm saying. Everything else you said is correct. That's what I'm saying. On our part, if we take the slightest amount of accountability, if men were to take the slightest amount of accountability for the women being single, it would just be based off of how we use our security. That's all I'm saying.
Well, how do we use our security? What do you mean?
Like, so putting that effort, showing that we're capable of doing something, showing that we have like this ability that she's looking for, like emotionally, physically, financially, even just leading to the right question or leading.
No, you got it all wrong. Do women do women approach men or do men approach women?
Exactly what I'm saying. She'll approach you if she feels secure.
Women don't approach men, bro.
Sometimes they do.
No. You talking about sometimes? Is there an exception to the rule that, some men get approached by women? Yeah, that's an exception to the rule. Generally speaking, the vast majority of women, 99% of women, do not approach men. It's not in their nature to approach men, right? So men are the ones, and the way that we built society, it's for men to approach women. It's not built the other way around for women to approach the men. So
agree.
Yeah, so men approach women, thus they have the ability of selection. So if the woman selects a man that doesn't have the ability to provide, it's her fault. You get it? You were trying to say that men need to do something better with security. Well, we know what men need to do better, but when it comes down to women have all of the choice are in their hands. They have the choice of who they select as they get approached. So therefore, if they select a man that's inadequate, it's her fault. She selected a man that's inadequate. If a man selects a woman that's that's on a stripper pole, he chooses to wife up a stripper, and then the stripper cheats on him. It's like, man, that's your fault, right? It's like, bruh, you look what you committed to. So it's the same thing. Like, we get that choice up on the back end because we grant the relationships. So we gotta be, very strategic on who we grant the relationship to, and very particular and picky on who we grant the relationship with. And women need to as well. Like, we need to utilize, men need to discern who to grant a relationship to, and women need to discern who to grant access to sex to. And because if she's doing that, she wants a relationship usually from that man anyway.
No, I mean, those are all good points. Like I said, like, I agree with what you were saying. I just doing a monkey wrench, saying like, yo, what if we manipulate our security and that was the reason? But typically, with everything you're saying, like, I 100% agree with that. And then the second one, atheists can't give an account for logic. So y'all were talking earlier about like having the puzzle pieces, like having the code essentially for reality. And I believe that where atheists kind of break their wall at in explaining logic, if they knew how to explain logic using everything that we already know, it would just break it down to the basics, the shape and color. Every molecular structure has a shape, every atom, every and then color gives us what?
Yeah, so when I'm having these conversations with atheists, I make an abstract argument. Logic itself is an abstract concept. You can't touch, taste, or smell or, feel logic. Logic is conceptual, right?
But it does have a shape.
The three classical laws. Just listen, bro. Logic is conceptual. The three classical laws of logic It's a concept. Now, these concepts, are you an atheist or no? No?
No. I'm definitely not an atheist.
Okay, so the argument that I make, I make a transcendental argument because logic is a transcendental category. It's immaterial, it's invariant, and it's universal. Once the atheist admits to this, then that's when you just destroy them. But the problems sometimes is getting them to admit to it. And that's what I was debating. So the few debates that I did a few times was to get the atheist to admit to the ontology of logic. And I catch them in contradictions. They say, oh, well, logic isn't universal. Well, okay, it's not something? How do you know that? You're making a universal claim by saying that it's not something. You're making a knowledge claim of saying that it's not. So, no, it is universal. They just don't understand these concepts and they don't understand epistemology.
I don't think they do either. You know what I'm saying? It's just for the way they do the arguments. If I was an atheist, I would at least start there, but I don't see a lot of them starting there. So, like how you just broke it down, you know, makes a lot of sense. Also, what I was saying, breaking it down to the shape and color. If I was an atheist, that's how I would start my argument. But I don't hear a lot of people breaking it down that way because even then, you will come to the same realization.
Well, look, when you talk about shapes and colors, you're talking about identity. You're not starting. So I'm a presuppositionalist. I'm starting with like things that people normally don't think about. I'm speaking about the things that people presuppose about logic. So forget about the freaking shapes and colors. I'm speaking about logic itself. What makes logic logical? Well, what makes it logical?
I mean, it has to connect. It has to connect. Like
No. What makes it logical is what it actually is. We have to admit to certain truths about logic. We know that it's a concept. It's something that we think about. It's a concept. So, okay, are concepts material? No, concepts aren't material. Concepts are immaterial. Can you touch and taste the concept? No. Is concepts made out of atoms? No, they're not. Are concepts made out of particles? Concepts is immaterial.
It's immaterial?
Yeah, it's immaterial. So a concept.
It's a type of existence. Before you even came to the word logic, you had to build it, bro.
No, listen.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not understanding. You're speaking over me, but you're not understanding the level, how I'm speaking about things. It's abstract. Logic isn't made out of anything, bro. So just listen. I'm trying to educate you. It's not made out of nothing. So when you speak into an atheist and they start to come from this physicalist standpoint, say, no, if it's made out of something, then can you find it in a microscope? What molecule is the logic molecule? It's not any of that. You get it?
It'd be quantum.
There's no quantum. There's no quantum. Listen, nothing.
Why wouldn't logic be on a quantum state?
There's no quantum state. There's no none of that, bro.
I can not look at a particle and then when I look at it, it comes into existence.
All particles is made up of some matter. If you say that logic itself is made up of any matter, you're just taking a physicalist approach, an atheist approach.
I'm not taking a physicalist approach.
You
I'm
are.
saying, like, logic isn't as deep as what you're making.
No, wrong. Things are deeper than how you think. That's what I'm trying to educate you on, young fella.
Do you think logic itself is deeper than the fourth dimension?
What is the fourth dimension to you?
So, like, past the third dimension, get into the
Would it be
beginning of how
time?
existence happened.
Would it be time?
The essence of existence.
Would it be time?
No, because time in itself is a type of frequency of light.
So the fourth dimension isn't time.
All of those are in electromagnetic frequency.
Is the fourth dimension made up of any matter? You're just speaking just to speak, bro. You don't even know what dimensions are, bro.
I'm speaking to speak.
No, you are. You're a sophist. Like, you're just talking just to talk. I'm getting you out of here. Let's bring up this chick back. This guy was just talking just to talk. He's a complete sophist. Like, what?
No, that was sophism.
It's the fourth dimension. What is the fourth dimension to you? It's this. What? We're just talking just to talk, bro. Shut up. What's up? So you came back.
I did. Because the main thing that I wanted to debate was number one. I ain't gonna lie. So, I'm 29, right? So.
Oh, it's about to be your fault.
Apparently.
Hey.
So, okay, that was actually the question that I was going to ask is, okay, I turned 30 September 3rd, right? So September 3rd, what magically changes at 4 a.m. that it makes it my fault? Does that make sense?
I mean, it's your fault now. I just picked the age 30.
Okay. So why would you say it's my fault now?
Okay. Do you have any relationship options?
Yes.
Of men that you want?
Yes, plenty.
Okay, so you have relationship options of men that you want.
Yes.
Okay. And these relationship options of men that you want to be in a relationship with, where are they?
What do you mean?
Okay.
Like, where are they in my mind, or like, where are they physically, or because most of them are pilots. So,
okay.
Like,
so you
what
said that you actually have a relationship. You said that I have plenty relationship options of men that like you actually desire and you would want a relationship from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Potentially.
And then
It
my
also
question
depends-
is, you said potentially.
Potentially. So okay.
Well,
all right. This is going to, this.
What do you
I
mean
will agree with
potentially?
you. All right. So I will agree with you on some points, right? I'm going to go ahead and concede that at some point women become broken. All right. Yes. 100%. I'm going to concede that. At some point, women become broken. I do think that some of it is because of hookup culture, which was innately created by men. Let's be real. But
how was
and
hookup culture
obviously,
created by men?
most of the, I mean, okay, let's be real. The most widely used app is Tinder for hookup, right?
If it's the case,
this is not geared towards women because women are not typically visual creatures.
yeah, but you said hookup culture was created by men. I'm asking you, how is hookup culture created by men if it's the
society
case
in
that
which-
women grant access to sex?
I got you.
Yeah.
So the way that hookup culture started, and we're talking like fundamentally, okay?
Yeah.
Usually through bars, parties, etc., knowing a person, whatever, right? Typically this was done through drinks, this was done through social gatherings, etc., some sort of this such, right? It was made in such a way originally where a man would present what was presumed to be like their best front or best colors, right? And I don't mean that in like a bad way, but I mean is like you're putting your best foot forward, right? In hopes that maybe you get a chance with this girl, right? Whatever that meant for that man, a completely different story back in the day, right? Back in the day, I think men had a little bit more salt to them. I think that they were more willing to find a wife, more willing to settle down, more willing to build a family, more willing to X, Y, and Z, right?
Do men
but there
or
was
women
more on
grant
the
access to
line.
sex?
I think nowadays both do.
Okay.
I don't think back in the day women did. So, like, what I mean by that, let me clarify. Because, okay, back in the day, women definitely created the access to sex, right? Feminist movement, I think, is inherently bad. I think that also fed into the hookup
So
culture.
are there consequences for grape?
There should be.
There
I don't
are.
think in all cases there are.
No, like in America, are there consequences for grape?
There should be. However, in all cases, I don't believe that there are. Majority
Do
of
we
grape
have
kits
laws
do-
against grape?
We do have laws against them. However,
Okay. So
majority
are
of
there
the ones that are
consequences
pulled-
for grape?
Typically, there should be. However, most of them are not actually found guilty.
No. Listen. You're saying that most of grape cases aren't found guilty?
Correct.
Okay.
Hi, just
so
for back, just
real
for,
quick,
just
real
for
quick,
some
real quick.
reference,
I got you real quick,
personal
real quick.
Okay.
In society, grape would be an action of having sex with someone without their consent, right? And that
Depending on the state, yes.
that action, right, would be against the law, correct?
Typically, it depends on the wording in the state, but yes.
Okay. And that action that's against the law, there's penalties and consequences if you break that law, correct?
Typically, if there's a trial and if the evidence is sufficient enough to warrant said trial.
No.
Yes.
That
Yes.
would be true. That would be a
90
yes. There's no, so listen.
of rape kits are not.
So listen. No. You're not actually like answering the questions. You're moving on. So look, listen to this. So let's say me and you create a it's me and you in a town. It's my family and it's your family. We agree within this town that my family and your family is in. We agree that this act of grape is bad, right? And we say that we're going to have a law against it, meaning that if someone does this act without someone's consent, right, then they broke the law. Now, there's many different things within it. Like, well, we have to try to figure out if they broke consent. We have to try to figure out if it was actually grape. So that's that. We have to figure those things out, right?
Which is essentially unprovable. But yeah.
No. It isn't fully unprovable. Listen, I'm just saying that we still would have to figure out anything if we have this like law for. But the law that we created, the thing that we agreed on, this concept of this action and this law that we agreed on, this would have consequences as well, because it's a law. You go against the law, there's consequences. All of these things that I'm saying would be true and accurate. Now, how good the law is, right? And how good and how well we can find out if someone broke the law, that's another question, right?
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
socially, so real quick, listen. Socially, we agreed that this thing will be bad and it's against the law. Whether if we can figure out if someone actually broke this law and actually did it, that's another question, because we got to go through legality stuff. But we all agree that this thing is bad socially. Now, when we're speaking about men have a higher natural proclivity to yearn for sex than women do. Women don't crave sex as much as men do. So when we look at society, how we created it in a way where since men just naturally have this drive for sex and women don't share the same carnal drive that men have, it's going to create something that's a little bit different here, where women actually has the ability to grant access to sex, because if she doesn't, this person could potentially be breaking the law, right? So therefore, it gives women the key to sex. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It gives women that key to sex. It's kind of just like this. It's like this. No, it's not the illusion. Look at this. So it's this thing that we socially constructed, right, within the society. So let's say marriage, right? Well, do you see a woman getting on her knee? Generally speaking, we tend to see it like on Facebook and Instagram sometimes now because they do it for clout. But we don't see a woman getting on one knee and asking a man to marry her, right?
No.
We don't see that. No. And we don't really see a woman chasing after a man and courting him for sex, right? So this means that no, we don't see that. So now there's exceptions to the rule where there could be
I have no problem admitting I'm an outlier.
So real quick, there could be some outliers where there's a woman that's well, you're not really an outlier. That's a lie, because you're very picky. So you're not just chasing and looking for smecks from men the same way men are looking for smecks from women. That's a lie. So it's not even to the same degree or to the same capacity. You don't have as much testosterone as we have. You don't know what you're talking about. You never lived in a man's body, how much we would crave sex. So you don't even know. So therefore, you're just wrong. Now, let me finish the point, right? If it's the case that socially we constructed the society in a way where it gives women the key to sex and it gives men the key to marriage, because, women aren't getting on one knee, right, to marry the man, and men don't have the ability to just take the sex. because there's consequences. So therefore, when we're speaking about these things and you try to blame it on men and say men started hookup culture, that's a lie, because men are the ones that gave women the key to grant the access to sex. We handed them the key because we are the ones that put consequences on the bad behavior. If a woman gets raped, it's going to be 2 males that come and take that guy to prison and puts the consequences on him and enforces the law. It's not going to be women that do that. So we gave women the key. Therefore, with great responsibility comes with great power comes great responsibility. It's their fault why it's hookup culture, because they're choosing to be promiscuous. When we told them, like, listen, every man that's around you, he has to court you. But these chicks want to go ahead and be promiscuous and just sleep with a whole lot of men. They can all choose to say, you know what, I'm going to wait for marriage. Hookup culture going tomorrow. But you know why they don't want to wait for marriage? Because guess what? They got all of these forms of contraceptives. They got a plan B up to a plan Z. Oh, I can have sex with the man and use a condom. I can have sex with this man and get an abortion. I can have sex with this man while I'm in a relationship, and my husband may not even know because he's a simp and I'm on his girls trip. So no, hookup culture is 100% created by women. Now, I would say this.
There's a lot of precepts here.
No, I mean, you can say it's, but what's your argument? Go ahead.
Okay, so I think one is, okay, saying men created this society. Yes, I would agree with that, right? Men created this system in order for it to work, right? For women to have the access to sex, men to have consequences for rape, things like that, right? These things are true.
But,
however,
okay, go ahead.
However, there's other components that have been introduced to the system.
Like what?
Right? And this is why I say, like, feminism is bad, right? Okay. So whenever you start having women in lawmaking possibilities, or women in even law enforcement, or even women in these political settings, right? Where they were innately created by men to essentially punish other men, then there is an equality there where it's no longer a system that necessarily punishes men always. Does that make sense? So, okay, that sounds really bad. Let me backtrack a little bit. So whenever I'm saying this, what I mean by that is saying, hey, now we have women in the equation of where a man was supposed to take a man aside and say, hey, that was wrong. Whatever you fucking just did, sorry, excuse my French, whatever you just did was a wrongdoing.
I don't get how this correlates to men.
Do you think women should hold men accountable?
No, how does
That's what it boils down to.
No, remember, you're kind of all over. Stick to like the argument, the point of what we're speaking of. The point of what we're speaking about is your claim was men are at fault for hookup culture. That is what it boils
down to. Right.
Yeah.
Do you think that
how men are at fault for hookup culture?
Right. Do you think women are supposed to hold men accountable that are not their man?
Should women hold men accountable that are not their man? In what way?
In any way. Like, let's say,
example.
because you don't know
What
me.
do you mean?
You don't know me from Adam, right? Let's say that I look at you and I say, hey, look, Fugazee, the way that you're conducting yourself in this live right now is wild, man. You need to tone your shit down. I'm obviously joking with you, man. Okay.
Women do hold men accountable because they don't give the men that they don't want sex.
But that's what I'm saying, is if in any other case...
No, you're proving my point. Hookup culture... women are hooking up with men that they want to hook up with. This is why a third of men between the ages of 18 and 30 is either a virgin or haven't had sex in a year. There's many men that they don't have the capabilities to get sex from a woman because women don't want to have sex with these guys. So yeah, women hold men accountable. They do so by choosing not to have sex with these men. That's how they do it. Whatever you was talking about, no, that's not accountability. They can't do anything physically to men. They can just, not have sex with a man.
Well, I mean, talking about accountability is such a deep subject in general, because accountability is more than just like saying, oh, I'm not going to have sex with you. It's saying like on a deeper level, like, hey, Fugazi, like maybe the way that you're conducting yourself around this woman.
No,
like,
it's that you're not qualified. It's you're not qualified.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So now we're giving women the qualifications to correct men where it was never supposed to be a woman's job to correct a man's action around women.
You're proving my point. That's my point.
Agree. That's what I'm saying.
No, what are you talking about? Would you agree? You just said men are at fault for hookup culture. This you are explaining.
Now, I'm not saying then. I'm saying now. Because now
listen.
Men. Hold on. Men
you're still proving the point. Let me just elucidate. You're missing it. You're totally missing it. Everything you said proves my point, and I'm going to explain it to you. Everything you said.
Who gave women the right to vote?
Listen, everything you said. Let me just elucidate this for you. Look, it's very, very simple. When we're speaking about men are at fault for hookup culture, you still don't understand that. What is hookup culture? Well, a man cannot hook up with a woman unless she wants to have sex. So therefore, that gets rid of all of the great things, because we would say that, well, that's illegal. And if they do that, well, we have laws against that. Got it. We got laws against that stuff. So hookup culture would be something that we don't have any laws against. This is something that's just, we have it in the culture. It's accepted within the culture. And what I'm saying is women are choosing to have sex with these guys, certain men, and then they're choosing to not have sex with other guys. So women are the ones why men can cheat on their wife. Women are the ones why men can go to a strip club, because they on the pose. It's a supply and demand position. So the supply is the sluts, right? That's the supply. Hookup culture, the sluts. Men are going to do what men do if they have the ability to do it. You get it? You can't get rid of the demand, this natural propensity and desire that men have for sex. You think that can just, by a light switch, you can get rid of that? No. In this country that we live in, there's no, social shame on any of this. There's no religion on this that's putting some consequences on men from their pastor or their priest or anything like that. No, we live in a secular society, basically. Yep. So what I'm telling you is that currently today, who's at fault for hookup culture are women. They're choosing. We gave them the choice. We said, hey, women, a man can't do nothing to you. If he does, listen, there's going to be consequences on it. There's laws against it. Therefore, here's a key. Have some fun. These women misused their key. Do you get it? They misused the key. So how are men at fault for women misusing their key? Your argument falls flat on its face.
Because men are supposed to be leaders.
Even if it's the case that men are supposed to be leaders, right? Then are you, making a prescription that we should ban, that we should basically just kind of lock women in some cages? Should we put consequences on these promiscuous women?
I mean, look, at some point you kind of are. Okay, well, I'm not going to say you.
Should we put consequences like laws against promiscuous women?
I think we probably should.
Okay, so if we should, some of these laws would be what? Some of these laws would be, one, to get rid of the contraceptives, so then therefore they can take some more accountability. It's more riskier for them to be promiscuous if we get rid of abortion, no more condoms, no more Plan Bs, no none of this. You got to go and raw doggy now. Whatever she got, whatever he got, you got it too. So therefore, it's going to be more riskier for women to have sex. Thus, they would not. Okay, thus they won't be as promiscuous.
Wait, it's already riskier for women to have sex in general, even with contraceptives.
It would be more.
It would be more
riskier.
Yeah,
certain women don't want to have a baby at 23 years old. right?
Agreed.
Okay, so guess
Hey,
what?
look,
What's the way for me
I'm
to avoid
29
having a
without
baby at
kids.
23? I have to stay abstinent. I got to be celibate. I can't
That's not
be out here
true.
being promiscuous because there's no
That's not true, though.
contraceptives. Therefore, I must practice some sexual temperance. You're making my argument for me. You're not refuting my argument. But listen, good
I am gonna
conversation. Let me
refute
get
it
someone
here,
else
though.
up.
Hold on.
She didn't make any good arguments. I was waiting. I thought like maybe she had like some good argument in there for prompt one. It wasn't nothing. All of her arguments was for my position. It's crazy. All right, welcome to No Fugazee podcast. And get your name and age.
Hey, how you doing, Fugazee?
What's up, man?
Big fan of yours. Big fan of yours. I appreciate you. I truly do. You're a guide and a light to the youth. I promise you. I appreciate you.
Was it me or was that woman just very unaware that she was making an argument for my position?
I think she was the only one unaware of the fact that she was actually proving your point. You understand?
I'm like, I said it so many ways. I'm like, wait, what other way can I say it? Well, god dang.
There are no other ways because she simply didn't want to hear the truth or the logic behind it. Since logic is, like you stated earlier, it's not something concrete. Not everybody's able to grasp that concept. I can understand that, but like you said earlier, hookup culture was created by women, for women, and to empower women. Now, women didn't understand the power behind it, so they used it loosely. They don't understand the power that they have behind the hookup culture. They don't understand the power that they have in reality.
Well, it's really, I would actually disagree. It isn't power that women have in hookup culture. They are actually sacrificing,
diminishing their power.
They're sacrificing their power.
I understand.
Because the true power that women have is coming together collectively, virtuously, in waiting until marriage to truly get what they want. I do a dating podcast, man, and I had over 1,000 women on the show. These women, they do not want to be single. They want a man, but they want a certain type of man. They want the man that they want, a man that they desire. And the truth is, a lot of these women are incapable, just like the last lady I had up that's 32 years old and single, they're incapable of attracting and retaining the man that they truly desire, right? They can attract a man that they desire for a short term, meaning that let him smash and then he doesn't want her and he disposes of her. Yeah, those women, just like that last 32-year-old woman I had up, that white chick, she gets disposed of like many other women do. That's just the fact of the matter. The truth is, these women live in a delusion. They think that they're hot. They think that they're sweet and everything is nice because their DMs is flooded. They go to Walmart and they get attention from men, and they conflate sexual attention with relationship attention. They don't understand that they're not that special. Yes. How men look at women, you're not special. It's only to smash. 9 out of 10 times it's only to smash. Only to smash. And the dudes that would want to do more 9 out of 10 times, well, guess what? Those are guys that you don't want. But the guys that you want, if you're attracted to them, other chicks are attracted to him. Therefore, he got options. Well, how are you going to be his only option? You won't be, because you've been used and abused by other men and been out in these streets creating the hookup culture that you're complaining about. These chicks is delusional.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The thing about it is that they don't understand the more that they actually connect with other men, the less attractive that they are to the majority of men, and the men that they actually want, the men that actually want them and that will do something with them and build a future, build an empire, build a family together. They reject those men because they feel they're lame. They're not exciting. the men that they're looking after, that they're excited to see, that's the 1%, not even 1%, the 0.5%, because
Moxie, you up next,
a
and
lot of
then
men are
Altwan or Juan, you up right after him. But go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You go ahead and land your plane, and then I'm gonna get a debater up.
There's a lot of homosexuality in the world. Not a problem, but I'll be very quick because I appreciate you, and I just wanted some time. It's just an honor to be able to speak right beside you. I tell you the truth. But women don't understand that a lot of men are turning to homosexuality because the women are so difficult to deal with because they want certain thing that they cannot obtain. That's the illusion. And then the men that do want them, they reject them. Now,
I don't agree to that. I don't think that men are turning to homosexuality. I think that if he gay, he just he just gay. He just gay, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Like if I'm like listen. Like it's like this. Well, prison makes people gay. Well, nah, man. Like if you around a bunch of men all the time and you find yourself attracted to those men, you are. That's simple fact. Because, nigga, I can be locked up for 55 years. There's no way in no shape or form that I'm going to develop an attraction to. It ain't going to happen, brother. But listen, brother, man, I got to get someone else here. Have a blessed day. I appreciate you, brother. It's just, yeah, that ain't going to happen. Women aren't turning men gay. Them dudes is already gay. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
My name Alton. I'm 25.
What's going on, man? What prompt you want to debate about?
Let's see. I mean, it's cool if I go off the script.
Yeah, you got 3 prompts. Or do you mean is it cool that you like?
Yeah, it's still.
Do you have a point of contention with something else that I said? Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's like, debating feminism and, all of these things that's like, like wrong with society, 100% agree with, but then it's like, going out your way. Like, I guess it's more of a critique, like going out your way to like let them know every day. It's like, I don't know, it's pointless because like you and I both know women is going to do what they want to do for the man they want to do it for. And if they're not doing it for you, you're just not the man. So you just got to move on to, build yourself to become something. Like, you feel me?
So when you watch basketball, when a person plays basketball, recreation basketball at a rec center, and they know they're never going to make it to the NBA, is it pointless for them to play basketball?
It's not pointless.
No, it's a niche. It's a niche for them to play basketball. They get exercise out of it. It's there to serve a purpose to the person that's playing basketball. Many different purposes to play basketball, even if they don't make it professionally and make money off of it. So what I do, and you asked me the question, you said you think it's kind of pointless to be, having these conversations about feminism because these women aren't going to change and stuff like that. Well, I'm a podcaster, and 1, I do it professionally. I make money off of what I do. 2, I do it for a purpose, and that purpose is to continue to dismantle these false ideologies and these weird worldviews and spread the truth. And I get paid for it. So why not do it, right? It's kind of cool. Kind of get paid for speaking the truth, right?
Nah, most definitely. That's why I said it's like kind of a critique because as crazy it is, it's like a lot of these dudes out here is like legitimately lost and like don't understand like the dynamic between like, the masculine and the feminine. So you feel me? Like, yeah, it's his own little niche. I guess I was just speaking to like, the men in general to understand it's like, all right, like, you 1000% right. But then you got dudes who go out here and go off you feel me? Like go off like, the rhetoric they would use, like, they're going to like misquote you like without the light that you just, explain. And they're going to be like, it's going to be like some low tier dude demanding these things almost like he like a woman, like, boss bitch, excuse my language.
meaning that there's going to be a man that's demanding a virtuous woman and all of this stuff, and a woman that's submissive, but he's not really like doing his duty. That's what you're saying, or what are you trying to say?
Yeah, exactly. Like being like a loser, pretty much. Like,
well,
you know,
there's always. Well, it's not nothing. So the reality is this: men are always going to have to take accountability because men and women are different. Men, our standards is just lower, man. So it can be a 400-pound woman that's living at home with her mom, broke, not doing nothing. Right. There's going to be some guy that will want her and accept her for who she is. But women don't have the same biology that we have. Generally speaking, they want quality and they have higher standards, and they will not settle for a man that's 400 pounds living in his mom's basement. So, which means that the 400-pound woman, maybe she won't feel the full negative consequences of her inadequacies. Besides like her own health issues, she'll still get a man, right? But she'll still be able to procreate, right? But the man that's 400 pounds living in his mom's basement, no, he's actually going to feel the negative consequences for his inadequacies by not being able to get sex, but craving it every minute throughout the day.
But like, are we coddling a man who clearly like lacks discipline? Like, you know, I understand your perspective.
Those men that lacks discipline,
like the people who don't get it.
No, those men that lacks discipline, they feel the consequences of lacking discipline within their experiences in life. They don't like think about it. You're a man. You wake up and you don't
You're just
have
trying to make the double standard more clear.
It's a double. Well, it's a double standard. I'm trying to make it clear to you that, well, no, men actually we live in accountability. Women don't live in accountability because the nature of the man. There's men that will simp for women at all costs. Our standard, and even if the guys aren't simping, so listen to this. Even if the guys aren't simping, our standards are just lower. So
look, take a step back though. Take a step back though, because like, you know, what you're saying is 1,000% right. But look at this. You said every woman got a man that's going 100% step on them. So
I'll take it a step further for you. Listen to this. My bad.
No. Let's not think about a relationship. Look at your mom. You know, your mom tell you something, you know, you're going to ride regardless. Like you see how deep it really go?
That's if you was raised with a single mom and you didn't have a father.
So you telling me, you know, 2-parent household, your mom said that, like, you know, like she's a damsel in distress. You're not going to come to the rescue?
Oh, you're talking about like protection wise. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like I'm agreeing with your point, but I'm just saying it's like, you know, people thinking that it's like this dude's really simping, but it's like the power structure go way further than that.
No. Yeah, like, I get what you're saying. Like, men, we have this, you know, we want to be the superhero in a woman's world. So we just have this, you know, natural proclivity to want to protect and provide for women. The simps, though, what separates the distinction is the men that protect and provide for women and also get value in exchange from the woman, meaning that the woman reciprocates on her end, those men aren't simps, right? But the men that, you know, protect and provide for women and the woman does not reciprocate, those men are simps. Make sense? So that's the distinction of what makes a simp and what doesn't. But the point that I was making, even if the man isn't a simp, the nature of the man and a woman is just different. Like a man would protect and provide for a woman, which is doing the tangible things that we can measure. And he really doesn't care, generally speaking, if the woman is giving him any tangible things. So you see how the things that we expect aren't the same. There's different. Like women want the tangible. We'll take the intangible. Like, listen to me. I got the final say. I make the rules and the decisions. But you get to live in a nice house and drive a nice car. But I make all the decisions and you follow my lead and you shut up when I tell you to shut up. That's a fair deal in a man's eyes. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. Like the things that we look for and admire in one another are totally different. Like put it like this.
A man. I just wish more people understood this perspective because like I feel like a lot of loser dudes grab this content and then run with it. Basically, like I was just saying, like, you know, which more like speaking more on like, actually being a man of substance, because it's like, we can scream all day saying, like, and I'm not arguing for feminism, none of that. I'm just like, just giving like, a middle perspective type deal. But like, saying we want all of these things from women, but then at the same time, not be that type of guy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it definitely goes both ways.
But that
And
don't,
it's like,
no, it's not a both ways. That don't
promiscuity
even,
weaken men.
no, that don't even.
The easiest man to control is a man who got no discipline.
Well, yeah, that part would be true. But the other part you said that doesn't even matter. Like if the man isn't, if he's asking all of this from the woman, but then he's not. So listen to this.
Everybody
but you
deserves
gotta listen.
shot.
When we speaking, you gotta one mic at a time. Listen.
No, most
Yeah, so what I'm saying is this, right? So if the woman, if the man had these expectations from a woman, but he's inadequate, I'm just saying that he's gonna feel the negative consequences of his inadequacies regardless. That's all I'm saying. The woman, on the other hand, she's just not going to feel the negative consequences of her inadequacies, because there's always someone that will accept the woman for how she is. There's not a woman that will accept the man for how he is. Women want men to become. We don't really, like, men's standards are so. Now, the reason why I do the podcast, because I want men to value themselves more. I want men to say, no, you should have higher standards. You should expect more from your woman. Right? This is why I do these podcasts. Woman, make me a sandwich at 2 a.m. My woman makes me a sandwich at 2 a.m. Oh, look, I got a woman that'll make me a sandwich at 2 a.m. Could your chick do it? No. Well, get your chick to do it. Why isn't your chick doing the things that you say? Everything that comes out of you, since she does not give any tangibles and you don't even care about the tangibles, she should be doing all of the intangibles. Listen, shut up,
that's what I'm saying, though.
And do stuff like that. Have a good one, man. It's that simple, but good conversation, man. Thanks for the call. Yo, bro, you don't want real debate? Brewman, come on up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age.
Oh, shit. Hold up. Everything's on an echo. I'm going to have to drop.
All right. Come back up later. Then. It wasn't echoing for me, but go ahead. What's this? Okay, Brewman, you said you're in a request. All right, I'll get you up after the next guy. What's going on, man? Name and age?
Christian, 29.
And what prompt you want to debate, Christian?
No, to be real, bro, I fuck with you, man. I listen to everything you say. You straight on.
Appreciate that, man.
A lot of the feelings that I be having, you be knowing how to put it in words, man. A lot of people need to listen to you more often.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, sometimes I could come off a little cocky, a little extra, but, a lot of the time it's entertainment value. But, yeah, man, I definitely try to come from a very truthful perspective. And I think a lot of men can relate, because men just tend to be logical. Also, men, we understand, we live a similar experience being a man. So we know that, our position in life is much different from a woman's position in life, right?
Sure.
Like I had a woman up here, that last woman that I was debating, that 32-year-old that said that men are at fault for hookup culture. She couldn't even, she doesn't understand that she can't even, just like we can't understand what it feels like for a woman to give birth, right? We just can't even fathom what that feeling would feel like, because it's like, bro, we got a wang. We ain't even got the tool down there. We don't even know what that even feels like. That's weird. What? Mm-hmm. But the same thing for women. They don't understand what it feels like to have 17 times more testosterone and have a wang. Get boners all the time. For no reason if you got enough T. Don't even be thinking about nothing. Hard as a rock, god dang, pause. No diddy. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand. So the simple fact that I'm having this conversation with her and she's just talking nonsense, I'm like, you just don't get it. The fact that we put consequences on something like grape, you should be praising men for.
Mm-hmm.
Because and this shows that we're benevolent. We love our mothers. We love our daughters. We love our sisters. We love you. We put a law against something we crave for. We make it harder to get for the thing that we crave for. Back, let's say 500 years ago, not even. If a woman was walking down the street and she didn't have a man, and then she came across another man, she got a man now. She gonna have a man now. That's how it's gonna be.
I was having a conversation with somebody they was disagreeing with.
I see Zigzag back here. Hey, man, I see Zigzag in a minute. Hold up. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I seen someone in the backstage.
No, that's all good, man. So in my opinion, right, women are a lot closer to children because they have to be. They're designed that way, which is why their understanding level isn't going to be such as ours. You know what I'm saying? It's God, whatever you believe in, whatever the case may be, everything's theoretical. And then it's man that provides the structure, and then it's woman that takes care of the kids, and then it's children. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. God over man, man over woman, woman over children. I agree. Let me get some people in here that maybe want to debate, man. I do appreciate the call, man.
I got you, though, man.
Zigzag, I got you in here in a minute. 1 second. I'll see you backstage on YouTube. Let's see, this guy wanted to come up. Brewman. Let's get this guy up. He said he wanted to debate.
All right. So
you were in here before,
this
man?
Is my second. Yeah. So
okay, you want to debate?
Something. Yeah, you said something because I rock with you, but you said something that I totally disagree with.
All right. What was that?
So about 10 conversations ago, you said majority of women are not damaged. So that sparked my interest. You have a computer right there.
Well, do you know why I said, when I said not damaged, do you know what I was speaking about?
No, tell me, because I only go by what you said.
I would say that, I would probably say that a majority of these women are damaged to some capacity, but in the way that I was speaking about the capacity part of, not the capacity, but the way that I was speaking about damage when I was talking to that woman, I was saying that, well, if we try to measure what would damage someone, right? And in the aspect of these women, this is why I'm saying you got to learn how to follow conversations, because it was very specific to a niche part of the conversation when we were speaking about women that want a long-term. I said that women generally want a long-term relationship with the man if she's having sex with the man. The woman agreed. I said that now a lot of the woman that is having sex with a man, but they don't desire a long-term relationship, those women are broken. That's what I said.
You weren't talking.
Then I said that real quick. Then I said that I was speaking about a majority of those women are broken. So it was separated. I wasn't speaking about the majority of women overall, but a subgroup of women, the majority of those women would be actually broken. Yes.
Okay, so first of all, you weren't talking to her. You were talking to the guy that you dropped.
I was talking to the girl too.
No, but first the statement you made was to the guy, and you said that you don't believe most women are damaged, and so that made me
wait.
think.
What?
What
was the context of the conversation?
Okay, the context of the conversation. The guy was saying whatever. You had two people on the panel.
Yeah.
He was up top and she was below.
Yeah,
she
but
was
what
quiet.
was said?
So you said you don't believe that most women are damaged. Right? That's what you said. Your words. Now,
you know what context mean? What was the context?
The context was...
Why did I say it?
Because of what he said, and you said most women are not damaged.
What did he say? Give me the context.
What I'm trying to say is this: when you said that,
listen.
No, what I'm saying is that when you
slow,
said that,
bro.
Okay, I got that.
What's the context?
The context, you were telling him basically that most women are not damaged, and that
you keep repeating the same thing.
All I'm saying, brother, is this.
Okay, do you know what context mean? Mm-hmm. Context is what transpired prior to me saying this for me to say it. What was the reason why I said this?
So I was only focusing on what you said and not him.
Oh, so you don't know the context. Get up out of here, you fool. You're a fool. I'm not speaking to you, bro. You was already up here before. I shouldn't even brung you up. You had low IQ before. Then I brung you back up. And you're saying that I said something without the context. Actually, you proved the other guy's point. He said, bro, you be saying stuff and then the people, they take you out of context. Yo, shouts out to the other dude. Yo. He kept saying, you said that women are damaged. Okay, yeah, but what's the context? Or most women aren't damaged or something like that. Well, okay, got it. But what's the context to me saying that? I said many things up here, but I'm saying things with context. There's a reason to why I'm saying things. And also, I'm arguing in ways where sometimes I'm doing a steel man. I'm steel manning their position, repeating something that they said back, or it can be I can say something and maybe I'm doing an internal critique. So I'm critiquing their position based off of their worldview. He doesn't even know any of these strategies of what I use to debate. Yo. Hey, that was actually funny. I felt like I was in like the back rooms. Anybody watch Back Rooms? Like Back Rooms was that movie where it's like very like weird. You walk into a room, there's another room, there's just all rooms. It's hard to find your way out. It's like he kept on saying, you said, okay, what's the context? You said, oh, another room. Empty. Another room. Empty. Nigga, where's the room with the context? Moxie, you up next. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast.
What's up, brother?
Hey, this is Jack Sparrow.
But you have
this guy, Jack Sparrow, in here, chat. Give it up for Jack Sparrow. I hear an echo every time you speak. Take yourself off mute. So every time I speak, I can hear myself.
Is that better?
Nah.
No, that sucks.
You wanted to debate? No?
Well, I generally, bro, I've watched a lot of your content. Love you. I'm the number two here.
You're an atheist.
I don't understand what you mean by atheist can't be logical.
Okay. Well, listen, I got to let you go because there's an echo, but just try to get that fixed and come back up. That was the crackhead Jack Sparrow, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. Homie look funny. Nothing against you, dog, but I appreciate the folks that are brave to turn on their camera. I'm scruffy right now, too, but I'm scruffy by choice. Like, I got the nigga naps in, the beard is scruffy. I ain't pick it out, oil it up, but it's by choice, right? It's by choice. I cut my own hair. These dudes be looking like the way they look because it ain't by choice. That's just how they look. Or they can't afford to get a haircut or something like that, right? But homie looked like a crackhead Jack Sparrow. But he was good faith. It seems like, he said he wanted to debate number 2 or get my understanding of number 2. And I'll definitely, if you're still backstage, nothing against you, man. It's just jokes. Don't get sensitive if you are. Don't take it serious. But yeah, if you get your audio fixed, I'll bring you up and we can go ahead and tangle number 2. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
I'm Matima, 38.
Okay. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Nah, not just debate. I just got a couple of questions. I mean, I watch your stuff. I admire the way you talk.
That was Crack Sparrow. Yeah, someone said that was crack. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. So you got a couple questions about what?
Yeah, it's just something we were talking about today. I just want to get maybe a little bit of understanding.
Okay.
And see if you can give your 1 or 2 cents about it.
All right.
So I got my homeboy. Say his female that he dirty, right? Boyfriend and girlfriend, not married, right?
Oh man, it's like a relationship question. But go ahead. I'll let you finish it. Go ahead.
Okay. he knows, say, he said, since she did him dirty, he made up his mind to waste her time. And I told him, like, why would you do that? Why don't you say and keep it pooching? He like, you gonna be there and waste her time. So I was like, okay, no Fugazee, come on. I was just asking to see if it's a good idea to be there and just waste her time.
No, not a good idea, bad idea. So obviously the woman cheated and he's staying with the woman because he want to continue to garner sex from the woman. Not a good idea because arguments is going to continue to happen. And that's when domestic violence cases happen. Because they're going to get it. He's not really caring for her like that. She doesn't really care for him. So they're in a toxic relationship. They're around one another for some sort of comfortability factor. Like, she doesn't want to leave him because he's providing some sort of security to her, which is why she cheated and she came back. Because he's the comfortable security thing for her. But she really doesn't desire him like that or respect him at all. And then he's staying with her because, well, he wants to he's a loser. He's inadequate. He doesn't have the ability to get other sexual options. So he doesn't want to lose the only sexual option that he has. Right. So what's gonna transpire here is, which I hope it doesn't, but it's a high probability that it will, is going to be some sort of DV case. So domestic violence or something like that is probably going to take place sooner or later. Or he's going to be clapping and she's going to be getting her clap cheeks by Tyrone at work and she's going to get pregnant. And then he's going to be taking care of a kid that isn't his.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing we were just talking about under the pot. And I told him, you're going to take care of a kid that is not yours, and he got mad.
Yeah, so, and the reason why he wants to stay with her, he's lying to you. Like, men like to lie to their boys to make themselves seem cool. A lot of men do this. I don't agree to it, but that's just how men are, to try to get maybe one up on you or to seem cool. Like, she did this, but I'm going to still get mine. Yeah, I'm going to get what I want at least. No, bro, if any woman cheats on you, the get back is leaving her and upgrading your life. That's the get back. The get back is leaving her and you upgrade your life. When she sees that you driving in a brand new 2026 car, luxury vehicle, got a nice crib, invested in some businesses, you a landlord and you got some properties and some tenants, she gonna be like, dang, I done missed out. I done chose the wrong dude. She got with a guy who got a regular job, but you got this career and you're an entrepreneur and doing big things. That's the get back. And you don't do it for the woman, right? You don't even think about the woman. You just upgrade your life. And a woman, she will see, because women nosy. She gonna see it. And when she see it, she gonna be salty. And what you do is, the get back is to not, so men, we upgrade our lives, one, so we don't have to deal with the BS that comes with these, promiscuous women. Right? That's one of the benefits. We upgrade our life, we become more successful, we get more options. Thus, we don't have to deal with the BS that comes with these promiscuous women. We got options now. She does something that we don't. Listen, if my chick like looked the wrong way, I'm breaking up with her. Chick, why you looking like that? Break up. I got options. I can replace you in a second. And you guess what that is? When you can replace a woman so easily for nothing, that's actually very attractive. Like, women want that. They want a man. If she feels that she's irreplaceable, well, she's going to cheat or she's going to disrespect you in Walmart and slap you in the face in front of a crowd of people. But if she feels like that her place isn't safe and you can replace her, no, you don't got to go to Walmart with her. She's the one going to Walmart and getting the groceries. You don't even got to get the groceries out the car. She's picking up the big old pack of water herself. Telling you, these chicks, listen, you think these chicks is weak? Yeah, they much weaker than men. But listen, dog, they'll pick up a big old pack of 32 pack of waters without a problem if you that guy. But if you're not that guy, get the waters out the car. Chick, shut up. You know you can lift the waters out that car. Take them nails off your fingers. Get the waters out the car. She tell you to get the waters out the car, but guess what? She don't tell a nigga like me to get the waters out the car. I don't have to. You niggas gotta get waters out the car. You niggas gotta get the groceries and put them in a refrigerator.
I'm recording this right now.
Look, you niggas gotta go to the grocery store and pack the cart up. You in a grocery store pushing the cart. You're a cart pusher. You niggas is cart pushers.
Thank you. And I recorded this. I'm just letting you know. And and tomorrow about 4 p.m., I'm gonna meet with you in the same spot, and we're gonna continue this conversation. Because I told you,
I bet. Yeah, you good, bro. Show this to him, and let him know that he's a loser. Peace.
Thank you.
With a chick after she done got her cheeks clapped by another man. What? Ugh. Ugh. It's disgusting. How pathetic. It's crazy, bro. I don't know how these dudes do it, bro. I don't know how they do it. I'm gonna probably get canceled too after that rant, but it's okay. So since I'm probably gonna get canceled, please subscribe to the channel, like the video, and click the bell icon so you get notified of when I go live next. And support the channel, man. I may not be here for a while, so you guys got to do what you got to do. Cart pusher, yes, chat. Everybody in the chat I ain't trying to be no cart pusher. I don't want to be no cart. Listen, you a cart pusher. Pushing the cart in the store. Oh, hun, yeah, get that one. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. You get that, yeah, that one. Put that in the cart. Bringing the cart, taking the groceries. The cart pushers always got they shoulders is real high. It's like, why are all cart pushers' shoulders high? Like, bro, I ain't a cart pusher, so I see it. I'm like, this nigga pushing the cart. You a cart pusher? All right. Zigzag, I see you backstage. I ain't forget about you. I see you back there. Damn, my live restricted. That's crazy, bro. TikTok, man. TikTok, bro. Let me bring Zigzag up. I've been streaming for 4 hours anyway. What's going on, Zigzag?
What's going on, brother? How you doing? Long time no see.
Yeah, man. Where you been at?
Not around, but good to see you, man. Congrats on your accomplishments too. I saw a thumbnail say you hit the 500K, so congrats on that, bro.
Yes. Yep, hit the 500K.
I'm about to go to
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I was about to go to bed, but I was like, I had fun debating you before, so let me get a little one in here before I call it a night. But I need clarity on something, bro. So I was hearing when you were debating on logic. How do you correlate the 1 + 1 = 2 to logic before I even jump into my argument? Because I'm trying to get clarity to make sure I get your position and we're not talking past each other.
Well, yeah. So, logic would infer that we have math. So, I'm basically saying that, well, in order to have math, prior to that, we need to have logic.
Okay, because you said the laws of logic are unbroken, and 1 + 1 will always equal 2. But it just depends on how you're using it. It's kind of like when you were telling somebody before that they're speaking sentences that they're using logic doing that. But either way, somebody could be speaking illogical. You know what I'm saying? They could be saying illogical sentences. So, I mean, the logic itself is to make sense of the world. And basically the things you're perceiving in it, but we're using language as a tool. And I feel like that's what we're doing with math. Math is unchanging because everything is calculated, like 1 plus 1 always has to equal 2, a variable's change, then who knows what the hell happens in this reality, you know?
Yeah. So when I was speaking to the one caller, we were speaking specifically about his sentence of "you are black." So of course, people can make illogical sentences. Yeah, we know that. But we were speaking. The argument that I was making was you cannot predicate without using logic. And then he said, "Yeah, I can." His evidence was, well, his proof, his demonstration was, "You are black." Like the sentence, "You are black." He said that there's no logic in that. And I said, well, yeah, it is, because when you say you, you're identifying a subject, a person. So that's the law of identity. Then he tried to say, well, I'm not using all three classical laws of logic. I'm not using the other two, the law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle. And I said, no, you are. I said that because if you say that you are black, this would infer that, well, I can't be you and you can't be me. So that's the law of non-contradiction. We know that you are not in a contradiction. And we also know that you can't be me. Well, I can't be me and you, which that's the law of excluded middle. So within the sentence of "you are black," you're using all three classical laws of logic and you're predicating. He tried to say that, no, I'm just predicating without using the three classical laws of logic. He was just wrong.
I understood your point there, but I'm confused about the math part, because the math is still just arithmetic. When you say 1 + 1 = 2, you're just basically arguing the arithmetic part of it. But suppose that if I have, for example, one person and I assign a number to that person, right? They're not, like, the number is the identity when we're dealing with arithmetic. But if I assign a person a number saying they're 1, plus, let's say they have a baby with the other number, which will be 2, that's 1 and 2. Now you have 3 people. So 1, 1, 1 is going to be 3 people instead of 1 + 1 = 2. So it's still considered a form of, like, a language. It's not like the arithmetic itself is in question here. You get what I'm trying to say?
If you have 3 of something, do you also have 2 of something and also 1 of something?
What do you mean by that question?
Well,
I don't know how did that entail to what I said.
Well, yeah, you said that. I'll repeat it back so you understand that. I understand what you're saying. You said that if there's a man and there's a woman, that's 1 and 1. But then this 1 and 1 have a baby, it creates
a third.
3. So you're saying that 1 + 1 = 3. Right?
Not saying it equals 3. If you're using arithmetic, you're saying equals 3. I'm saying if I have 1 and 1, right? Normally that would say, if we're talking about arithmetic, it's going to equal 2. But if we're looking at it from an assignment of a number to a person, which that person's an individual, it's one person. So if it's 1 and 1, they have a baby. Now you have 3 people, not 2 people.
No. If it's 1 and 1 and they have a baby, then there's 3 people if they have a baby, right?
Correct.
Listen to this.
That's arguing, like, the logical part. Like, you know how we said that if somebody's saying a sentence,
So you understand what I'm saying and how what you're saying proves my point. So if you have if there's 1 and there's 1 and those 2 people have a baby, it's a creation. They create another 1, right? So that would be 3. Now, if you have 3, do you still have 2? Answer that. If you have 3 of something, do you have 2 of something?
You still have 2, correct.
Okay. If you have 3 of something, do you still have 1?
Yes.
Yes. So you got 1, 2, 3. So you still have, with 3, you still have 2. And with 3, you still have 1. So these is all different identities. You can identify the 1, the 2, and the 3.
You can identify the 1, the 2, and the 3, but you're always going to have 3 if you're trying to identify them individually.
That's nonsensical. How can you? You can identify the 1, the 2, and the 3, but you're always going to have 3. You're also always going to have 2, and you're always going to have 1.
Right, but if you're saying 1 plus 1 equals 2, it's a different language you're speaking, though. You're speaking arithmetic, not logic.
No. Listen. When you say that you're speaking arithmetic, not logic, I'm saying that it takes logic. You use logic to what we just did. Identify. If you got 3, you're identifying 1, 2, 3. There's still in this 3. There's 2 in this 3, and there's 1 in this 3. Within that, this is logic because it's using the law of identity. Within mathematics, it still uses logic because you say you have 1 and you have another 1, and if you add those together, you have 2.
Right, and then if you have a
if you add another 1, 1 plus 1 plus 1, you have 3. This is still mathematics. So mathematics and logic isn't divorced from one another. You need logic first in order to have math. That's the position I took.
I understand that, but here's probably why I was asking you for clarity at first, because if I use sentences, I'm using that as a tool to basically ground my world view, let's say, and I'm using logic. I'm using the system of logic to make sense of the world and explain it to somebody through words. So that's the reason why I was looking at the math problem the same way as if it was like, let's say, a sentence that we're using, but we're using the logic to make sense out of what we're saying. So it's like context. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the position that you took, where you said that, well, really, you asked me a question. You said, how does logic, come before math, or math? Like, what's the relationship with math and logic? That was like your question. And I explained to you the relationship between math and logic.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, I mean,
logic is a tool that we utilize to observe the external world in a rational, coherent way, to understand the world. So logic is a tool to understand the external world.
All right.
Yeah,
that's cool. I mean, that's like we'll probably go in circles with that, because I could say 2 and 1 is 3, and then, you know what I'm saying, it'll just basically tie into many different ways we can rearrange that, and you'll still, you know what I'm saying, like if you're saying you're identifying 2, you'll still say 2 plus 1 equals 3. Yeah, I get it. Let me ask you another question.
Look at this, right? Before you get to the other question, let's say if so, when you look at the 3 classical laws of logic, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle, right? So and it works with math. So can you have 5 of something, and also can this 5 also be 17?
It can be part of a 17.
It can be part of a 17, but it can't be 17.
No.
Got it. See, there we go. So you see how you just utilize. So therefore, we know that we're not in contradiction because it can't be 17, but it can be part of the 17. So, and then can we say that, can 1 plus 1 be 2, and can it also be 17?
Say that again. 1 plus 1 what?
1 plus 1 equals 2. That you say that's true. And can that be false? I'm sorry, that's the best question. That's the question for the law of exclude. Can 1 plus 1 be true and false?
No.
Yeah, it can't
that would be again. That would be illogical. Right.
It'd be illogical. So that's So you see how with math, I can utilize all 3 classical laws of logic within math. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I just wanted clarity from where your context was on that. But let me ask the other question, because I didn't want to be in here too long anyway. There was a part in a debate I was hearing. I think it was the last one where you were talking about morals, but you would always bring up like Papua New Guinea, right? Okay. Are you making that argument from a legal standpoint or a theistic standpoint, like a Christian standpoint?
Normally when I make the argument and I bring up the island of Papua New Guinea is because I'm debating a utilitarianist or a utilitarianist or someone that utilizes harm principle or consensus, and then they say that morals are basically what we agree on. Or morals is something that produces the least amount of harm. When they use these arguments, I give an example of the small island Papua New Guinea where pedophile was legal, right? It was something that it was part of their culture. And well, this is an entire group of people and they all agree. So would that make it good? Like if you say that morality reduces down to consensus, this would mean that, well, pedophile in this culture, they all agree on it, so it must be good. If you say that morality reduces down to harm, whatever thing produces the least amount of harm or no harm, then it's good. Then, well, in this culture, these little kids, they don't think that it's harming them. They actually want to do these adult acts to these men because they want to be warriors. So they don't experience any harm. They feel totally fine. They want to do this. But these acts we would say that it's evil. So these atheists that believe in subjective morality, they find themselves in a weird hole to really justify what's actually morally good and what's not morally good. Once you take the claim that morality is subjective, well, there is no morality because you think something's good, they think something's bad, then, hey, what makes it valid? You have no clear justification what's the true good and what's the true bad. So that's all I'm saying.
So you measuring the good and bad based on what? On Christianity?
So I measure the good based off of Christianity. And the good is measured within Christianity because God is all good. The nature of God is all good. So the good is objective, is not subjective. The bad is just a rejection of what's good, and that's God. So rejecting God, disobeying his law, his commands, these things would be bad.
So for you to judge something to say that is bad or good, how are you using the measurement using Christianity? How are you going about that?
How am I using the measurements of Christianity to judge what's good and what's bad?
Correct.
This would be with biblical
scriptures.
Well, it's just more than biblical scriptures. This would be with I can't even think of the name right now. Divine revelation.
Well, where does that come from? The divine revelation.
Divine revelation comes from God.
I know, but where are you getting divine revelation? Biblical scriptures, right?
Scriptures. No. Divine revelation comes from God, and biblical scriptures and church history gives a clear account for divine revelation.
Right, but my point, where is this written that whatever you're considering bad from Papua New Guinea, where is this found in scriptures or let's say divine revelation? Where is this found at? Since you're using this as a measurement for saying it's bad or good.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so many acts within biblical scripture where it says that diddling little kids, it's not good. Homosexuality is not good. Bestiality is not good. There's many things within it where it gives a clear description of that. It's not good.
I know. I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. To me, I'm born in the United States, so it's obviously I'm not programmed to see that as a good thing. But with me, it's more or less like I'm going by the argument of programming. You're going by Christianity, which I'm trying to figure out how you're using this as a measurement to say it's bad or good, or are you using also programming, meaning you're not programmed here in the United States to do what those people do as a culture down there.
No, biblical scripture.
So where is it at? That's what I'm trying to find. Where is this biblical scripture at?
Yeah, I already told
you.
To
measure this. Where is it? I mean, did you tell me? I didn't hear any biblical.
Oh, you want like a verse?
Yeah, where is it?
Oh man,
so I
we can
can
pull
look
up
for it.
some verses, but it's. I'm not trying to do like a religious debate like that where I'm pulling up verses. I'm more than capable too.
Well,
But
the reason I'm saying I'm not trying to make it a religious debate.
biblical scriptures. I mean, you may not believe in the biblical scriptures. That can be your own prerogative, but I'm letting you know that it is. And yeah, if you don't believe me, you can just type in Google. Is it anywhere in
I
biblical
looked in
scriptures that?
Google. I
Yeah, is
couldn't
it
find
anywhere in
anything
biblical
on it.
scriptures where little kids doing fellatio on adults is bad? No, in biblical scriptures, sodomy itself is immoral. Oral sex is not a good thing. That's called sodomy. But yo, let me
But
get
you don't.
some
Yeah.
of these other debaters in here on TikTok because they're piling up in here, man.
So you don't want to debate no more?
I mean, it wasn't a debate. You were just asking me questions about.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. I wanted to find out what the
Well,
biblical
you didn't make
scripture
any
on that was.
argument. What's your argument?
Well, it's if it's a theistic or if it's a legal argument. So I'll give you an example before I go.
Yeah, no,
I'll
but
go so that you can finish your stream.
what's your
I'm
argument? You actually didn't give an
my
argument. 20
my
seconds. I'm
my
not sure what you're arguing.
my argument is that you're saying that it's bad or good. You're using Christian ethics, but there's nothing to back that up. You're not using something tangible that I can go look and say, okay, he's right. This is actually coming from Christian ethics. So I'm not a Christian,
Okay, I
but
see
I'm
what you're
trying to
saying.
find in a debate. I need
So
evidence.
you
You know
need
what I'm
some.
saying?
Okay. So, do you believe in things that you have no evidence for?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. So you do believe in things without any evidence. So I'm just telling you, you want some tangible evidence, and the tangible evidence that you want is a biblical scripture. If you really want that, I could just Google it for you. You
Well,
want
I
that?
mean, because this is what
Okay,
the
sure.
point of this
Go ahead.
argument is. Because if because I wanted to know if it was because it's legal. Because I remember when you made the argument with this gentleman, you said it's legal. So I wanted to know if it's because it's legal. You say that it was good, or was it a theistic argument? Now, here's the thing, though. You also are.
Wait, do you real quick? Do you want the scripture? Is that like what you
Yes.
truly want? Okay.
Yeah. All
So
right.
you
So you
can
don't want
go
me to
to
jump ahead? I'll
Genesis.
wait. I'll wait.
Yeah, you could go to Jude 1 verses 1 and 7. You can go to Ezekiel 16, 49, 50. You can go to Genesis 19. All of
Can you
these
read one of those?
you can read it. I'm giving it to you if you want to. If you want to, I want to get some more debates up, but it's like this is.
All
It's
right.
not
Let
doing
me ask
anything
you
to your
the.
position.
Let,
Sodomy is
it
wrong
does.
within biblical scriptures. It tells about the sexual perversions within there, what's actually good and what's actually not good, and diddling little kids and doing the adult act. That's two wrongs. So it's just wrong. And I gave you
I'll,
the
I'll,
where you can look it up.
I mean, it's recorded. I'll look it up too.
Yeah, just look
But
it up.
because I couldn't find anything. Yeah, I couldn't find anything on it.
Bruh,
But
it's in there. If you listen, you're not gonna be able to get through Genesis without seeing it. So just read Genesis. There's the first
so
book.
check this out.
Read that book,
I'll
and you're
come
gonna see
back.
a lot of it in there.
I'll come back and and I'll have a religious debate with you for sure because this is where I think it's gonna basically always come down to. I mean, we've argued abortion, we've argued are you born gay, we've argued a bunch of stuff, but it's always gonna come down to a religious argument. So I guess that's what I'm gonna have to debate on the next time that I do come in. One last question though. There was also one that you were talking about, like age gap dating and whatnot. You said there's nothing wrong with a 40-year-old dating an 18-year-old. But you said the youngest that you would date would be 18, but because it's legal.
I never said
Um,
that.
if
I never said that.
legal,
What's the
if
context?
legal, because they asked you. There was a few women that asked you.
Wait, you stretching
If,
it, bro. When did I say that?
yeah.
I never said 40. I
Well,
never
let
said
me finish. Let me finish talking, bro. I'm gonna explain, bro.
go
Listen.
ahead.
So you were in a group with women. It was one of the women dating things, right?
Yeah,
And
but
they
40
asked you what was
18,
the
I never
youngest you
said
would
that.
date. You said 18 because it's legal. You get what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out what the consistency here is with the legal or the theistic point. Because if 17 or let's say 15 was legal, then would that be the youngest you would date? If
No, that's not,
I'm not saying you now because
that's incorrect. I
you're in
never.
a relationship, so I respect that. But I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
saying, like
no. But
you
yeah,
said that
you're
the earliest you would date
like
was
one of
18
the
because it's
other
legal.
callers right now where
All right, yeah, bro.
yeah, you're saying something
I'll
that's
come back. I'm gonna come
you're saying
back.
something that's incorrect. Meaning it's freaking nap by me. You're saying something that's incorrect without the context. And the
So what did
context
you
that
say?
you're missing is that when I was having a discussion with these women, I didn't say that it's because it's legal. I was doing an internal critique on the woman's position that was saying that, well, men that date older girls is immoral. And I said, what do you mean by immoral? She said, it's bad. I said, well, by what way? What would make it immoral if a man
Yes.
that's 30 years old dating someone that's 18? I said, what would make that immoral? She said, well, I think that those men, it was 3 girls, and they had different arguments. The one girl said that, I think that those men want to use those women and take advantage of them. The other girl made an argument. She said that those men, the experience level between them aren't equal. And it was all of these different arguments, and I was doing internal critiques on their position. I wasn't making that my position. And again, I would still make the claim that a woman that's 18 and a man that's 30 years old, that's the age gap I said, that's 30 years old, which is a 12-year age difference. I said that, well, what would actually make that immoral under their worldview? Under their worldview, there wasn't even Christians or even religious at all. Nothing would make it immoral besides how they feel about it. Under my worldview, there could be some prescriptions against that, but there isn't.
We'll get into a debate on that, but let me because the point
I
that
want to get a few people up here. We got all right, let's bring these folks. These guys been waiting while I was talking to him. Let's get this guy up. He's not ready. If you want to come up, just request to come up. Yeah, and also if you bring up an old clip or something that I was speaking about, actually speak about it with the context. And, be aware that a lot of the time I do internal critiques on someone's position to reduce it down to make it seem absurd. Like with the whole age gap thing as well. I remember I was doing, I think the one clip, I said, I speak about the age gap a lot of times, so I'm really not sure which one he's speaking about. But I speak about it a lot of times where it's like, oh, well, they say that it should be illegal if the woman is 18 and the man is 30 because the woman is not, her frontal lobe is not fully developed. Like they'll make an argument like that. Then I'm like, okay, well, let's just grant that. Well, should the woman not vote then at 18? Her frontal lobe isn't fully developed. So why should we just like increase the voting age then? These are all internal critiques to show that their position would resort to changing a lot of laws that they actually would not want to change, right? So you guys got to understand the worldview and why I'm making the arguments and how I'm doing it. There's many different ways to debate to defeat someone's argument. Necessarily doesn't mean that it's my position. All right, so welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Name and age. Name and age. You are live. Coon Watermelon. I hear audio in the background, you Coon. Come on, Coon. Come up here and speak. All right. I guess the person is trolling. Let's get this guy up here. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Name and age.
Hi, yes, 35. Shiv.
You said shift?
Shiv.
Oh, Shiv. Okay. And Shiv, what prompt do you want to debate? You sound like an atheist.
I sound like an atheist.
Yeah, you do.
What does an atheist sound like?
Like you. Are you atheist?
Not at all.
Are you lying to me?
No.
Are you trolling me?
No. I've seen you. Seen you show up on some shorts, and I was
so
like,
you don't want to debate prompt two.
Let's see. Atheists can't give an account for logic. Feminism is bad for society. We could talk about 3. No, 2. I mean, if you're not a Christian and I am, then maybe I can bring you to the light.
Oh, you're a Christian?
Yes, sir.
You sure you're not an atheist?
I mean, we could definitely talk more about Christianity if you like.
No. But are you an atheist?
No. I'm like, if you look at my bio, it shows the cross over the country, because I believe in God over country, not God and country. I believe God over country.
Yo, someone's funny. Wiki, you funny. The host was doing so good, then claims atheists have a sound. Nah, you guys do have a sound, but the last 3 times I got it right. But I guess maybe I got it wrong. But I don't know. You could be trolling. All right, what prompt do you want to debate? You want to debate prompt 3?
Yeah, feminism is bad for society.
All right, you think feminism is good for society?
I would say yes and no. I mean, more on the no side, of course.
If you're a Christian, how is feminism compatible with Christianity?
Because it's all in the Bible.
No, feminism is nowhere near compatible with Christianity. Feminism tells you that you own yourself. In biblical scriptures, do we own ourselves or do God own us?
It depends on which
in biblical scriptures, do we own ourselves?
Well, that's just talking about individualism, not feminism.
No. In Christianity, do we own ourselves?
No, but we're arguing against
in feminism, the ideology is about rights, and it's about that humans should have free agency and women should have all of this free choice to do whatever they want. They need the free choice to choose what they want and all of this stuff. So it's an ideology based around self-ownership.
So what is Catholicism then?
I'm asking you, where in Christianity do we own ourselves?
No, you're making the argument that
listen, I'm making a distinction. I'm letting you know that Christianity is not, you said that you're a Christian, but you also believe that feminism is good for society in some ways. I'm letting you know that my argument is this: Christianity is not compatible with feminism. And the reason why it's not compatible with feminism is because there's a clear distinction within the ideology of feminism. It's a claim that we own ourselves, which is why we should have these equal rights. Within Christianity, we don't own ourselves, and there's no such thing as rights. It's duties in Christianity, and feminism, it's rights.
Okay. So you believe Christianity has nothing to do with freedom or liberty or rights?
No. Christianity has nothing to do with rights. There's no rights.
Or freedom.
Tell me what freedom? What are you talking about? Freedom, yes, but rights? No. Feminism is about rights and self-ownership. Where is self-ownership in Christianity, and where is rights in Christianity?
So there's many stories within the Bible that do show that women did get coddled in society.
Answer the question. Where's rights at? What is a right?
Right is something that's given to you at birth that's unalienable. Or at times we do have to fight for them, of course.
A right that is inherently given to you?
Yeah, but it can be taken away, so that's why we fight for them.
Okay, so we have this inherent right, and where in biblical scriptures does it say that we have this inherent right? And what is the right? What is that?
Well, you were just arguing that feminism is individualism. That's just a form of individualism. Like men practice
Answer my
individualism
question
as well.
instead of like obfuscating. Where in Christianity do we have
Go back
rights?
to the original point. Where in Christianity do we have rights?
Yeah.
Well, I don't believe in rights, right? When it comes to Christianity.
Yeah, because we don't have any rights.
Okay, so
there's no right. There's no such thing. The concept of rights is a privilege absent duty.
Man-made.
It's man-made. It's a social construct. And Christianity is not a privilege absent duty. In Christianity, what is it? It's a
works and faith.
It's a duty. We have a duty to not steal, a duty to not murder, a duty to not do these things. We have a duty to treat one another good. That's a duty. It's not a right.
Yeah.
We don't have any inherent right.
Yeah, but there's still feminism within the Bible is what I'm telling you.
There's no feminism within the Bible. There's no promotion of rights. There's no promotion of self-ownership.
There is promotion.
There's no promotion of egalitarianism. There's a promotion of a hierarchy. God over man, man over. It says, you want me to read you some biblical scriptures where there's an actual hierarchy within it, not anything about rights?
You're not going to teach me about the Bible. What you're going to say is argue your point that feminism is not in the Bible, but it is. There's feminism throughout the Bible, from the Adam and Eve to the fact that the Catholics even call Mary the mother of God. There's no mother in the Trinity. And yet over a billion people believe that there is. And that, I would say, is a form of feminism.
No. You're just to
give woman a position in Christianity as such is a form of feminism.
Okay.
So there is feminism
the position, in the Bible. No. You're saying that it's a form of feminism. Within biblical scriptures, do women have a position over men?
Not at all.
Okay. So in feminism, do women have a position over men? Yes.
I mean,
it's not compatible. It's incompatible.
Hold on. Feminism needs men in order to survive, right? Because women can't just do things on their own. They need men.
The ideology of feminism, what feminism posits, all of the ideas that feminism push is not compatible with Christianity in any way. Christianity is a hierarchical relationship between a community of people, the church and God, and the husband and wife and the church and God.
Do you
Within
know what the church
feminism, there isn't any God in there or church in there, bro.
There is, like I said, coddling of women throughout the Bible. There is coddling of women throughout the Bible. This is one thing I actually am very vocal with.
What coddling is there throughout the Bible when you just admitted that the woman does not have any position over a man?
But she still was not punished the way man was for her sins.
What do you mean?
When Rebecca
We're punished
lied
differently.
To Isaac, when Rebecca lied to Isaac and told Jacob to tell his father, who was blind and withering away at the time, that he needs to say that he's Esau in order to gain the birthright, she was comfortable with lying to her own husband because she preferred Jacob over Esau, right? Nothing happens to Rebecca, right? We don't know anything that happened to Rebecca after that, right? The fact that Potiphar's wife, right, accused Joseph of rape, nothing happens to Potiphar's wife, right? Nothing's mentioned.
No, so remember, you're taking a story and it's out of context because there are things.
These are forms of coddling.
No. You're speaking about the like, you're talking about a story and there's laws that govern these societies back then, and these laws that govern the society back then, they put consequences on men because men were the leaders. The women, no, they definitely was held accountable for their negligence and their wrongdoings all the time within biblical scriptures. So that's just wrong, one. And when you speak about that, well, the consequences wasn't like equal. Well, the consequences was just different. There's always going to be different consequences that, men get in a society with the laws and all of that stuff, and the consequences with the woman, because men and women are just different. So the consequences isn't going to be, totally equal as far as the laws. But in God's law, right, like, after when Jesus comes back and returns, no, the consequences is equal. Oh, you sinned? You didn't, get baptized in the name of Jesus and, follow me with your faith and your works and all of that stuff. Then, hey, go to hell, you go to heaven. That's what it's going to be. So the consequences is going to be the same, but the earthly consequences are always going to be different. We see different earthly consequences right now between men and women. Men get longer jail sentences for a crime, for the same crime that women did. They get a lesser sentence. We see the same differences. That's just what it is.
No, but there is no equality, right? Because double standards exist. I agree with that. Right?
Which is why you're proving my point, how feminism is not compatible with Christianity. In Christianity, they're not even trying to have the genders be equal. At all.
That's not entirely true. I mean, there are women trying to argue that they deserve to be pastors. I don't agree with that. They deserve to be pastors, but there's even pastors saying that when Christ came back,
but that's not compatible with Christianity. Paul gave clear instructions that women should be silenced in the church.
Well, who did Christ go to first when he returned?
Again, Paul gave clear instructions that women.
We're talking about Christ. We're
1 Corinthians. First, I'll read you a scripture, bro. 1 Corinthians 14, verse 34. It says, "Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law."
Yeah,
so
it's in 1
it isn't
Timothy
compatible.
2, verse 9 to 15.
Give me any argument. Give me one argument how Christianity is compatible with feminism. Go ahead.
I'm letting you know right now. The argument is, this is not even from me, but the argument is that Christ went to a woman first when he returned. She was the one that spread the gospel first. She was the one who mentioned that Christ has returned, the return of the King.
Okay.
Do you not know this? Do you not know that Timothy also had women within his ministry?
Stop. Did Christ?
I don't think you understand the Bible.
Stop. If Christianity is compatible with feminism, and feminism is for men and women to be equal,
I don't believe feminism for women and men to be equal.
Did Christ come back as a man, or did Christ come back as a woman? Like, did Christ come in flesh form? Did Christ come in flesh form as a man or a woman?
That's irrelevant to what you're asking me. Because we're talking about women preaching the gospel. We're not talking about
Christ come in. This is an argument to refute your last claim. You said that, one of the reasons, my evidence is that when Christ came, he spoke to a woman. Okay, he can speak to a chick, but what did Christ come as? A man or a woman?
We're supposed to be
What did Christ come as? Answer the question. Was Christ a woman or a man?
I think you're trying to obfuscate.
No. This is not an obfuscation. This is refuting what you presuppose. Your argument was stupid. It's some feminism within biblical scriptures because Christ spoke to a woman first. Well, Christ came as a man first. Look, Christ spoke to a woman first, but Christ came as a man.
But I never said Christ was a woman. So what are we arguing here?
Do you get the position? You said that Christ spoke to a woman first. You said yes. So you said thus. Stop it. Listen. Stop it. Shh. You said Christ spoke. Let's just grant your entire position. Let's grant it. I didn't even read it. I didn't even check it. But let's just say that it's all true. If it's the case that Christ came and he spoke to a woman, and this argument is a reason to prove how it's compatible with feminism, which is feminism is to make men and women equal, right? But Christ,
no, I don't believe that. I don't
stop. It is though. Then you're wrong. If you don't believe it, then you're wrong. So listen, stop it. Stop it.
You're trying to tell me what I believe.
Listen, all right, you're getting booted because you don't want to listen, and you're dumb too. He said, I don't believe that that's what feminism is. Then you are low IQ. You're an idiot. You don't know anything about feminism. The founders of feminism was the anti-suffragettes And they wanted to dismantle all of patriarchal systems because they viewed men as oppressors and women as the oppressed. They thought that the nuclear family was oppressive towards the woman because a woman submitting to a man or being underneath a man, and she doesn't have, equal rights to the man as far as like voting rights and stuff, then that's oppressive to the woman. She should have the same equal opportunity to go out there and work the same jobs that men want to work. But you don't know that the anti-suffragettes, well, guess what? These women didn't even want the right to vote. Over 70% of women, I think it was around like 80% of women, rejected to have the right to vote, because they knew that that would change the position and the social dynamic that they currently have established in society. And it did. So he's just wrong. And the argument that he made, I'll just refute it real quick for the chat. Again, let's just grant it. If it's the case that the reason why Christianity is compatible with feminism is because Jesus came and spoke to a woman first. Well, okay, he spoke to a woman first, but when Jesus came, he came as a man first and only. If it was maybe somehow compatible with feminism, maybe he would have came as a woman to show that, well, like God would have came as a woman to show that I'm God in flesh form as a woman. Men and women are equal. That would prove his position a little bit better. Like it'd give it a little bit better, right? But his position was just dumb. So I made a higher authority argument to disprove his position. That's all I did. Simple argument to dismantle his flawed position. Bring up some more people. Guess we got this guy in here. Not sure who this is. Let's see. He was in here for a while. You're not ready? Okay, let's get the next person out. Get the likes up too, chat. Get the likes up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Mike, 41.
All right. What prompt do you want to debate, Mike?
I want to just talk about the first one. It's true. I agree with it.
Okay. And what don't you agree with out of these three prompts?
Oh, what don't I agree with? I really don't know much about the atheist stuff, so I probably wouldn't.
Mr. Ninja? Let me see. Okay, you up next, Mr. Ninja, I guess. But, okay, is there anything that you disagree with or no?
I don't know, probably number two, to tell you the truth. Maybe possibly.
Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then, yeah. Then, in feminism, are you a male feminist?
I don't think I'm a feminist either.
Do you believe that feminism is good?
Well, I mean, the whole equal opportunity stuff, I mean, I guess, could probably create some confusion or, some problems and stuff like that. But I'm really more concerned, well, not really concerned, but I really wanted to touch base with the first one that you had, where women single in their 30s.
But you agree, though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, yeah, let me get someone else up that disagree. It's debate night, man. I've been streaming for 5 hours, too. I'm only trying to I got a few more minutes left to get some debaters in here, and that's it. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age?
Connor, 25.
Connor, yeah, you sound like an atheist for sure. Dang, Connor, what happened? You just left. Connor sound like an atheist for sure. Connor, come back. You were a full-blown atheist. And atheists do have a sound. It's like this, like, overly confident, egotistical type of voice that is too assured of themselves, but very wrong. They have a sort of voice. It's like, hello, I'm Connor, I'm 40. Like, dorks. It's the main thing. He was definitely an atheist. Come back up here, Connor. If you don't think atheists have a sound, they definitely got a sound. Yup. See, yeah. Chat on YouTube agreeing with me. Chat on YouTube is agreeing with me. They know. They've been watching me long enough. They know. The entire chat on YouTube knows. Every time an atheist come up, we know the sound of them. Get the likes up, chat. On TikTok, we got over 200 people in here. Like the video. We got a dating and relationship show this Saturday. We're going to be going live at around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But tonight is open panel debate night. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I'm about to wrap up, but if you guys want to debate, I got at least 2 or 3 more debates in me. So let's see. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age.
Oh, is this a 18 plus?
You're not 18?
No, sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, little kid. And you know, atheists kind of sound like little kids too. Like, that's the thing. So their sound, like, I'm not saying that kid was actually an atheist, but like the atheists that do come up, it's like this ego with extra confidence, but they sound like a kid, like naive. It's like this naive confidence that like hasn't truly been earned, right? It's more like this narcissistic, like confidence that isn't earned is a form of narcissism, right? You're all confident. You didn't even earn this confidence. You didn't even accomplish nothing. What's going on here? It's this naive confidence, and it sounds young. All right, Kyle. Oh, this seems like an atheist.
Yo.
Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
Hey!
No Fugazee.
I was right. All right, Kyle, your age?
18.
All right, you sure you 18, bro?
2008, May 24th. I don't know how else I could prove it to you.
Okay, all right. What prompt you want to debate? Obviously number 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now there's this echo when I speak. It's muffled a little bit. Can you get rid of that? Are you near a fan? Are you using some type of like ear pod or something? Something is a little off when I speak. I can hear myself.
I could just mute when you're talking if that could help.
I mean, how bad is it, chat? Can you guys hear it? Unmute yourself real quick, Kyle. So, chat, when I speak, how bad is it?
I'm near a fan right now.
Okay, wait. Actually, now it's going. I don't hear it no more.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good now. It's good. All right. All right, so atheists can't give an account for logic itself is the claim. And by account, I mean give an epistemic justification for logic itself. How does it exist under an atheist worldview? How is it possible for us to have logic if it's the case that there is no God? Can you please answer that question for me?
So, wait, is your question, like, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm being, dumb right now, but I don't understand what, I was going to come up here and debate why I think atheism, why I think I believe in it.
Yeah, but that's not the debate prompt. The debate prompt is not, why you believe it. I'm sure you believe in logic. You're using logic right now, so I'm sure you believe in that. The argument isn't that atheists can't use logic. No, we can all use logic. A Hindu, an atheist, a Christian, we all human beings can use logic. The question that I'm asking is a higher authority question. It's talking about logic itself. How, under an atheist worldview, is logic even logical? And that sounds a little weird, but that it's a question about logic in it of itself. Does logic, under your worldview, does it have an ontology? Or is logic just a social construct? What is logic?
I mean, I don't think I should be up here debating you.
Okay, fair enough, dog. It's okay, man. You're 18, so I'll give you a pass here. Yes, a philosophical question. So when I say that atheists can't give an account, I'm talking about give an epistemic justification. When I say that, give a good reason to how they know logic could exist under an atheist paradigm.
Hey, you still got that?
All right, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age. You just commented and said that you can argue this much better, and you've requested up, so you're up here. What's up? You're an atheist?
Yeah, I just now I have a horrible echo.
On your end, it's an echo.
Okay, I think that. Yes, let me just, I think consciousness is a prerequisite to logic.
Okay. And consciousness is there a prerequisite to consciousness?
Consciousness, you tell me, I don't think so. I think consciousness is.
This guy just left. I think that consciousness is a prerequisite to logic. Okay, great. Is there a prerequisite to consciousness? No, there's no. So consciousness just is. Consciousness is self-evident. Oh, you believe in things that are self-evident, huh? So consciousness doesn't rely on anything else? Oh, it does. Okay, then it's not self-evident. Silly guy. And for the chat, when I make these arguments against the atheists, because I'm a Christian, and under my worldview, I can give an epistemic justification for the possibility of logic. Logic, we have the three classical laws of logic, which governs thought. It governs our thoughts. And when you think about logic, it just doesn't govern our thoughts. It governs everything beneath the physical world. Logic would be something that's immaterial. You can't touch it. You can't taste it. It can't be empirically proven. Logic would be universal. We know that it applies everywhere, because to deny that it doesn't apply everywhere, you're using logic. See that? So logic is immaterial, it's universal, and also it's invariant. It applies at all times. Like logic isn't logical, today and not tomorrow. No, it's still going to be logical today and tomorrow. So logic, we know, has a different ontology than us. We're not universal beings. Our minds are not even universal. Our minds cannot ground an immaterial concept, because logic is a concept. And our mind can't ground it. Our mind can utilize it and access it, but we can't ground that, like hold that thing to like make that true. No, we access logic and use that as a tool. So logic is an immaterial, invariant, universal concept and concepts are held in minds. And if human beings wasn't here, well, 1 + 1 would still equal 2. And if you have math, this means that you have logic because you need logic to identify the 1 to then get to 2. So we know that, well, the world was constructed and organized in not a random way like these atheists and evolutionists like to say. It just wasn't random. If it was all random, then, we wouldn't be here. And the world and universe didn't exist for 10 trillion years like they said. These things are claims that they make, that they presuppose within their worldview without giving any epistemic justification on how they know the world existed 10 trillion years or the universe existed 10 trillion years. These are assertions. This can't be empirically proven. Do we have access to 10 million years? We don't have any access to do any scientific evidence on 10 million years. So evolution does not adhere to the scientific method. The scientific method, the first thing you need to do is have an observation. It don't get past that because they can't physically observe something that far away those many years ago. Did they create a time machine and go back in space to observe that the universe was actually here that long? No, so they can't observe it. They're lying. When they go back to carbon dating and they look at the speed of light, all of these things are lies. We can stop the speed of light. We can actually slow down the speed of light. So they don't actually know if things were there. It can be this. Here's a quick example for you guys in the chat. This simple. God could have created everything and put Mars over here, Jupiter over there, these other planets in the galaxy all over here at the same dang time. At the same time, chat. At the same time, chat. At the same dang time, chat. You know why? So listen, currently I'm in Pennsylvania. Some of you may be in other states. It may take me 2 hours. I got a better example. I was born on a day and some people was born on the same day I was, but in different locations. And the location that they're in, they could be 5 hours away from me, 16 hours away. So if we were born same day, but different time zones because of the distance between things. Because of the distance between things, does it mean that Billy's older than me because he's in a different time zone? In his time zone, it was 6, the time was just different, but it was actually at the same time, like the same moment, the same instance. No, he's not the same. He's not. Just because the distance is different doesn't mean that changed the years of things. That's what I wanted to say. Just because the distance is different doesn't mean that it changes the actual years of things. Me and Billy could have been born at the same time, but in a different distance. That doesn't mean that it changed the years of it. So these atheists, these scientists, they like to say that, the galaxy is 10 million years old because of, the location of it, the distance of it, the distance of the Earth and to that area. Well, it's so far away, it's going to take us 10 trillion miles to get there. The light travels 10 million miles to get to us. So that means 10 million light years to get to us. So that means that it takes they're 10 million years old. You see what I'm saying? Oh, they're 10 million years old because it takes 10 million years to get here. No, it's just like the person that was freaking born 6 hours ago. The distance would take them 6 hours to travel, but we were born at the same time. Does it mean that they're 6 hours younger or older? No. Because of the distance? No, that doesn't mean that. It's the same freaking time. We both popped out the belly at the same dang time. They're just in a further distance. And for me to travel to that distance, it may take me 16 hours or 6 hours. Is this nigga 16 or 6 hours older than me? Heck no. So the age of it is wrong. Clear example. I hope I explained that pretty good. I think I did explain that good. Took me a little bit to get to it, but I think I explained it good. So I say all of this, chat. And I'm enthusiastic when I say this because it's late and I'm trying to provide you guys some good content here. Some stuff to critique too. Maybe trying to trigger some atheists and maybe some fake scientist in here to come up and say, Cooley, you're wrong. So that's what the purpose is for too, is to, rage bait these folks in here. But I say all of that to say, atheists make all of these assertions without giving any epistemic justification. And when we're speaking about logic, logic is very similar to the ontology of God. God is immaterial. God is universal, meaning that he's everywhere. And God is invariant. God is, he's not bound by time, space, and matter, right? So logic itself shares at least some characteristic traits of God. It doesn't fully exhaust God and shares all of the characteristic traits of God, but it shares some characteristic traits of God. And logic is universal and it's a concept. And these concepts are held in what? Chat? Concepts are held in minds, right? Well, since this type of concept that's universal cannot be held in a human being's mind because human beings are finite, well, what type of mind can it be held in? A divine, eternal mind that's not finite. Booyah! You get it, chat? So I'm making a transcendental argument for God. So prompt 2 is simply to destroy the atheist worldview, to say, hey, dumb atheists, come up here and give me an account for logic, not how we can use logic and stuff. I'm talking about logic itself. What is logic? How is logic logical? For the low IQ people in the chat, this concept and the way I'm speaking, this argument may be a little bit too abstract for you, so you may not be able to understand it, but it's very coherent. Super, super coherent. All right, let's see if I triggered somebody. Hopefully I did.
Yo.
Hey, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age.
My name is Bear. I'm 18.
All right, you're a kid. And, well, you're not a kid. You're 18. What prompt do you want to debate?
Yeah, I can do 2 and 3.
Figured you were an
whichever
atheist
one
and
you
a
prefer.
feminist.
Yes.
What would you like to start with? It's up to you. Ladies first. You're a woman, right?
Yes, I am.
You're a female?
I was born with XX chromosomes, yes.
All right. So I'll let you choose.
We'll do the atheist can account for logic because when I was listening to your ramblings about logic, you didn't actually provide any substance for your claim.
18 is an adult. That is true. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Substance for your claim that logic cannot be provided without the existence of a divine God. So what is can you link those two for me? Because I was very confused about your argument on the matter.
Yeah. So I did give the argument. What exactly do you have a question, or what exactly do you want me to explain then? You said link the two that atheists can't give an account for logic and Christians can. I thought I kind of linked that.
Yes.
What part didn't I link? Let me know so I know what to explain to you.
Well, your basis, you were talking in Sergil, you say like logic is logic because it's logical. That's essentially what I got from what you said. But from my argument, even without the problem of divinity, right? Logic consists of when we think of logic, we're thinking of identity and non-contradiction. Those are 2 of the 3 laws of logic, right? You would agree?
Yeah.
These things exist without the need of a divine creator. If you look at a tree, you would say this is a tree, not a not tree, correct?
you made an assertion. So when you say
What's
that,
the assertion I made?
yeah, the assertion was when you said that this can exist without a creator, and then you
I didn't say that.
Okay, let me. Now you're gaslighting me. So let me complete my sentence first. You said that.
All right.
This can exist without a creator because I'm literally repeating back what you said. You said that this can exist without a creator because when you look at a tree cannot be a tree and also a tree. You said correct?
Yes. Yes.
And real quick, did I still man your position?
I don't know if you represented it 100%, but you were. I would say yeah. You
did you just say that this can't exist without? You said that this.
I said logic. I said logic can exist with or without a divine creator. Because if you look at a tree, it can a tree.
And I said that I disagree. Got it. I said that I disagree with your presupposition.
Okay,
because
go ahead.
the part of the presupposition you're saying that this can exist without a creator. And I'm asking you, how do you know? You're making a knowledge claim and you're saying that something can exist without a creator. I'm asking you, how do you know that logic itself can exist without a creator? Please give me an epistemic justification for logic itself.
Yeah. So the laws of logic are descriptive. They're not prescriptive. So these are not laws that need for example, they're not.
Well, I don't think
laws.
That's accurate. Let me ask a question.
Finish.
Well, real quick, I disagree with the one thing you said. You said the laws of logic are descriptive; they're not prescriptive.
Well,
so let me ask this. Let me ask a question. Ought we strive to be logical instead of illogical?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. If we ought to be logical instead of illogical, is this prescriptive?
What do you mean?
Is it prescriptive? Ought we be logical instead of illogical?
I don't understand your claim. You said ought we rather be?
No, it's a defeater. You just admitted to it. You said that these things are not prescriptive, they're only descriptive. Then I asked you a question and you say that it's actually prescriptive because you say that we ought to be logical instead of illogical. If you give an ought claim, you're giving a prescription.
No, that's not I'm saying the law of logic, not using logic, not the concept of logic, the law of logic, right? So identity, non-contradicted.
No, the laws of logic are prescriptive.
When you're talking about the laws of logic,
ought we be in a contradiction?
Ought we be in a contradiction?
Ought we be a contradiction? Ought we be a contradiction? Ought we contradict ourselves? Yes or no? Should we contradict ourselves? Yes or no?
Is it logical? No.
Oh, okay. So is it logical? No, it's not logical to contradict yourself. Therefore, logic is also prescriptive because we shouldn't contradict ourselves.
The laws of logic do not change based on how you prescribe it.
Wait, should we
look up?
Stop it. I didn't say that. I'm just refuting the claim that you made. You said that the laws of logic are descriptive and not prescriptive. I'm letting you know that it's both descriptive and it's both prescriptive based off of what you said. We ought be logical and we ought not contradict ourselves. Therefore, if you're saying we ought not do something, you are giving a prescriptive to do something or to not to do something.
All right,
you're not just describing something. You're saying that we should act on doing something or not act on doing something. So it's descriptive and prescriptive. You are incorrect.
I'm not conceding with you, but I'm going to move on because you're talking in circles.
No one's talking in circles. You were wrong.
We're not getting into the
No. Stop it. You are wrong. You don't want to admit your defeat because you're an 18-year-old woman and your life has probably just been given to you. So you don't know how to take accountability. But this is the accountability prison. You're in accountability prison. I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. So let me ask you another question when we're speaking about oughts and you don't think that oughts are prescriptive, right? So what is a prescription?
A prescription of what?
When you give a prescription to what is the distinction between a description and a prescription?
Are we talking about in language or in science?
What is the distinction between something being descriptive and prescriptive.
So descriptive is basically focusing on how people basic in day-to-day life talk. So it's like describing how they're talking. Prescriptive is using the actual rules for language. That is what prescription is. So if we're talking
No. You're incorrect. So descriptive would just be describing our observation, and that's it. It's describing something. Prescriptive.
That's what I just said.
No, you messed up on a prescriptive part. The prescriptive is basically it's what we ought do, what we should do, right? How society should move, how people should operate.
That is what I said.
Okay.
I said the rules of language is what I said.
Even if it's the rules of language, is not only just the rules of language. Is descriptive just the rules of language?
No, descriptive is how we describe people using language.
Do you use language?
Yes, I use language.
Okay, and do you use language for prescriptions?
You can, yes.
Okay, so it's both language with descriptive and prescription.
Yes, that's how language works.
Okay, great. So give me a distinction between descriptive and prescription.
You describe with descriptive. So you would describe, for example, a conversation, you would describe what was used.
And then what's prescription?
Prescription, we talk about the exact rules used in that. So for example, if you, what's a good example?
We talk about the rules that's used in it. And you said logic is only descriptive, right?
Logic is primarily descriptive.
No. Okay. And primarily descriptive. No, it's also descriptive and prescriptive. Do we not talk about the laws and the rules on how to use logic?
Again, you're mixing up the concept of logic and how we talk about it colloquially.
No. Listen. It's both. It's both and. So logic is also descriptive and prescriptive.
Would you say it's primarily prescriptive or descriptive?
It's both and.
I would say it's descriptive primarily. I would agree. I'll contest
both
to
and.
that. I'll contest to that. I think it's primarily descriptive, but there are prescriptive parts of logic.
Okay, if it's primarily descriptive, can you give me an example where it wouldn't infer a prescription within logic? It wouldn't,
I guess,
have a prescription within logic. Sure, go ahead.
Wouldn't have a prescription?
Yeah, you said that it's primarily descriptive. So making a scenario where logic wouldn't have any prescription in it.
Well, I guess when we're talking about the principle of 1 + 1 = 2, there's not room for prescription in there. It is describing how numbers work and how math works.
Okay. When you're speaking about 1 + 1 = 2, right?
Also, I would also like to say, hold on, one second. I want to complete that thought real quick. When I say something is primarily, that does not mean there are instances without. Primarily means, for example, if I had a carton of milk.
I was looking for an instance without, but you're saying primarily that it's this.
I don't think there's a single instance where there's not prescriptive. I think I do agree with you on that one.
Okay.
But there is not one singular description where it is only descriptive, and there's not a single where it's prescriptive. My point was
that. Okay, got it. So listen. No. Listen. If that's the case, then you are proving my point that logic is both and descriptive and prescriptive.
Even if we do agree on that part, that does not prove the idea of a
I'm holding your feet to the fire. You can't escape. Do you concede?
No, even if it is descriptive and prescriptive, that does not define the fact that there is a divine God. Your conclusion doesn't match up. You're saying
wait, no. It's not. I'm not making an argument for that. Do you concede that it's both and?
I've already conceded that.
Okay, got it. Now let's move on. I told you, chat. Yeah. This is accountability prison. All right, go ahead. Move on.
Well, Loki lost my points. Not gonna lie, I did take some notes on what you were saying earlier, though, so maybe I can go back to that.
Okay.
Okay, most of these are about feminism. I can't lie. I was also having a lot of problems with your ideas about feminism.
Wait, so you don't want to speak about logic and God and all of that?
I can keep going on logic, but I was just saying most of my notes were about.
Okay, well, we can go to your notes. Sure. You want to go to feminism? Sure. Go ahead.
We can do that. All right. Would you like to put yourself up with a claim? Feminism is bad for society.
Oh, okay. You want me to make an argument?
Would you like to?
You were listening to me. I've been debating for 5 hours, so you wasn't listening. So give me your argument. I'm sure you heard my position many times.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
So
why is feminism good? Why is feminism good for society? I guess answer that.
I would like to say what our definition of feminism. So what is your definition of feminism?
Oh yeah, feminism is it's a historical movement of a movement towards egalitarian and to dismantle patriarchal systems. That's I would say that. So for men and women to have equal rights and to dismantle also patriarchal systems.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I believe that feminism is advocacy for social and political equality of the gender and sexes. I would agree. So my only question is, what problem do you have with the equality for gender and sexes based on that?
Bro, I want you first, before I answer a question, I want you first to let me know, why do you think feminism is good for society? Don't ask me what problems I have. Like, we're going to get to that. But like, I've been debating for 5 hours. You've been hearing me, argue this prompt for a while. So please give me your position.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent for the Constitution. And in the Constitution, we are given inalienable rights, which are rights that every single human are given, regardless, that they deserve: the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Not only do I love the Constitution, I also think that all humans should have bodily autonomy and the equal rights of each other. That's how we've seen in sociology. That's how these human system works. If one person is getting untreated fairly than the other in a group of people, we see that those systems usually don't work out, most likely because there is an uprising, right? We can look at all these things. We can look at just in history as well. When people are being positioned above each other, there usually is conflict very soon, and these places don't last for long because of that thing. So I'm a big proponent for bodily autonomy of all sexes and the right for equality.
Okay. Now, when you say that you're a big proponent for bodily autonomy, the right for equal equality, you also said that we see in society when one person isn't being treated, when a person is being treated unfairly, that causes problems in society. Now, when we look at a society is a collection of men and women, right?
Yes.
All right. And in this society of collection of men and women, and we say that, well, we want equal rights for men and women. Rights to you are what?
I would say like inalienable rights. So anything that falls under life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Okay, so this would be like a social construct, though, right?
Yes, it is a social construct.
All right. And this social construct, these are things that we agree on in the society, right?
Yes, so the society can work better. Yeah, I do agree.
Got it. So the right themselves is just an idea. It's a social construct. But what actually makes that social construct, this idea, come to reality?
It's a various different things. It's not one factor usually. That depends on what social construct you are talking about specifically.
Well, I'm speaking about rights, the social construct of rights themselves, right? So rights is just an idea of something that we agree that we have. So I have a right to walk down the street. I have a right to own this property. I have a right to go to school. I have a right to vote. I have a right. So all of these things, all of these rights that we have, they're ideas. They're socially constructed. They're things that we agree on and stuff. And I'm asking you, well, what makes this idea, this immaterial concept that we agree on, what makes that true in reality?
Because we enforce it.
Okay. We enforce the idea that we have in our mind. And who has, since there's only two genders, two sexes, male and female, who has the monopoly on enforcing the idea in our head, men or women?
I would say due to the patriarchy, men.
Got it. So men have the monopoly on enforcing the idea that's in our minds, which means that women and men will never be equal because women cannot enforce rights for men. They always have to appeal to a collection of men to enforce the rights for them. And men are not afforded the same luxury to sit back and complain and have women enforce rights for them. Thus, feminism is a lie. Men and women will never be equal because men are the only ones that can enforce all of the social constructs that we have in our mind, and women cannot do it.
Yeah, I don't know.
All of
how
your
we got
rights
to this
come from
point.
men.
Well, okay. Again, back to my point. When you talk
You
about
don't have an
feminism,
argument for that?
I got you.
What?
I'm
Why are you trying to
I'm
escape?
refuting
I'm
it.
holding your feet to the
I'm
fire.
refuting it. I'm
Okay, go ahead.
refuting it.
Sure,
Let me
hear your
let me
position.
finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, when we talk about, for example, I don't understand how you could be against feminism, right? You said you're against feminism. You think it's a lie, because you said women have to appeal to men to get their rights. Correct? That's what your claim is.
Correct.
So how is that we've gotten the right to vote? We've gotten the right to own property. Are you saying this because men wanted women to? Correct? Is that what your point is? Men wanted women to get the right to vote.
You wouldn't have a right to vote if men didn't want
Yes,
you to
exactly.
have a right to vote.
When men wanted women the right to have own property in banks, correct?
Yeah.
So how is it your opinion that men don't like feminism, they shouldn't like feminism, and yet they are perpetuating these feminist ideologies by letting their wives vote, by letting them own bank accounts, by letting them become CEOs? All these things don't make sense if your worldview is men uphold the patriarchy, which I do agree they do, but at the same time they allow women to own property for what? What was the point of that? If men, or if that was the natural way of the world,
you're not comprehending, right? So you're jumping around. So let me ground you a little bit. So the argument is simply this, right? As far as voting rights, well, men didn't vote on that and women didn't vote on that. It was a bunch of non-government organizations in cahoots with people in the government to give women the right to vote. So this is not anything that we voted on.
Who do you think passed the 19th Amendment? Who do you think passed the 19th Amendment?
We just went ahead and it got passed. We didn't vote on that. So real quick, calm down. So when we're speaking about, to get to my position, even if it's the case that men agree for women to vote, that men agree that women could drive a car, even though they suck at driving most of the time, can't parallel park. Even if men agree that, you know what, they have the right to bodily autonomy, that's all fine. Men can enforce all of these things, enforce all of these rights, but women cannot enforce any rights for men. Thus, it will never be equal. Can men sit back like women do and say, hey, I want rights, I want this, and, women enforce them? No, you just admitted to the defeater that rights are a social construct, and what makes these rights a reality are enforcement, which is force, and men have the monopoly on force, so it's always going to be a collection of men enforcing all of these rights, which is not equal. So feminism is the movement towards egalitarianism, but the truth is we can never be equal because men are the enforcers of rights, and women aren't. So is that equal if one sex enforces all the rights, but the other sex can't enforce any rights because they're weaker? Is that equal? Wait, is that equal?
No, let me just understand.
That's the defeater, which is why feminism is a lie.
Your argument is women are not equal to men because we can't enforce. We are basically
That's
being
one
oppressed.
argument. Yeah, you can't enforce any rights.
You can say the exact same thing for slavery. White people, we will never be equal to white people because white people enforce the rules. No, that is the same thing. I'm using your argument against you.
No,
I don't agree
I'll let you
with that
finish it.
argument.
Go ahead.
That is the exact same
Finish
thing.
the slavery argument.
If we talk about white slave owners.
Go ahead. Fully explain the slave argument, because this.
If we talk
not a
about
good
white
argument.
slave owners, right? If we use your same idea that this power structure, which is a social construct, meaning black people could never, which we did, could never reinforce or get their rights back because white people have to give it to them, then we would be in the same situation. We would still be slaves. But that's not true. Just because we are living in a system right now that perpetuates men's, I guess, aboveness over women.
Conflating two different ideas. So you're conflating race and
I'm drawing a conclusion to draw you to your to whatever your argument was.
Okay,
It
well,
didn't make
I'll
any
let you
sense.
finish it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, you can refute that.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay. So here's very simple. So you're making a conflation. You're comparing race, and you're trying to make that analogous with sex. So the races of men and women, well, were the slave owners women? No, the slave owners wasn't women. If the slave owners was women,
You're saying there were no slave owners that were women?
the slave owners weren't. Master was a man. So when we're speaking about, there's a clear distinction between males and females. The distinction between race, well, it's not really a distinction as far as a physical capacity. If anything, it's we all the races share a very similar physical capacity. Like, yeah, we know niggas be fairly faster. You know what I mean? But as far as like strength and all of that, generally speaking, we're basically, we share the same capacity. But between the genders, we don't share the same physical capacity, which is why when I'm making the rights argument, rights equals force. You just said these social constructs in our mind, they only come to reality when they're enforced. So rights are force. Rights have nothing to do with race. Rights have to do with power. Rights have to do with physical strength, is what I mean. So when we're speaking about that, you can say that, well, your argument just wasn't even analogous. Well, slavery was here, and that would be like, it just was a poor argument. It didn't even make any sense. It was incoherent babble.
Right. So I would say the same thing about your argument.
No, your argument didn't correlate. I just refuted it.
Because I was talking about power systems. I was talking about power structure.
So stop. Now I gotta hold you, put your feet to the fire. You're talking about power systems. There isn't, when we're speaking about men and women, there's a physical capacity between men and women. There's not and which is why men are the right, like, and when you look in slavery, so here's the distinction, right? I got you. So when you look at slavery, well, we look at the Barbary pirates. They enslaved, these was black African slave owners. They enslaved over 1 million, millions of white Europeans, right? When we look at the Arabs, they enslaved whites and blacks. When we look at the Asians, they enslaved their own blacks and whites. So there was always men enslaving other men because men have the capacity to enslave one another. But did we ever see women enslave men? No, yes. We didn't. No, shut up. We never seen that. We never seen. Stop. Stop. No. Stop. So now you're just like, there's never, listen, there's young girl. There's never been a matriarchy. Young girl, listen. There's never been a matriarchy that stood the test of time.
I never said matriarchy.
So there's never been women. There's never been like women enslaving groups of men. That's never been a thing. This is a lie. So you're lying on your face to say that women enslaved men. No, was it a scenario where maybe there was a woman and she had a man? She was a queen, and then the king died, and then this queen maybe had some slaves that was prior to the military of the king, and kind of she took over. Yeah, but it was still men doing the enslavement, not the queen, right? So you're just wrong on everything. There's never been a matriarchy that stood the test of time. There's never been women that enslave men. Women do not have the physical capacity to enslave a man. You can't even beat up a man. There's high school basketball teams that will dismantle a WNBA team.
So
the physical capacity is just wrong.
Your argument is because men are that have more strength than women, because men have more strength than women, right? That's your argument. Because of that, that means that men are superior to women because they're able to control
I'm saying that physically, men, you agreed. You said that, well, these rights that we have, once again, let's follow, right? You agree that feminism is good for society. One of the proponents of why you believe that feminism is good for society because it gives equal rights to men and women. I explained to you how it's not equal rights if men are the only ones that actually enforce his rights and make these fairy tales in our mind, these imagination things in our mind, these social constructs come to reality. So men are doing that. Women can't do it. Thus, it can never be equal. You go ahead and try to make an example of slavery. Well, that just demonstrates my point even further. It wasn't women enslaving men. It was just men enslaving other men. It doesn't matter if it's different races or ethnicities. It's still going to be men that's enforcing things over men and over women. It's never going to be women enforcing things over men and women. That's the distinction between the position.
No, if a group withholds your inherent rights, they are not your benefactor.
You just don't
when they
get it.
stop. They're not your benefactor when they stop. If you steal something from me, you steal my phone from me, and I force you to give it back to me, whether that's through voting or rioting, whatever that is, you didn't give me that gift. You were held in that position of power, and then I took you off that pedestal. You're not a benefactor in this situation.
What are you talking about?
I just explained it to you.
No. How is this a refutation to men and women being equal? In my argument, how is this a refutation to my argument? You're just babbling.
Men and women can never be equal. You're saying men and women can never be equal because men have to give women their rights.
And can you give me a scenario where women can give men rights?
We live in a patriarchy. I don't understand what you're talking about. I understand that fact. I don't know if you don't think I understand that. We live in a patriarchy.
Do you concede? Do you concede to that fact?
Concede to what fact?
Do you concede that men grant rights and enforce? Men are the enforcers of rights. Women aren't. Women have to appeal to a collection of men for rights. Men cannot appeal to a collection of women for rights. Do you agree to that fact of reality?
I agree to the fact that in order to get something that is taken from you, you do have to go through the processes. I can even come to a middle ground statement.
Listen. Okay, so you do agree that men enforce rights and women cannot enforce rights. You agree to that?
Women can enforce rights. At least in America, they can.
No. So let me elucidate this more for you. You said, well, within America, they can. When we look at America, well, who are the enforcers? It would be the police force and the military, the National Guard, stuff like that, right? Police force, military. Now, these people that's in the police force and the military, well, there's a standard to get in the police force and the military. And recently, maybe about 20 years ago, we kind of lowered that standard to let some women in. But the majority of the police force and the military are who?
Men.
All right. 95% men, right? So when we say that when we say that women have the right to vote, but they don't sign up for selective service, they don't get drafted into any wars, they're not the enforcement mechanism. Men are still the enforcement mechanism. So it's always going to be men. Like, the true power lies within the enforcement mechanism. There's been many countries has been overthrown, many nations been overthrown, many kingdoms have been overthrown. And all of the nations that have been overthrown by the people and all of the kingdoms that have been overthrown by the people, what kind of people were those? What chromosomes did they have? They had an X and Y chromosome. There were men. Men overthrown a kingdom and men overthrow governments. It's not women that's doing that. It's men. So men, we can change the conditionals if we're not happy with the conditionals. Women cannot change the conditionals if they're not happy with the conditionals. They have to whine and cry and appeal to a collection of men to change the conditionals for them. Thus, it's not equal because one can do for themselves and the other has to rely on someone to do for them.
No, that was just nonsensical.
No, that was just a young kid, yo.
But like you guys always say that when I'm in these debate spaces. I've debated on a global stage about these topics.
You're just wrong. You just got defeated multiple times.
You say the same thing. First of all, your argument is again nonsensical.
All right, tell me how it's nonsensical. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you can refute these arguments all you want, but at the end of the day, you're saying the patriarchy cannot be taken down because we live in a patriarchy. What kind of bullshit is, sorry, excuse my language, but what kind of stuff is that? Obviously, we would have to dismantle the patriarchy to get anywhere to a part where women would be able to, I guess, not ask men for their rights. But that's not my conclusion. You said feminism is bad for society.
Listen real quick. How can we dismantle a patriarchy without utilizing a patriarchy? Tell me how.
Revolution. We can get into that, but
No. Tell me, listen, you said that we can dismantle a patriarchy. I'm asking you, how can we dismantle a patriarchal system without using another patriarchal system to do it? Go ahead.
Revolution. This
revolution is going to be, who's going to do the handiwork?
Men and women. Do you think
the majority of people that's going to do in a revolution, people are going to rise up and it's going to be fighting. It's going to be wars, civil wars, stuff like that, right? When these things happen, when we go to war, is the majority of people that's in the war on either side, is it going to be men? Like the vast majority. I'm talking about 95%, 90 to 95% men that's actually, in that revolution trying to make change.
Are you saying on the side of dismantling the patriarchy?
Yeah, is it going to be, can it be women?
Yes.
So you think that women can come together collectively and they can defeat men in a fight?
Well, I think you're talking about fights as in like actual brute strength.
Wait, real quick. We're talking about brute strength because everything comes down to force. You just said these.
Again, I'm not.
Real quick, you just said these concepts, like rights, are just a social construct. Rights reduced down to force, violence. So, and that's true. That's the reality of the world. If you get a speeding ticket, you don't pay that ticket, the constable is going to come, bring you to court. They're going to physically bring you to court to make you pay the ticket. You still don't pay the ticket, then the cops is going to come. They're going to physically put you in jail. So everything, the smallest little thing like a ticket reduces down to freaking violence. It's crazy how the world works, right? So I'm just telling you that, well, if there's a revolution and this group wants to make some change, well, can it be majority women to make this change?
I would say, yeah. Obviously, it's a hypothetical situation. Again, when we talk about revolution, we don't just talk about brute strength. It's a number of factors. We talk about
it reduces down to that.
Again, let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead. Sure.
Again, we're not barbarians, right? We're not doing trench warfare. If we had to have a revolution, I know that's what you think when you think revolution, but that's just not how feminist literature thinks of revolution. That's not how it would be. If we look at specifically slowly taking down the patriarchy, because it won't happen in 10 years or 5 years or over an election. Okay. It takes a long time. It would go with closing the wage gap. It would go to reproductive freedom. I know you definitely don't support abortion, but things like that, reforming gender-based violence, all those type of things are slow ways to revolutions. Social revolutions are largely, in the most part, when we talk about from civil liberties, non-violent.
Can you tell me how a non-violent organization can create this revolution that would cause men to put down their arms and to just lay over all authority to a group of women?
Well, it also takes deconstructing.
How has it ever happened in the history on planet Earth?
Just because something hasn't happened doesn't mean it can. That's
okay, so if it never, I didn't assert that. I'm asking you this: if it never happened on a planet Earth in history, it never happened at all. Women coming together, singing "Kumbaya," and somehow like using their like feminist magic to make men just like submit to their will. That never happened. Again, so real quick. No, listen. If it never happened, I'm asking you then, how can it happen?
Yeah, I'm explaining that to you if you would let me finish.
You tried, but you failed, but go ahead again.
It takes a social deconstruction. So the same way, well, I wouldn't say we had a total social deconstruction from racism. We definitely did it in America. But you can look at it the way from the time we freed enslaved people, right? There was a period of reconstruction. And then even after that, continuing up until the civil rights movement, all those things, it was a slow and eventual movement of saying, hey, we are human beings. We have our rights in America. it can be the same way, even quicker. Well, actually, I think it would probably be slower with feminism. If we think of the social deconstruction of men and women in America, how we view women, how we view the systems we place ourselves in, that will start to neutralize any type of, I guess, this.
And these systems that we like put ourselves in and stuff like that, how is this going to happen? Like, how is it going to just fully like alter men's minds in biology?
So if we go into biology, there's nothing biologically speaking, I guess, other than you say the actual physical realms of like how men are built. Other than that, men and women share about the same biology mental wise. There's many studies done on this, and especially in the way we nurture communities.
I'm just asking for, you're babbling.
No,
listen, let me repeat what you said real quick to the audience. Audience, this is what she said. She said, I said, well, listen, how are women going to revolutionize and come into power and dismantle the patriarchy? She says, yep. And then men are going to just change their mind socially. They're going to be socially constructed to change their mind from women yapping. So your solution is men are going to yap all day, where men are going to be like, you know what, chick? Here's the throne. Like, what's the argument? That's fairy tale stuff.
I think it's so crazy because I will literally, and maybe this is a man thing, you not being able to listen and
no, I listened to everything you said. That's not an answer to the question.
You keep talking. So every time I come to a point, right, which is not straightforward in black and white, right, it takes some nuance, it takes some brain cells.
I'm listening to all the nuance.
You immediately ask me, okay, well, how? And then I explain how. And
you didn't explain how. That isn't how. Okay, listen. All right, I got it. If you ask me,
topic, you're like, what is she
no. Listen. If you ask me how to create a sweet potato pie, I'll say, listen, you're going to need some vanilla extract. You're also going to need the sweet potatoes. You're going to need some brown sugar. You're going to need all of these ingredients, and then you'll be able to create this, tasty, delicious sweet potato pie, right? So when I asked you how we are going to dismantle a patriarchal system, how women are going to do it, you give me nothing is like analytical, practical, and solution based. It's just like fairy tale that some way women are going to change men's mind.
First time.
No, you're saying that women are going to change men's mind to give them the position of authority.
I said it was a social. This is what I'm talking about. You're not comprehending what I'm saying. Maybe like
I comprehend it. You're talking about social manipulation. That's what it's called.
When you asked me the first time, how are women going to dismantle the patriarchy? I told you, we close wealth gaps, we expand parental leave, we give women reproductive freedoms. All these are slow over time. You said, well, how do we change men's minds? And I said, that's a social deconstruction. And then I went into that. And then you're like, how?
How is
it's like you asking me, how do you bake a cake?
Okay.
I explained it
Let's
to you.
grant it. Okay, I'll grant it all. Let's grant it all. Let's grant everything you said, right? Women are going to do all of the things that you said. They're going to they're going to get rid of the wealth gap. They're going to do all of these things, right? Now, when it comes to them to have like the things that they agree on in their mind, like to have this right, because that's what the argument is, because that's what you're trying to say. Like if they're going to create a revolution and get rid of the patriarchy, then it must be a matriarchy that's enforcing these rights. So now, wait, time out, stop it. Let me finish speaking, right? So that's what you're saying. And I'm just asking you again, give me any scenario where even if it's the case that men say, okay, women, sure, we'll go ahead and do what you want us to do. Now, when it comes to these rights, right, who's going to enforce the rights?
What do you mean who's going to enforce the rights?
Who's going to, so rights are a social construct.
The enforcers, whoever that is at the time, whether that be the police, which it probably wouldn't, but if it's the police, the justice system.
No. So listen, if you create a society, if you create a society and it's matriarchal, right? Like the leaders in the society that's like making these laws, they're women. And in a society is a collection of men and women, right? So if you got laws, there's always going to be people that break the law, right? So I'm just asking you, like within this society, who's going to create this order? Who's going to enforce this law? and who's going to enforce the right?
The answer is men and women. You're
Okay,
looking
now-
at it in the
no,
lens
no,
of the
listen.
patriarchy.
No, listen. Stop it. In a society, is it men and women in a society? Yes, there's men and women in a society. Now, if there's men and women in a society, and we know that there's a vast biological difference between men and women from a physical capacity standpoint, then I'm just looking for some answer where if a man breaks the law and a bunch of women cops come,
Women cops with guns and a militia?
Okay.
Do you really think a bunch of women cops with guns who are armed cannot take down a man? Are you actually serious? Is that actually your argument?
No. The argument, that's not what I'm claiming here. I'm asking you, how would the guns, who's going to be creating these guns? Who's going to be like...
Women and men.
No.
Okay.
Stop it. Listen real quick. Just listen. In this imaginary society, you're presupposing many things like it's like a paradise island, like it's some like Wonder Woman island. You know, like how Wonder Woman came from that Amazon tribe and there's all of these strong women, but there's no men around. So like that tribe could like exist because there was no men on that island of those Amazonians. But if there was men on that island would not be constructed of just all women. It would have been constructed of men and women, and men would have been enforcing all of the rights on that stupid island of this fairy tale island of this Amazonian thing that you're thinking about. But wrong, the country or the society that you're trying to socially build right now, this hypothetical, consists of men and women, and men are physically stronger than women. So I'm asking you, men currently right now, we maintain all the infrastructure, we build all the roads, we are in the military positions, we are doing all of these duties to create this order. We are the ones that put consequences on bad behavior because we're physically capable to do it. We have better spatial awareness. We have better grip strength. We're better shooters. We're better combat fighters. We're better. We're what's optimal. We're the optimal security, the optimal protector, the optimal rights enforcement. So if we're optimal at doing that, if you do something that's suboptimal and put women in those positions in the society that you create, you will be taken over by a society that puts men in the position that doing the duties that they're optimal in doing. Like from a biological standpoint, men are optimal. They're better at doing it, vastly better at doing it. So therefore, even if it's the case that somehow you subdue all men and you make them all simps and they just like worship the floor that you walk on, in a few days, you're going to be taken over by another tribe, another country, and it's never going to last. This is why a matriarchy never stood the test of time. Because if women are in positions of enforcement, it won't last. Women can be in positions of like some leadership, but in enforcement, the continent, the country, the nation won't last. They're going to be taken over by someone else. You think that life is just all fair and it's kumbaya and there's not bad guys waiting on the other side of the island, waiting and hoping for you to mess up, like to put women in enforcement? That's what they're waiting for. So you're just wrong. It's always going to be men enforcing the rights. That's what it's going to be. It has to be that. That's the only way you can have a nation. That's the only way you can have this idea come to freaking reality, which you already conceded on. You've been cooked. Well, it's no rambling. It's just that you make no good arguments. It's just.
I want to point out one thing. Notice how when you rambled again, nonsensical. I didn't interrupt you. I let you finish your point.
It's just wrong.
How wrong you were.
Okay,
right?
tell me how I'm wrong. Go ahead.
I couldn't follow your train of thought.
Okay,
but
tell me how you're wrong. Wait, what position was I wrong at? Tell me that. I told you what specific positions you were wrong at. What specifically was I wrong at?
We live in the 21st century. We don't use metrics of power just with brute strength. We have many other ways of obtaining power in this country. But
that's not my argument. I know that there's different forms of power. I'm letting you know real quick. Listen, I'm letting you know, young lady, just chill out. I'm letting you know and refute what I'm saying. Don't just start to obfuscate and talk about something. I made a whole argument. I said speak about something specifically that I said that was wrong, and you didn't speak about anything specifically. I'm letting you know that the main power, right, is actually the enforcement. That's what the true power lies within the enforcement, because at any time the enforcement arm can choose to rebel or comply. If the enforcement arm complies, well, the people that are just coming up with these social constructs, well, they get to have their laws, come to reality. But if the arm, right, doesn't want to comply with the people that come up with the ideas, the rights, the laws, the rules, then their ideas won't go into reality. Whether if it's men that has ideas or if there's women that has ideas, there's always only, like you agreed to and conceded to, gonna be a collection of men that have the monopoly on force to enforce the ideas that we have in our mind, which is inherently patriarchal. So any patriarchal system that you will appeal to try to dismantle, well, any patriarchal system that you want to dismantle, you have to actually appeal to another patriarchal system to actually dismantle it. You have to appeal to a collection of men. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The fairy tale that you made up is Narnia world. In your world, like we speak to animals.
Stop, bro.
We speak to animals in your world. Can you speak to a chihuahua? Do you know what a chihuahua says?
Rambling. Okay.
What does a chihuahua say?
Do you think because someone is superiorly or stronger than someone, for example, does that mean morally it's okay for them to do whatever they want with them?
No, that's not my claim.
I didn't say that was your claim. I'm asking you a question. I want to know your answer.
No, and that's not my claim.
Okay, yeah. So if we look at, say I do concede with the fact that, men are stronger. And at the end of the day, men have the say in everything. Does that mean that women shouldn't get equal rights?
No. That's not my position.
Again, I'm not asking your position.
I never said that men... Oh, okay. This is just a hypothetical then that you're making?
Hypothetical.
Okay, got
this
it.
Is hypothetical.
Okay, got it. So I'll answer the hypothetical. So hypothetically, if it was the case that men enforce everything, which that is true, and hypothetically that men have the say in everything, which I wouldn't say that men have the say in everything. Women always had a voice. Even before women had the right to vote, prohibition, women didn't have the right to vote, but they were able to ban alcohol. So that's one thing right there, right? They didn't have the right to vote, but they still had a voice, and men are benevolent, and we listen to our mothers, our sisters. So we still pass that, law for them. So women always had a voice. So to answer your question, should men, if they have the monopoly on force, should they be benevolent? I would say that men should be benevolent, and men are benevolent.
Again, when we look at benevolent,
listen to this. Are there in America, are there consequences on like grape? Grape is illegal, right?
Yeah, there is.
All right, so therefore, men are benevolent. Grape doesn't have to be illegal.
Is that actually your argument?
Well, I mean,
is that genuinely?
Are you a man?
Men are benevolent creatures because we have laws. That's your argument.
We have laws that protect women from grapers. We have laws that protect women from DV. We have laws that protect women from so many things that women do to other women and that men do to women.
Men have also upheld laws of child marriage, of child rape. Men have also upheld laws of war.
I'm talking about in America.
Upheld laws of slavery.
Talking about in America.
In America, child marriage is still very much a thing, and
these laws in America that's upholded for women and stuff like that is because of Christianity.
Interest in mind is simply not true.
That wasn't my claim. Restate my position again. Still man my position.
You just said
you straw manned it. Still man it.
It's not a straw man. This is your position. You said.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have laws about rape, correct? I said yes. You said, well, that means men are benevolent. No, we have laws because we live in a society where we know we need to effectively work together. We can't do that if we're raping people. Duh.
No. Stop. That doesn't conclude, right? If it's the case that if it's the case that, like you're saying, well, men are the enforcers of rights, I'm making a position here to say, well, yeah, men are the enforcements of rights. And you asked me the question, well, should men, treat women good? I'm saying that, well, yeah, they should treat women good. And we see that men do treat women good because you can like the simple fact that you get courted, you know that like men court you. Are you like are you gay? Are you bisexual? Yeah, are you a lesbian? Or are you straight?
I'm straight.
All right, so men court you, right?
Men court me.
Like
I don't date.
if a man is,
I would assume
if a man is
your
interested in you, he will approach you and express his interest.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now it happens like that socially because it's been the benevolence of men. So does the man have to court you?
What is that?
No, answer that. Does the man have to? No, answer this. Does the man, listen, I'm making an argument here, and let me just go with my line of questioning.
No, the man does not have to court me.
Okay, so he doesn't have to court you. And if the man wanted sex from you, could he take it?
Yes.
Okay, because he's physically, yes, it would be grape. Don't say the R word because we're on TikTok. It would be grape.
Oh, yeah.
So thus means that this act is illegal and men enforce this act to be illegal. It's illegal because men enforce it. So men are benevolent naturally because we don't want, even though it's illegal, people still break the law. And grape, real quick, grape isn't prevalent. Men don't just have this thing in them that they want to be grapers. That isn't prevalent. People break the law. People people are addicted to things. You know, the highest thing that men are addicted to is like sex. The addiction to, real quick, stop. I'm pointing a claim out. I'm making an argument here. I'm making the argument that it's very simple. Well, men are benevolent, and I'm using the position that grape is illegal and you are being courted where you don't have to be courted. Every man that sees you is actually capable of taking it from you, but they choose not to, whether it's under the benevolence of them or under the benevolence of the law, and there's going to be consequences on them, which refutes your point.
Let me refute.
You don't have to be courted, woman. You're physically inferior.
Oh my God.
Every man that sees you can take it. Have some grace.
Genuinely, I let you talk.
All right, go ahead. I'm just joking. It's I've been streaming for literally 6 hours, so for the chat, it's doing this to keep myself up. But go
I
ahead.
get it. It's theatrics. I don't really care about that. Just let me.
Actually, it's for me to keep myself up because I'm about to like fall asleep talking to you. But go ahead.
Okay. Lost where I was. Okay, that's my point. Okay, I disagree with that point for multiple reasons.
What to disagree with? It's the truth.
First one. I want to talk about.
You disagree with reality?
Listen,
well, how come every time I make an argument that refutes yours, you don't give me a refutation?
You notice you never let me finish a point. Like it's actually
but you don't.
insane.
You just jump around. What's your argument?
I'm not jumping around.
Okay, give me an argument.
I'm literally trying to refute your point. It's
Go
very
ahead.
frustrating. Okay. Number one. Sorry, I think it's so funny that chat think like I can't keep quiet long enough. Okay, whatever. Number one. Let's talk about rape within marriage. And this goes back to your point. So before you say I'm jumping
grape.
Around, grape within marriage. When we look at that, that was, I think, legal until the 90s. Don't quote me for it. It was either the 80s or 90s. That was
Incorrect.
legal. You could not take, no, that is correct. You couldn't take your husband to court for marriagehood grape. In the 80s and 90s, you would not get it passed.
No, you're incorrect. It's about consent laws and all of these things. You're just incorrect. But go ahead and make your argument. Go ahead.
Okay, again. So if we look at that, men thought it was okay to grape their wives because there's
How is it considered grape if it's your wife?
Did you really just ask me that?
What can consider something grape if it's not your wife? Go ahead. Tell me.
If your wife says, I do not want to have sex with you, and then you put your, I don't know if I can say that on live, but you then have sex with her, even though she says she doesn't, that is grape.
Okay.
By
and you're saying
definition,
that this was prevalent, though?
Yes, this was prevalent.
So you're saying that these situations was actually prevalent? And where's your evidence of this?
I mean, you can look it up.
Give me your evidence. This was prevalent in the 80s and stuff? What? You're just lying. Chat, she's lying. Look it up. You're wrong. So, again, please try to refute my argument. Don't don't bring up false statistics and false claims that this,
oh my gosh, you are actually.
What you're saying that women was saying no to their husbands, and then there's evidence that all of this was transpiring and that these was evidences of rape that was prevalent in the 80s. And the courts just was like, oh, well, there's no rape. You can go ahead and rape your wife. That's your claim. Your claim is just wrong. It's a total lie. You're lying. It's a total lie. So now I'm going to ask you again, please give me an argument to refute my claim. My claim is simple. I'll make it concise. I'm saying that, well, men are benevolent naturally because rape isn't prevalent.
You're saying men are benevolent because we choose not to rape you guys sometimes.
But can we do it?
If you ask women, I think the statistic is 98% of women.
You said men can do it, but we choose not to do it.
This is such a disgusting
I can
claim.
talk about many things. I can talk about schmurder too.
Are you saying I'm
want me to talk about
I'm
schmurder?
benevolent being because I choose not to schmurder you?
No, when you look at morality,
exactly.
morality is about this. Look, morality is this. Do you have...
You have to be trolling. Like, this can't be real. You actually can't be a real person.
When you look at morality, the person that doesn't have the capacity to harm a fly, to hurt a fly, he just is not in his nature to do anything like that. He doesn't have the capacity. He's very docile, right? Versus the person that is aggressive but they have it under control, very masculine. They can kill a fly they can catch a fly real quick. They can kill a little animal with their bare hands. They're physically just very strong. And they know that they can control the external world with their strength, but they choose not to, right? We would have to say that, well, this person is, exuding some sort of morality because they can act out and act crazy when someone hurts their feelings or if someone disrespects them, but they choose to be kind to people and treat them with respect and do good things for the people, even though the person is disrespectful and mean and all of this, but they still treat the person nice, even though that they can destroy them. Well, that's a degree of morality there versus a person that if someone is disrespecting them and they don't even have the capability to destroy anyone and they're weak and docile and not brave and just a wimp, a coward, well, we would say that the more moral person is the person that has the strength to destroy but uses it properly and doesn't do that, right? So I'm just saying that men actually have this physical strength to take advantage, to lock you chicks up in cages, right? And use you as sex slaves. I'm not saying that that's what we should do, but I'm just saying that men are so benevolent, we don't do it, and it's not even a thing. But if you go to another country, right? You go to another country, like maybe Afghanistan, right? Where their morality isn't Christian based. It's a little bit different. You're going to see how you don't have all the rights and things that you have over here in America versus Afghanistan with the Taliban. So you don't really understand the reality of the world. So you have a very naive perception about things, which is why you think that women can somehow manipulate men to get them to enforce everything, which would still just prove my point because men are the enforcers of rights. You have no argument, like nothing.
Okay.
Give me something.
I don't mean to throw an ad hominem at you, but truly, the words
you're using are reality. The words I'm using, young girl, needs to wake you up. You need to go back home and say, Father, I love you. You should respect your father because your father is your true protector. Your father is your true protector. And I can tell that the reason why you want to dismantle patriarchal systems because you don't respect your father. You do not respect your father. And guess what? You probably don't even have a father. That's the thing. And you know what? I actually feel a little bit sorry for you because you're a girl that grew up without any father figure, which is why you think that men are oppressors, which is why you think that we need to dismantle some patriarchal system. Just stop it, little chick. Stop it.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Instead of you giving me your emotional state, can you refute my position?
This whole time I have ignored all the disgusting things.
Instead of you giving me your emotional state, can you
the tone of your own
refute
voice,
my
but just
position?
listen for a second. I let you talk
refute
on
it.
5 minutes on end.
Refute it.
I let it go. I let go all the grotesque things you said because I wanted to debate with you on the base of the facts of what you were saying to me. But honestly, it is so grotesque. It is so it is so grotesque.
It's ilk to you. Can you refute it? Is it not true?
I can refute it. You're
okay, if it's not true, the floor. Listen, if it's not true, I'm going to give you.
What world are you living in?
I'm actually going to give you 2 minutes. No, actually 2 minutes. I'm going to give you a minute and a half. Let me get my timer out real quick. I'm going to give you a minute and a half to refute it. All right. And first, before you refute it, I want you to still man the position so you know exactly what you're refuting, so you don't straw man what I said. So I'm not timing you doing the still man. So first start off with the still man. Once you still man it, I'll give you a minute and a half to refute it. You actually need to refute it though, okay? So still man it, go ahead. Now she paused her screen. What's up?
Did you want me to still man?
Yeah, still man my position. What's my argument?
Your argument in this debate is the fact that you think men hold a benevolent power over women because they choose not to do atrocities against them. That is your still man.
That is
Did
not.
I misrepresent?
You misrepresented.
That is exactly what you have been blabbering about for the last 15 minutes. No, everything you have been saying is down to the point that you
Can I just help you out here? That's not the full still man. I'm saying that men have the monopoly. You already agreed that men have the monopoly on. You already agreed that rights are a social construct, and in order for these rights to come to reality, they have to be enforced. And men have the monopoly on force. So every right that we have actually comes from men. So I'm saying that throughout this country, you know, we have rights. Men give women rights, and these heinous acts like rape, since men love their sisters and their mothers, right, and their cousins, and we love women, we make these things illegal. We put negative consequences on people that grape. So I'm saying that if that's not true, please refute it. If men wasn't benevolent, well, it wouldn't be consequences on things like that.
Are you gonna give me my time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so this is the last time I refute it, and I'll go back to my point. Again, you said I misrepresented your claim, but like I just said, I pretty much said what you did.
Women also have the right to vote. That's from men too, so we enforce that.
Okay,
so
whatever.
That's
if I concede on your point that men give women their rights, their liberties, whatever, that does not make it okay for men, morality-wise, to deprive women of these rights. Before you open your mouth and start blabbering again.
What right? Deprive them of what right? What right do women currently not have? What are you talking about?
I mean, we can, first of all,
what right do women not have right now?
In America, we don't have the right to bodily autonomy. We still live in a wage gap system.
Wait, wage gap has been debunked many times.
It has not been debunked.
There's no such thing as a wage gap. So first we'll debunk the bodily autonomy, and then we'll debunk wage gap. So bodily autonomy.
Again, you don't let me ever finish my points. Like, that's the thing.
You just made the argument. Is there more to it? All right, I'm going to write it down. So bodily autonomy, wage gap. Keep going, woman.
Again, I digress. You said this is not even my main argument. This is the argument because you said what rights do women not have? In America, I would say the biggest one is our bodily autonomy. Second wise, it would be wage gap in systems in the workplace. If we're looking worldwide, such as in Afghanistan.
Just keep it in America.
Well,
so
women's
then you can get to the debunking my claim.
Okay, well, back to your actual claim because you drew me away from that. I forgot. If we look back into benevolence, you said because men have the monopoly on power, something like that, some blabber like that. You said because of that, and men do not use that force. Apparently, they do not use that force on women. That means that they're benevolent, but men do use that force on women. We can see 1 out of every 5 women is a rape survivor. That's a real statistic. You can look it up.
That's false.
We can look at. Yes,
That's
men
false.
are more likely
they
to
changed the
perpetuate
definition
violent crimes.
and you keep on saying the R word. You gotta put the G in front of it, or I gotta boot you. You're gonna get my stream banned. Put the G in front of it. Okay, keep going.
Okay, are you gonna refute it?
I'm gonna let you fully I'm gonna let you fully put your argument out there that is a refutation of mine. Go ahead.
1 out of 5 women are rape survivors, right? Men are more likely to perpetuate violent crimes against women. Domestic violence rate is higher against men. All these things contribute to men using their power against women to not benevolently. So it doesn't matter what laws we place because of the social construct we are. We're going to have laws. That does not make men itself benevolent. That does not make a man okay to say what his wife is good or good not to do because you guys are apparently benevolent creatures. If we look at biologically men and women's brains, we know we have the same ability I'm mixing up my words, the same ability to problem solve, to nurture. All these things are the same across men and women. We can see these. And so I just don't understand your point. Okay, so what? So what? Men have this monopoly of power over women. That does not give them the morality basis to what? Do what to women? Say, this is where you must go. This is what you must do. Thank you.
Okay, got it. You done?
Yeah.
All right. So that's not a refutation for my argument. Now, you gave a few things here. You listed a few things, and I'm going to debunk them all. But even if I just grant it all and say that everything that you said is true, the logical entailment of your position isn't a refutation for my argument because I'm stating that the laws that's in place, right? The consequence, even though people do bad things, there's going to always be people that break the law. So let's just say that first I'm going to grant it, then I'm going to systematically debunk it, right? So let's just say that everything that you said is true. Well, there's laws out here against rape. There's laws out here against DV. You shouldn't be beating your wife. There's laws out here against all of these things, bodily autonomy. There's all of these laws and all of these things against these, for women. That doesn't debunk it because there's always, even though there's a law, there's always going to be people, bad people, malevolent people that break the law. And these people, well, we try to get them in prison. That's the goal of the system, the justice system, to put these men in prison that break the law. Now, the conclusion of that is still the same for my argument because men are the enforcers of the law. So if it's the case that there's 1 in 5 women that get raped by some men, well, the men that do that raping to the woman, they broke the law. Men enforce the law. There's going to be men trying to arrest those guys, trying to get the bad guys. It's not going to be women that's trying to lock those guys up. Going to be men, because the monopoly of force, like you agreed to, is men. Majority of police force men. Majority of military men. So everything that you said didn't refute it. You just explained that, well, there is nothing you explained that, America isn't perfect and bad things are going to happen. But still, when bad things happen, it's going to be men to try to get things in order. So that's not defeating the position, actually. You actually just proved my position by saying that bad things happen and men try to stop bad things from happening. So real quick, let me just tell you that first. Now, let me systematically refute everything you said. Now, let's just Google this real quick because you made some claims there and it could be wrong. So when you say 1 in 5 women, let's look this up for the chat.
Lifetime.
Okay, got it. So when you gave the statistic from the CDC report, you lied. It's not 1 in 5 women have been raped. It's 1 in 5 women experienced an attempt in their lifetime to be raped. So in their entire lifetime, it says that 1 in 5 women experienced a subjective attempt that was rape. Wasn't that they stop it? No, stop it.
I'm not going to let that subjective word just flow past me. That's disgusting.
Stop it. So you lied. You said 1 in 5 women.
I did not lie.
No. You said 1 in 5 women in America was actually raped. On the CDC says 1 in 5 women raped was attempt, but they actually wasn't raped. So therefore, you lied. Got it.
When
so
I just reread it back to you, I said attempted rape. First of all,
no. So no. Listen. So no. Listen.
You're misrepresenting the statistics.
You lied. No.
The statistics says completed or attempted. It says completed.
No. You lied. You lied.
I did not lie.
And when you look at the breakdown of it, in all of these, in this entire scenario, you know what they include as grape? They include SA as sexual assault as grape, meaning that the man gave a gesture at the woman and she said, "Oh, that's sexual assault." It's in there. Where do you see that? When you go to National Sexual Violence Statistics and Resource Center, it tells you that what do they consider grape, and sexual assault is considered under grape. And what's under sexual assault? Many subjective claims that women can just make on men. You can just read it. It's a list of them. So when you're wrong, so grape as far as like intercourse with the woman, no, that's not 1 in 5. That's not 1 in 5 women that's experienced this or even having that attempted. What they're having attempted on them is sexual assault, which is men. Hey, beauty, you rolling down a window in a car. Hey, sexy, what's up? Let me talk to you. Oh my gosh, she sexually assaulted me. Talk to me like that. That's what you're talking about. So one, you just lied. And yes, these are facts what I'm speaking about. Look under the statistics of the National Sexual Violence Resources Center, the NSVRC. So you're just wrong on that. Now let's debunk the other claim. So the other claim is this. You said, well, bodily autonomy. Well, real quick. Stop it.
I'm refuting your claim because you're lying. You're being fallacious. You're being fallacious.
Okay, I'm being fallacious. Go ahead. Tell me how I'm being fallacious. Let's go to wages because you got cooked. Let's go to wages.
I look at statistics, right? Hear me when I'm still on pause. Can you hear me when I'm still on pause?
When you pause yourself, I cannot hear you or anything. So
I don't pause. Like I'm going to another screen because I'm reading the statistics. This here, 21.3% which is the 1 in 5, is completed or attempted rape. That is a separate statistic.
No, young girl.
Listen,
what do they consider as grape? And stop saying just the R word.
Let me finish. Okay, that's my bad. A separate statistic shows 43.6% is contact sexual harassment. That is separate statistics. That is not within the 21%. That is separate.
Stop it. And when they talk about contact sexual harassment, what is that?
It means touching someone sexually in a way that they did not consent to.
Okay. If you touch someone, thank you very much. So now you're reading. You just cooked yourself, right? So listen, let me explain to you. You just fully cooked yourself. Chat. She don't even know what she just said. Thank you. Touching a woman on her shoulder, she may not like that. She may consider it sexual. So it's subjective to her, like in a workplace. You touch a woman on her shoulder. Hey, you look real nice today. That is actually considered rape. That's what's considered rape. Do you understand? Grape. I'm sorry. That's what's considered rape.
Explain that to you.
No.
Two different statistics.
No. It's not. That's what's included. Yes. No, stop. That's what's included in the 1 in 5.
It is not included in that.
That is what's included in the 1 in 5.
It is not. That is fallacious.
You want me to read it? What you are reading, I'm looking at it right now.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, what I'm telling you is you are 100% wrong. When it says any sexual conduct, right, the touch and all of that, what it says, that's included under the 1 in 5. Can you just give me a refutation how it's not included under the 1 in 5?
I just refuted. You don't.
You didn't
listen.
refute it. Go ahead.
That 41% of contact sexual assault is not under grape. It is not under attempted or contacted grape, which is that 21%, that 1 in 5 we're talking about. Those are two separate statistics.
No. You're wrong. Again, you're not even reading it properly because I have the ends. I'm about to just share my screen actually, but I don't. Well, you actually, I forgot I'm live on my phone, so I can't share my screen. You guys on YouTube, I can share my screen, and everybody on YouTube can see it. And she's lying, chat. It's 100% a lie. It's included in the grape. It's included in the 1 in 5. So that is just a lie on its face. So this is just a lie. I wish I can share my screen on TikTok
you're
since we
being
got almost
fallacious.
400
You're
people.
lying.
I'm not lying at all. So
I'm quite literally looking at it.
what are you looking at? Are you looking at the nsvrc.org? People saying, can you drop her off? Nah, we could keep her up for right now. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the NSVR. Sorry, I forgot you can't see me when I'm on pause. Yes, I'm looking at
nsvrc.org.
Yes.
And it talks about the 1 in 5 women.
Yes.
Right? And then it says when they break it down, so you need to keep on scrolling down, when they give what is considered grape, like what is actually considered within the 1 in 5, I'm letting you know what you just explained and read, that's considered grape within the 1 in 5. You are reading if whatever I don't even know how you read it properly, but then you correlated it wrong.
Listen,
you're just wrong.
I'm reading off their website, right? And sorry, forgive me because again, you can't hear me when I'm on pause. I'm going to read this exactly from the website.
Listen.
Is
Stop.
any attempted grape is any?
Okay, go ahead. Just you're pausing. You're pausing. We can't hear
Unwanted
you. Just stop. We don't.
Says.
We can't hear you because you kept pausing yourself. Just stop.
It says that grape is any unwanted penetration of a woman. It literally says that on their website. Scroll down and look what the definition of grape is. It gives you the outline for it. Sorry,
okay.
I can't do it because I'm going on both screens. So I don't want to be fallacious. That's why I'm checking my argument.
No. You're just wrong. Any sexual penetration of women, right? That is unwanted.
Yes.
Now,
is grape.
Got it. Is grape. Now the 1 in Now the 1 in 5 statistic, right? That's there because this is all false anyway. The 1 in 5 statistic, right? That I'm looking at here. What's included in the 1 in 5?
I just said what they considered grape to be.
No, what's included in the 1 in 5?
Grape. What are you not understanding about that?
Within the 1 in 5.
Sorry.
No, stop it. Within the 1 in 5 is sexual contact, unwanted sexual contact in the 1 in 5.
No.
You said what?
It is not. No.
Sexual unwanted contact is not included in the 1 in 5.
It's specifically talking about unwanted penetration. That is what that statistic is talking about. Attempted or completed.
Sexual unwanted contact, is that included in the 1 in 5? Not answering the question.
No, it's talking specifically about unwanted.
You already said that it was. You already read and said it was. Did you not read? Okay, read the passage, go down a little bit, and read the part that you read before. Read the part where you spoke about a man touching a woman. Read that part again.
I literally read it and it described. I can't read it back and forth because I have to pause my screen.
Never mind, because you keep pausing your screen anyway. I'm just letting you know that you're wrong and you already proved my point. So let's just debunk wage gap real quick. I wish I could share
my screen. Okay, wage gap.
Yeah, wage gap real quick because it's just. So wage gap is very simple. Wage gap. So this has been debunked many times. It's the wage gap took an account of all men and all women working. So they took a collection of all men and all women working. They did not account for paid time off. They did not account for, holidays off. They did not account for extra hours worked. They did not account for when women, what is it called when they're pregnant and they take time off? Forget the name. What is it called? When women take time off when they're pregnant, you get what I'm talking about, chat. But anyways, they didn't account for all of these other variables, which would explain why men overall, the overall number is that men get paid more. The reason why men get paid more is because men work longer hours. The reason why men get paid more is because men don't take as much time off that women take off. Women take time off because, hey, they just like taking time off sometimes. And also when they get pregnant, they take about 6 months off to a year sometimes. So they took a collection of just the number of men. They didn't include work hours or any of these things. They just took the money and said that, oh, well, when we look at the wages between the total of women, what they make, and the total of men and what they make, there's a gap. But the reason for the gap is because men work harder jobs and more in jobs that get paid more. Men go into fields like science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM. And those jobs tend to pay more because those jobs maintain the infrastructure of the country. Women go into jobs that deal with people, like secretary work and a therapist and nurses. And those jobs tend to pay a little less because they don't build and maintain the infrastructure. Men go into stuff like electricians, offshore drilling. Men do roofing. Are women doing roofing? No, women aren't doing roofing. They don't do that type of stuff, generally speaking, right? So women get paid less because they go into certain career fields that just pay less. And also they work less hours. And also women, they're not really that assertive, so they don't really like to negotiate higher wages. Men, if we are making less, if we feel like we're being treated unfairly in the work environment, we are going to go to the boss and negotiate higher wages. We also work longer hours and we work jobs that just pay more. So this debunks the wage gap. The wage gap is a myth. It was never true. It was based off of false statistics.
All right, are you ready? Okay, this is probably the last thing I'm saying because I do got to get to bed, low key.
Yeah, bro, it's summertime. You ain't got school. But go ahead.
I'm going to refute what you just said. So okay. I think there is a baseline misunderstanding of what the wage gap is. And that's not entirely your fault because the way it's been perpetuated in the media is assuming the idea that women get paid less for the same amount of for the same amount of work, same amount of jobs. I do agree. Women don't get paid less usually for
I got other people up next. I see Onyx, Bunny, Andrew. I see. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your statement.
If a man and woman are in the same position at the same job, you're right. They probably do make the same and get the same amount in wages every year. The wage gap comes into actually some of the points you propose. The idea that women take maternity leave. It's a known fact that women, when they take maternity leave, it's often not paid. And often, a lot of times when they take maternity leave, it's not for a very long time. So those 6 weeks that they're off or whenever, I think you said 6 months to a year, a lot of jobs, majority of jobs don't give that much time. But when you think about it, women are not getting paid for these long leaps of time because they're at home taking care of their newborn. But when we take into statistics,
that's not our problem.
Also, okay.
What the heck?
Also, and to the fact that women are usually not.
That's not a refutation for the argument.
I'm not done. Oh my God.
Also, you're not refuting the argument. You're making my position stronger.
Okay. This is my stronger argument then.
Okay, go ahead.
Going into the fact that women usually do not have higher positions of power within a company or within a sport. Now, before you go into your ramblings about whatever that may mean, it's usually because of the system set in place at that company. Women are 2.8% likely to hold like a CEO or title position like that. That's not because women are weaker or because we can't hold our own in a company, especially in a company like STEM, because it's known that women do. I'm lost the word, but we are good in STEM or whatever. We have good scores within the STEM fields. We are good workers in the STEM fields. We're not CEOs because we can't be. We're not CEOs because that's not the system that's set up within it. So if you take all these into account, the wage gap is not these two people working identical jobs. It's that the fact that women cannot be set up in a way where we're supposed to go past these lines of career that men are.
That wasn't my argument. You know, you're not refuting my argument. You're not addressing it.
I am refuting your argument. What I'm saying is you're misrepresenting what the wage gap is. I don't agree with what you think the wage gap is because no feminist agree who actually knows feminist literature thinks about feminist literature or anything about the feminist movement would agree that women who have the same positions, for example, if a man and a woman were both a teacher position, usually they're getting paid the same if they have the same amount of years. Okay. But what I'm saying is socially, women are not pushed into higher roles, I should say, such as CEO. They're not promoted to higher roles. We can even see in workplaces that are 50% women, 50% men. There was a study done. Women will still not be put in these top position roles.
Do you think that women, so these higher roles are like leadership roles, right? And my question for you is, do you think that women on average embody leadership characteristic traits over their male counterparts?
I do. 100%.
And what would be what would be a leadership characteristic trait?
I think that women are empathetic creatures, and I think men are as well.
Empathy is not a leadership characteristic trait.
Yes, it is. You need to have empathy in order to lead an organization. Without empathy, we're not able to do majority of things that are needed.
No, leadership, empathy is not leader. Empathy would be, you nurture. That's one of those type of characteristic traits. What is empathy going to do to lead people?
Even though empathy is a leadership skill, we'll go to problem-solving skills. There was I'm a biology major, right?
So you think that women are better on average at problem-solving than men?
Again, I knew you were going to misrepresent. I don't think women are better. I think both men and women are amazing at leadership skills.
No, who's better on average?
I don't think, like I'm saying, biology.
So you think that it's equal?
Yes.
Okay, let me dismantle your claims, right? So here's biology. Here's biology. Calm down. So here's biology. Men and women are vastly different because of these key factors. When we're speaking about leadership would be a few characteristic traits like empathy wouldn't be one of those, but it would be ones like having the ability to self-regulate your own emotions.
Women have those abilities.
Stop. That's one leadership characteristic trait, to not be overwhelmed and to self-regulate your own emotions so you can lead other people. You need to be able to lead without feeling overwhelmed and not feeling discouraged. You need to be confident, right? That's some leadership characteristic traits. And also, there are like a lot of A-type personality traits like non-agreeable, assertive, and dominant. And these characteristic traits more so fall into men instead of women. Men tend to be men tend to be a little bit more dominant.
I keep letting you ramble. I don't know why I'm letting you ramble.
I'll let you speak a lot. Calm down. Just listen.
You don't, though.
I'm going to give you the reason for it. I'm saying things, but I'm going to back it up with facts and reason,
finish it, please.
So when I speak about A-type personality trait and also the, men having the ability to self-regulate their own emotions, this comes from biology, which is my argument. So women are higher in estrogen, about 600 to 700% more estrogen than a man. And estrogen is a driver factor which changes and alters how you feel and your mood. Also, women get their period each month, which also changes their mood and how they feel about things, which then this right here of estrogen being higher in estrogen and getting your period each month, and that period lasts for sometimes 5 to 7 days normally, right? So I'm just saying this is a factor within the biological nature of the woman, which is why they're not built to lead over men, because they're higher in estrogen. Not only that, women are higher in trait neuroticism. Trait neuroticism just means that women feel more negative emotions per unit of situation. So if a man and a woman experiences a situation, the same thing, the woman is more likely on average to take away from that experience a negative feeling or have a negative feeling towards that experience. So a leader looks at the glass half full instead of half empty. And within the nature of the woman, she's more likely to look at the glass half empty have a negative emotion instead of have full. Now, this is me using biology to back up my claim and my reasoning for why men are optimal at leading and women are not.
Okay.
Do you get that? Which means that men have the ability to self-regulate their emotions better than women. And also men are more A-type personality, non-agreeable, dominant, and assertive. And also decisive. Women don't even know what they want to eat. Do you know what you want to eat tomorrow? No, you don't really know what you want to eat because you're indecisive. Men, we eat the same thing every day. We don't even think about, what I'm going to eat today. Please. You've been being cooked the entire time.
No, this is my last thing. And I'm glad you brought up biology because I have my associates in biology. And you grossly misrepresented a lot. You grossly misrepresented a lot of stuff about biology. So we'll go down to a couple of them.
So listen, this was fun, but I got to go. I've been streaming for a long time. Have a blessed one. She had no arguments at all. All right, chat. Get the likes up, man. I've been streaming for about 7 hours here, man. I guess I'll get maybe 2 more people up here. We got Pay, Oxy Bunny, and Andrew. I guess I'll go through these real fast if they have any good arguments or if anyone agreed with her. We'll go ahead and refute them quick. This looks like a woman. Let's see if we can get her up. I don't think she's ready. Let's see. Nope, she's not ready. Let's get the next person up. All right, welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. And get your name and age.
What's up, Fugazee? I'm 33 years old. I'm a man. No, I'm making counter arguments on us, not for them. I watch your shit on a regular basis. I like your content. There's a lot of contradictory shit that she keeps saying.
And if you could
but I get that you refrain from cussing. An argument. My bad. You want some contradictory argument based on the opposite end. When it's somebody that young, it's like, why are you going back and forth with her? She's not comprehend. She's listening to respond, not to comprehend.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
Well, it's for entertainment as well too. But I think that she can gain something from the conversation to also help her think. I'm sure it's always something to gain from it. And also, I'm a person, I don't think that I know everything. So I give people, I'm actually curious. I give people a chance to hear their argument. Like, you know what? I debate these topics all the time. Feminism, atheist, and all of this stuff, the dating and relationship stuff. And I dismantle people all the time. So I'm like waiting. Maybe someone got some smarts, even though that they're 18. That doesn't mean that they're not an adult and they're not intelligent. I debate 18-year-olds. I debate philosophers, people that have doctorate degrees and all. And I wipe them all, usually.
And what I watch from your interviews and podcasts and stuff, you come with facts and not, you get what I'm saying? And that's something that people are not listening to. Like, there's literally a prompt that says what you're arguing about, but they like to, but what? Like, you get what I'm saying? It's not, like, on topic. Like, now you're trying to refute something, and it's like, that's why you kept saying, you're not refuting.
Yeah, she wasn't actually refuting the position. She would just obfuscate and bring up like a statistic or something. So I had to first grant it. So that's what I did. I granted every claim she made to show how she didn't refute the position. Even if it's the case that some men break the law and do some things, well, we still have this law because we're benevolent, and men try their hardest to enforce that law because we're benevolent. The court systems may not be perfect, but we have it because we know that it's wrong and we should protect women. So this is not like she said all of these things. It's not a refutation to the point. It's just actually proving my point even further, that there's some bad actors out there. And then not only that, like if we look at statistics, well, like children are more unsafe underneath women than men. The elderly are more at risk under women than with men. And that's a statistic that just shows that, well, when we look at these elderly homes, these women that's working there, they abuse these women. They abuse those men that they're caring for. When we look at child abuse, that doesn't come from the hands of men. Overall, the statistics shows that comes from by the hands of women. And you know why? It's because the truth is that, well, there's women in those positions that's taking care of the elderly more than there are men there. And there are also women in the home more than there are men taking care of children. Thus, women are going to have higher rates over men when it comes to child abuse and when it comes to abusing the elderly, right? Which is the same point that I was making when it comes to, well, like men and stuff like that, doing certain things. Well, men are in these certain positions where that's what's going to happen. That's just what's going to happen, right? Like,
exactly.
When it comes to domestic violence, well, statistics shows that women are the ones that initiate domestic violence at higher rates than men. They are the ones that throw the first punch, the first kick, or throw something at the man. But men are the ones that get persecuted for. Men are the ones that get persecuted for it, meaning that they get locked up for it. Because the court systems are unfair and they favor women, which is the weaker sex. So it's to say, like, all of the statistics that she brung up, what she was presupposing was just incorrect. Like, the fact that we have these laws and men are enforcing these laws still proves my point that men are benevolent, because if we weren't benevolent, we would actually have laws to favor us rather than favor women. Why in divorce courts, why do the children usually go with the mom instead of with the father? Because, the courts favor the women. But if men wanted to change that, we can change it overnight. We can get together and change it over, but we don't, because it's like, you know what? Oh, we know we ain't the best, and we know that we want to. we know that, you know what I mean? And nigga bust something down, and they'll maybe run off on the seed. Well, maybe the baby is, during the first 3 years, maybe it's kind of good for the baby to be with the mom, get that breast milk, right? So men even know, like, we're not trying to fully.
You see the benefits of what you just said, though. Like, you're like, this kid needs to be nurtured by his mom.
Yeah, it's like men are benevolent.
Still doesn't naturally line up with, okay, is his mom the best person to teach him how to be a man? If this was a young boy.
Well, courts don't favor AJ. I see him in the chat. Courts don't favor women because they're benevolent. I'm not saying that. I'm saying courts tend to favor the women because that's how the courts is set up. It shouldn't actually be favoring women. It should be a little bit. I think that when the courts favor women too much, it gives women too much power, and like authority. And then they think that they can dictate certain terms over men. This is why men have to be careful, like get a prenup and, get with a woman that ain't on a stripper pole. So he know that the kid is his, and he know that, she ain't just going to ruin his life and take his money. So, yeah, man, it's a lot more into it than just that.
I get that's there. It's deeper than that. But like how I was saying that I watch a lot of your content, this is something that people don't understand. Taking accountability for the choices that you make in life. You chose to be with that woman. You chose to be with that man. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, at the end of the day, if you're struggling, you chose to not check your rat facts for that man.
Bro,
he wasn't shit before you met him.
Understand this, and we take accountability. It's women, bro. Women are the ones that don't. Like, look how we talking. We talking about men like, man, these niggas gotta get dated. Don't date women like this. The fact when men, it's so crazy. We tell men to try to we hold men accountable, and we tell them don't do this. And if it's anything that we're telling men don't do, and women is in the picture, like don't do this with these women get triggered and say, oh wait, a man shouldn't date a stripper? Yeah, would you want your son to date a stripper? No. Okay, then shut up. Your son will become a man, stupid. Right? Like, it's just so silly. Like, your son is going to be a man. You want him to date a stripper.
That you literally were just talking about this. You were literally just talking about this. If I could just share the screen about this interview specifically. It was a panel of women, and this was a specific subject.
Oh, you said on one of my podcasts?
Yes,
Oh
I
yeah,
love your
probably so.
content.
I appreciate that,
I
man. I
love
appreciate
watching
the
this.
support, man. But yo, let me. I think
man,
we got some haters in
yeah.
here. Let me try to get one of
I
these
get it. I
people up
see
that
it. I
disagree,
see it.
man.
Yeah, no. Hey, I enjoyed my time over here. I just wanted to I wanted to rebuttal like the whole like getting off subject thing. I was trying to get back to the subject. That's why I came up.
Yeah,
I did
no.
want to troll
I
a
feel
little
you,
bit,
bro.
but we got to the point. We got to the point. I appreciate you. I appreciate the time.
All right, brother. Have a good one, man. Appreciate the support.
You too.
Yeah, she kept obfuscating. I know the tactics, but you know she's young, so I would just like grant stuff and refute it on the back end. She said that 1 in 5 women actually are raped. That's what she said. Then she took it back and said, "Oh, attempted rape. The 1 in 5 is attempted. See? And what's the attempted? The attempted is, oh, it can be, well, he touched me on my arm and said I was beautiful." And that goes in the 1 in 5. You see how she didn't want to read what was properly said within the thing? When we were going back and forth, I'm just like, this chick. This young little girl. All right, who we got in here? Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your and everybody on TikTok, yo. Everybody on TikTok, going over to No Fugazi Podcast on YouTube and subscribe to the YouTube channel, yo. If you are a supporter, or even if you're not a supporter, if you're a hater and you disagree with what I say, you know, you probably want to keep on watching anyway, because I tend to be fairly entertaining. So come on over to No Fugazi Podcast on YouTube, where you can watch the full content, right? And I'm just streaming off my phone on here, but on YouTube, it's an actually full production with a good camera. The lighting is better. Everything, the audio is better. Everything is better on YouTube. So No Fugazi Podcast on YouTube. Come on over, man. Okay, let's try this again.
Good morning, my brother. How are you, man?
Hey, man, what's going on, man? Are you here to debate?
I would love to debate. However, let me just say I'm a friendly. I do agree with a lot of the points you make, but I would love to debate you on some of these points. For example, the women single and 30 is their fault.
Okay, and what's your age?
I am 27.
And you don't think it's their fault?
I think it's more complex than that. I feel like, you know, we live in a society where, unfortunately, now women and men both have to be part of the workforce. And so a lot of women have to get some kind of education, some kind of degree to be able to contribute financially to the family.
Yeah, someone earlier, I've been streaming for 7 hours. Someone earlier made the same argument you made. That's not an argument to say that it's not their fault. You're just saying that women in society currently today, they're in the workforce, they're working and stuff like that. So they're choosing their career rather than choosing a family and children. That would still be a choice, which is why if they're single and 30, it's still their choice, which is still their fault. I'll get the next person up, man. Bye.
Well, wait.
It's no wait. The argument has been refuted just then. But I do appreciate the support. You said that you liked the content, but you were just wrong on that, like 100% wrong. It was a bad argument. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Name and age.
Yo, what's going on? It's American Trucker 40.
All right, man. What you want to debate?
Hey, not really debate, but just say you're absolutely right, man. It is key that it is 100% up to them and why, you know, like, because, you know, I feel like when you're in your 30s or like, you know, you're coming in that bridge, like, bro, there's so much resentment, so much like, they hold so much high standards, but yet give nothing and want everything in return.
Yeah. If you look at it, women in their 30s, they are past their sexual prime, meaning that, well, they're about to reach high-risk pregnancy in 5 years? High-risk pregnancy is age 35, I believe. At what age, let me Google it. What age is high risk
But even if you're with a girl with a long time, like it's just like, you know, things just start falling off left and right. You know what I mean? You're not doing enough. You're not this. And then
17. Okay. Yeah.
and then
No,
it's like
18, I mean.
you got. Oh, I was gonna say that. Then, like, you know, let's say you guys step away, then they go to another guy that does the same exact thing, and then they're like, "This just isn't for me. This just, you know what I mean?"
Yeah. No, you're right. And it's it is 30, 35 or older is high risk pregnancy. So, you know, you're right, man. Like when a woman is 30, she's not like a virgin, generally speaking. She's not like celibate, generally speaking. She's having sex with a guy, and two things are happening. She's having sex with a guy where she doesn't want a relationship from, meaning that she can't attract and retain a guy that she does want a long-term relationship from. So she's giving it to a guy that she doesn't even want to be with long-term. So the woman is single and 30, and it's her fault because she can't attract and retain what she truly wants. Men grant relationships, so if you can't get a relationship from the man that you want, therefore it's your fault. It's just like a man. Let's say a man that's 30 and a virgin. Well, women grant access to sex. So he would be at fault if he can't get sex from a woman, and a relationship would be at fault if she's single and wants a relationship but she can't get it. It's that simple.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean the lies are just so there, man. Like the lies, like they'll say anything to make they'll move the goalpost. That's all I can say. All the time.
Yeah, man. That's definitely what they like to do, man. But listen, man, I'm at the end stream here. I'll get another caller up, see if we got one debater. But appreciate the support, man.
All right, man. Well, keep doing what you're doing, man.
Appreciate you, man. All right, Andrew. He's not ready. Let's bring up this guy. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Money, 34.
All right, man. You here to debate?
I agree with everything.
Nigga, you don't look like you here to debate. This nigga got the fan face on like, oh, I'm live with No Fugazi. We lit, bro.
Chill out, kid.
This nigga got the glaze face on. Nigga out here glazing.
Nah, son.
Yo, homie came on stream cheesing like this. Homie came on, chat. Homie came on stream cheesing like, my nigga Cooley, I'm here, dog. Listen. You ain't gotta say real niggas know. You ain't gotta say none of that, but just know I know, all right?
All right, but I was finna ask you something.
He glazed.
You already know you get the regular respect your thing, all of that extra shit.
Yeah, I know.
I wanted to ask
you can skip through the glaze. I know you was about to glaze. You can skip through the glaze. Go ahead. What's up?
I want to ask you a question first. Who do you think are the prize, men or women?
Man, you know the answer to that, bro. This nigga.
I want to see where your brain going at.
This nigga glizzy glaze, dog.
No,
I'm about to get
you though.
Krispy Kreme. What is this?
Nah,
Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kreme?
Bruh, this is me regular. I get on the live all the time. You feel me? This ain't nothing.
But nah, listen. Real niggas know though.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I got you. So you want me to kill it then? You want a bar? I give you a bar. He want the bar. I give you a bar.
Nah, we gonna see.
You want something to use. I
want the Oxford. I want the definition.
No. I got you. Look, you gonna be going to some cookouts this summer. You like? I got the chance. Cooley gonna give me a bar. I got you. Listen. So look, when you at the barbecue. For you to cook, this all you do. When the question is asked, well, who's the prize and stuff like that, you say this. You say, well, do the woman have more standards or does the man have more standards? Pose that question. They're going to be like, well, these niggas easy. They easy to get. That's how girls gonna say. They easy to get. Okay, well, this would mean that women have more standards than men. Yeah, girls be a little bit more pickier. They gonna say that, right? So if it's the case that men have more standards, women have more standards, and men have less standards, then how is the woman the prize when the man is made up of quality? He's a quality product, because if the man met all of the standards, it's a quality product. This chick over here only got a fat booty, but she don't shut up and her face look like this. How is she the prize? But we still accepted her because we got low standards, which means to tell you that the person that has higher standards, they actually got the prize. We got low standards. We'll just accept something that's subpar.
Yeah.
Subpar. And another thing, that's one argument. Another argument is this. Who's the prize?
But it's still adjoining to the woman still being the prize if we captured her.
No, it ain't. Because she has more standards.
If she has, yeah.
So if she has more standards, it will be few of you. It would be more of her. Look at that.
Okay.
She got more standards. If she gets a guy that meets her standards, it's few of that guy.
Yeah.
The man has less standards. If he gets a guy that meets his less standards, well, there's more of her. So if it's few of the guy that she wants and she gets him, he's the prize. Women are easily replaceable. Men are not easily replaceable, especially the men that women want. Men only are attracted to the 5% of men. I would say the top 20% of men women are attracted to. They want them to be tall. Well, they want a man that's 6 foot, right?
But realistically,
how many men in America are 6 foot? Or over?
Many.
Only 15% of men in America are 6 foot, right?
Yeah.
And if we go to 6'4" and stuff like that, the percentage goes even less. Women want a man that's making $100K, 6-figure nigga, right? Well, what's the percentage of men making 6 figures in America? It's like 17% of men making 6 figures. So the things that women want, if they do get it, well, it's very few of that guy. It's just like numbers, bro. It's math. It's very few. It's a very small percentage of men that women are chasing. Therefore, if women get that guy, he's the prize. Between the women that guys are chasing, well, guys are chasing all types of chicks because we got low standards. It's a lot of them. The options are unlimited.
That's why I would think that women would be the prize, because we're chasing majority of the women.
How are they the prize? If they can eat. So look, if you
majority of women are retaining men's attention, what? Not.
No.
Yeah,
listen.
majority. Yeah. Let me hear this.
It's mathematics, right?
Yeah.
If there's,
I hear your mathematics, because there's
fewer men that women want.
Exactly.
If they get that man, then how is she the prize if there's fewer of him and it's harder to replace him? But it's much easier to replace her because there's a lot of her.
Because women aren't doing anything to retain the attention from that said man.
No, that's a lie. When women meet the man that they really want, they go above and beyond to try to keep that guy. The smart ones do, right? And it doesn't even matter. I'll grant it. Let's just say that women don't do nothing to try to retain it. That still doesn't matter. The percentage still favors the man. An accomplished, established man is far few in between of those type of men. But a woman, bro, we'll take a chick that's 5'2". Will a woman take a man that's 5'2"? We'll take a chick that work at McDonald's. Will a chick take a man that work at McDonald's?
So are you saying that works for the average, even if for the average man?
It works for the prize. It's fewer of him, so therefore he's the prize. She can easily be replaced. It's hard for the guy to be replaced if the guy meets all of her standards. Now, if the guy doesn't meet all of her standards and she's dating just some regular Joe Schmo, man, he may not be the prize. Right?
Yeah.
Now, I'll give you another argument in favor of the guy that doesn't meet the standards, right? Because it's not objectively, but it's if a guy does certain things, he can still be the prize, even though if he's like 5'7", making $50,000 a year, stuff like that, right? If the man is masculine and has the ability to still protect the woman, he's still the prize because the woman relies on his protection.
I would more say, my counter argument to that is her money is her true protection majority of the time. Like,
she's still relying on other men to protect her, though.
Well, exactly.
In society.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we're comparing, so if we do relationship dynamic or just a societal level, we would have to say that men are still the prize because men are the protectors and the providers.
True.
Yeah. So is that argument you can use? You can use the argument about the standards. You can also use the argument about what's another argument you can use for the prize? I had so many of them. They're all on my channel too. I've been streaming for 7 hours, so I can't even really think right now.
Yeah, I already know. They're
all on my channel. I can't even think of all the arguments. But if a girl says something stupid, I'll be able to refute it. Like, no, that's just dumb. But you guys know all the clips and stuff like that. They go viral. They got millions of views. So, yeah.
Nah, I'll be on TikTok acknowledging myself, getting my information in, and certain points I've heard on Instagram, I've heard them refute the things that's on. I mean, certain things I've heard on YouTube, I've heard them refute it on TikTok. You feel me? So now but it's hard to get in contact with certain people that are on Instagram saying certain things. So it's like, you guys make this platform become kind of easier to have the dynamic of like, yo, so what you think about this, or what do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I feel you, man. I feel you, brother. Any other questions though?
Nah, I ain't even finna go too deep. I feel like you tired of shit, but
I mean, I am tired, but I mean, if you had another question, that's fine.
What would be a woman?
I'm just going out the screen. Go ahead. It sounds like you got another one. Go ahead.
What would be the next one? Woman. Nah, I ain't even gonna. I'd rather say some things that I stand on than go back and forth and argue about nothing. Man, relationships, physical relationships, more valuable. Most of the things you be talking about be facts.
Yo, my bad. Had to reply back some messages. I've been streaming for so long. Then reply back to one of my texts.
Girls trips. Like,
girls trips.
How do you women in committed relationships going on girls trips? Should they be allowed to go on girls trips?
Okay. Should women be allowed to go on girls trips? Well, women can
while being in a committed relationship.
Women can do whatever they want. Right. So, as far as the allow factor, I don't tell men.
Allowed. Let's take out allow and just say, are women? I don't even know how to word the sentence.
No, I got you. No. You're fine. I was gonna explain it for you. So when we speak about allow, I don't want men to have the mindset that where it's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to allow my woman to do this. I'm telling men something deeper, right? I'm saying that you don't wife a chick up and take her serious if she has the mindset to want to go out. So that means that don't tolerate poor behavior from women. Don't tolerate promiscuous behavior from women. Don't tolerate non-compliance from a woman. Don't tolerate a woman that won't respect your boundaries. If you have a boundary and like that shouldn't even be something that's said. If you are dealing with a woman and she has the mental capacity to want to take a girl's trip, I say don't deal with that chick. That ain't a chick you want to deal with. And you just break up with her. Recreational use only, not even recreational use only. Forget recreational use only. Just get rid of that chick. You already hit anyway because you was dealing with her. She for the birds. If the chick can't fully get on program and conform to your way of life, she's for the streets. Now, obviously, as a man, you want to be adequate. You want to be assertive. You want to be a go-getter and out there trying to make something for your life to provide a good experience for the woman that you're in a relationship. Like, you just don't want to be sitting at home doing nothing with your life. You want to make something of yourself. So, but yeah, don't try to like change women. Don't try to like, bro, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Don't try to like negotiate your way to get the woman to not take the girl's trip. No, that's gay, bro. That's what losers do. If she say she going taking a girl's trip, oh, you are? Oh, have fun single. Peace. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Be like, oh, you single now. Me too. Have fun. Bye. And don't never talk to her again. Also, you never take a cheater back.
It's just in general. It's just a general answer. Like, so we would just ask people, what do you think? Do you disagree with the board? Like, do you think you should go on girls' trip and still be in a committed relationship or not? And then we try to refute the point that it's not really in your best interest to go on a girls' trip while being in a committed relationship, and give different points why it's not.
Yeah, well, for the woman, it could be in her best interest. If she doesn't like her man, she may want to replace her man with maybe a better option. Who knows? But for the man, it isn't in his best interest to tolerate that type of behavior from his women. So it's just basically to say that men, we need to value ourselves and hold ourselves up higher than what we normally do. And we shouldn't be tolerating these inadequacies from women because they have a vagina. No, bro, go out there, better yourself so you can have more options. So you don't got to tolerate these women that don't want to follow your program and get on, follow your lead.
Good shit.
Yeah, it's that simple. And I just thought of another argument when it comes to the freaking who's the prize, right? So when you're looking at who's the prize, you can also it's also analogous to winners and losers.
Yeah.
It's also analogous to winners and losers. And at the end of the day, well, if the woman got the man that she want,
then that would be the winner. Well, you got the trophy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one there too. If the woman got the man that she want, right? He's the prize. Super simple. And we can say that, well, if the man got the woman he wants, well, no, then we just use the whole argument when it comes to standards. Niggas never really get the woman that they really want. Think about it. And our nature is quantity anyway. It's like, niggas, I want about 4 or 5 of you.
But still want you. Like, which is hard for women to understand.
They don't understand that junk anyway. It's like we don't really care about the quality. We're not hypergamous. So it's like, we the prize, bruh. The simple fact that women are hypergamous is the argument right there why men are the prize. Like, we'll take a lesser and wife her up. She won't take a lesser. So therefore, everything that she's willing to accept is going to be better than herself. She's accepting someone taller, stronger, makes more money. Everything that she accepts is not even equal to herself to any degree. It's always someone better. So the man is the prize. He's the better product. Is the woman truly the better product? She can't even protect herself. The chick scared of the dark and scared of bugs. How is she the prize and she's an ant? Shut up, chick. It's a freaking bug. You're not the prize. I'm the prize. Squish. There's so many different ways you can refute the position, man. But listen, I appreciate the call, brother. Have a blessed one. And appreciate the support too, man.
Yes, sir. All right.
I got to get out of here, chat. I'm super tired. I don't even know how I'm still speaking sentences right now. This is officially the longest stream I've done. We went about 8 hours, bro. Oh, man. 8 hours, one bathroom break. I don't think I'm human. I actually do not think I'm human. So we're in the stream right now. Everybody follow me on YouTube. Peace. I'm out.